Okay, it looks like we're going a little bit better now. Let me know in the comment section down below whether or not this is working. I can still see a touch of a bitrate delay, but this should be significantly better. No longer trying to stream at at 2K quality.
Some spiciness ready.
I got some spiciness. Can I just say? And I think the person who's going to give me the hardest time is you, Daniel.
Oh yeah, always.
All right, we should be back now at perfect streaming quality. All right, no more buffering, no more delays.
Get into it.
All right. Okay. So, first things first. Sorry about the 10-minute delay here. Technical difficulties can be an absolute nightmare, and you sort of don't know that these things are going to play up until they play up on the fly. But I really appreciate anyone that's been able to come by and check it out. So you can already see Kuma in the chat, and I can see that GetXWell has liked the chat already earlier today, but he might not be here with us just yet. But that is what it is. Right, so good to see you guys here, nice, bright and early.
Monster trio.
First things first, I have to ask everyone, how did you guys find doing the list? Because this might sound weird. My list was really easy until about 45 down, and then once I hit 50, I almost couldn't decide who to pick.
I thought the whole thing was really hard.
Really?
See, it's also
There's
worth
so much
mentioning
guesswork.
that New World apparently kept a whiteboard of just like the conspiracy theory meme of all the red pieces of string attached to each other. That's kind of what it looked like, I'll be honest.
That's actually what I have set up at the moment. I have it plastered up on the side next to me with my list written up. I needed it because there's a lot of characters to go through. There's a lot of people in One Piece and a lot of strong people in One Piece at that.
That's true.
So it definitely makes it hard. But yo, okay, let's just get straight into this. I can still see a bit of buffering issues for some people. This may just be a progressive thing that goes on throughout the whole stream. Unfortunately, at the
around
moment,
the 30 mark, Kuma.
yeah. At this point in time, there's not a hell of a lot more I can do about it, I don't think. But it is what it is. What's this? My list started getting blurry around the 30 mark because there are a lot of matchups and other factors that need to be considered. Yeah, I 100% get you there, Kuma. You have no idea how many people... Like I said, I got a whiteboard filled with names. I have it split up into the Yonko, Admirals, Revs, First Commanders, Warlords, Straw Hats and Allies, Yonko Assorted Commanders, Supernovas, Second and Third Commanders, various other organizations and stuff like that. I just have a scatter shot of so many people, and it's starting at the top down, I was like, yeah, this is easy. And then each tier down I was just like, shit, do I feel confident saying that?
Mine was I had the complete opposite tactic, right? So what I did was I waited until the night before to start this list, because in my mind I was like, if I leave it to the last minute, it's a bit like answering multiple choice questions. If I can't go back and reread my answers, then my first guess has to be right? Sincerely doubting that thought process, but that's how I did it.
Hey, can't go wrong with that, can you? Okay, so, who wants to go first? And we'll start at 50 and work our way up to number 1, yeah?
Alright, you can roast me. Let's start.
Oh, we're going 50 to up, okay.
Yeah. Alright, Glitter, who you got?
I got a poo.
A poo?
50.
Interesting. I can't disagree with that. And it's funny that the first person to make it onto the list is a poo, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
Do you have any reasoning for him being here? I mean, not that you really need much of a reason.
Well, I felt that his Wano showing was cool. cool, maybe good is an adjective I should use. But I don't think he's anything to write home about. So I both think he was deserving to be on the list, but also not as much as the people I've put above. So bare minimum, I was like, okay, based on what happened at Wano, kind of deserves to squeeze in a little bit.
Okay.
That's kind of why I did it.
Like I said, I can't, you know.
Well, just wait until you see who I have over, and then you'll understand the thought process potentially that went involved.
No, I get that.
Yeah, it's pretty
Judge
tough
straight
because
off the gate. Oh.
you need to have like top 50 characters. We don't really know who we're choosing between, so it's hard to judge.
Also,
Yeah.
sorry,
Mm.
I should preface this as well, right? For those of you watching the stream, there's a little bar next to each of our names as well. That's for us, because I mentioned this to everyone prior to doing the stream. There are some characters that, if you don't feel comfortable putting them on your list because we don't have enough information about them, you can just put them off to the side and say, look, if they were on the list, this is where I think they are, but I can't justify taking up a place on the list. You know what I mean? If you haven't done that, that's perfectly fine. And for anyone that wants to drop their list, drop your lists and that, and we'll add it in at the end. But just for at least my list, and even Glitter's list, I don't know about you, Brecky, but we had a few people that it's like we have no feats from them, but if they're strong, they're in this area.
So one of the characters, just as an example in case anyone's potentially not following, for me, Dragon actually, as a bit of a red hot spoiler, Dragon actually isn't on my list, but he is off-shot where I think he should be. But I refuse to give him a spot this year because of a lack of feats, really. There's a lot of mythos around this character, but do I give him a spot in the top 10 over someone I have been seeing do stuff? Maybe not, but that's what it kind of means.
Okay. Brecky, who's your 50?
My 50 is NL.
Ooh!
Really?
Ooh, interesting.
Oh, it's getting hot at 50!
So here's the thing. I put NL on my list, and I genuinely had him like around the First Division commanders, because I'm thinking, I'm bigging him up, and I'm like, okay, he's got a Logia, which is like a big part of Admiral's strength, and then he's like naturally gifted seemingly with observation haki. He's probably going to come back with haki. And then I remembered Oda said if he comes back to the seas, he's going to have the 500 mil bounty, and I was like, realistically, like he hasn't earned it in my mind. So I think like he's real strong, but I think the best that I can give him, I don't want to just assume that when he comes back he's gonna have like advanced armament haki, like Rio and like future sight and all this stuff. Like I feel like that's just pure guesswork at that point. So I'm like, tell you what, let's say he has like base level haki when he comes back and he's fruit, and then that's kind of all I could place.
That is really interesting, because my take on NL, and I might get into it later on, but my take on NL was it doesn't matter if he doesn't have haki. Like, I didn't even necessarily rank him based on having haki. I just think him pre-time skip is hard countering a lot of people even higher up, like even people now that we meet in the story, just based on how good his just lightning on its own work and how effective it was. You know what I mean?
with that, but I just can't get past 100 mil bounty. And like that is really good, right? But I mean, people on this list are really strong. And I just
surprised Anel's this far down.
Okay.
I'm just thinking, I'm just basically thinking like 500 mil bounty, but he has a Logia, so he's probably like a good 500 mil, if you get what I mean. And that's kind of where I placed him.
So, okay, with my number 50, not gonna lie, this was I had about 10 people that were competing for this spot, and I just cracked the shits this morning. I was just like, do you know what? Just try and give it to one of them, because I was tossing up between the strongest people of the Scabbards, right? Sentomaru, right? But I ended up giving this spot to someone because even though they haven't showcased haki, the other abilities they have, I was looking at and I was like, oh, okay, they may creep in over those people, and that's Ichiji.
Okay.
Interesting. All right, Glitter. You're number 49.
Oh, okay. My number 49 is Moria.
Interesting pick.
Because so I believe in my stream last year I didn't have Moria on my list from memory. But I feel like from what I know about just his abilities and now his new relevancy or what's happening circling around him with Blackbeard, I believe he sums.
Oop, you stopped talking there. You alright?
Oh, yes, sorry. Yeah, no, sorry, I got distracted by my own list. I was just like looking at it, I was like, man, I'm gonna have to read this out loud. So I figured that with what's circling around him with Blackbeard, and what's happening there, that I feel like he needs to make an appearance at some point in the top 50, right? But I can't see him as of yet unless Black being aligned with Blackbeard, if he does, because that's obviously a theory. Unless that something happens for him that he can beat the previous. So how I've really done my 40 above is, can this person beat this person above? No, then they're probably. But I feel like Blackbeard. I feel like Moria, in terms of his upcomingness in the narrative, deserves that spot.
Okay.
I to be honest, for me, Moria was fighting for 50th spot.
Yeah.
So I totally get where you put him.
Same spot.
The other thing
Okay,
is
cool.
that I think I've got a lot less of the sidebars. I have barely any sidebars. So I think like my 50
might have been our
is
48
like,
sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
a bit more
yeah,
of like
okay.
a higher level. Yeah, because I don't have as many of the higher up theirs on sidebars. I would have included them. So
That's fine.
That's fair.
I think like if my list was any longer, I'd probably have Moria in about where you put him.
I think that's interesting. I think that's a good pick. You brought some good points up about Moria there. Brecky, what's your pick? Come on.
Dofi.
Whoa!
I'm not gonna lie. I was thinking about Dofi.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh!
Is the thing, man's is kind of trash.
You
Trash!
knew you
Whoa!
were gonna fight with me. You knew you were gonna fight
Whoa!
with me over this statement. For anybody in this stream,
absolutely.
everybody knows that I'm not biased towards Dofi, but I am a Dofi stan.
Yeah.
There is nothing about what you've just said there that is not disrespectful.
No, okay.
Here's the thing. I think Luffy coming just out of time skip has like one of the lowest like levels of armament haki and observation haki you can really have. Like it was good. It was above just like someone who barely had, like Bellamy, for example. It was above that. But I think Luffy's armament haki was matching Dofi's, and his observation haki was matching Dofi's. And Dofi is like a veteran. Like he's an old man at this point compared to youngins like Luffy. So in my mind, Dofi basically has, out of anyone that's like respectable in this list, he has like the lowest level of armament that you would see in this list, and there's the lowest level of perception. His fruit is really cool, but the thing is that we've seen that if you have armament that's equal to his, he can't cut you. Like Luffy punches his string and he doesn't cut his hand. So realistically, Dofi's not cutting many people above him on this list with the strings. They're just he can just use them to like block, basically as like extra limbs. So yeah, in my mind, Dofi he has everything, but he doesn't have anything that's good. Anyone who has
You're gonna roast me.
anyone above him on this list, I feel like has basic haki, at least armament and observation, but they have like an edge. They have like a fruit that's a bit better than him, or they have like a level of haki that's a bit better than him, which gives them an advantage. I just don't see him.
You're gonna hate my picks later on.
You're gonna hate my list.
I can feel that.
I can sense that this is.
Just the fact that Luffy just blew through it with Gear 4, and it wasn't even hard.
Are we
like,
gonna
he blew
ignore the
through
fact
the
that Law
buildings
was
of
there
string.
though? Are we gonna really forget that with Dofi Law was there?
So here's the thing. I'm not gonna argue that like Dofi was at like full HP, but I don't think him getting stabbed in the stomach means that his haki gets worse.
He didn't get stabbed. He had to rearrange and make more organs.
Regardless, I don't think the injuries causes his haki. I think maybe him moving his body potentially. But like when Luffy goes Gear 4 at the end and he literally turns entire buildings into hakied up strings and Luffy just blows right through them, him being uninjured is not going to make that any different.
Let me play devil's advocate here and ask a question then.
Hold Hold on. There is a canon though that when people become flustered, it makes them harder to access their haki. Yeah. So
Perception.
well, in terms of just in general though, I think we can probably agree that Dofi was probably getting very emotional by that point in the fight because nothing was turning out the way he wanted to, and he does have that celestial dragon tendency to throw a fit.
Mm.
So
I also want to mention that again I think Dofi was more injured than this, but Luffy had been beaten up by what's his name? By
Bellamy.
Springman, Bellamy, and Law had just clashed against was it Fuji? So like both of them were like a little bit lighter.
Okay.
Although like obviously it was a 2v1, etc., etc. Like I think Dofi's still there at a disadvantage, but it's not like Luffy and Law both came in there at absolute full health.
What? Oh, what about the fact that Doflamingo held off against Gear 4 for half an hour?
Yeah, so it's hard because like that's the thing. You say he held off against Gear 4 for half an hour, but then all the panels that we show, Gear 4 just blows right through all the strings.
It
and
only
smashes
blows through the strings before the awakening. Once he gets his awakening out, his awakening was matching Gear 4.
The awakening
Yeah.
was matching Gear 4 until Luffy did the bazooka thingy, and then it just blew straight through like 2 buildings worth of strings in this massive net, blew straight through it, past them by like dozens of meters, and then it hits Dofi and he's done.
Are you talking about the King Kong gun?
Yes.
Okay, yes, but that was an ultimate technique that Luffy said this is like an all or nothing one-hit KO.
True, but the thing is that anyone above this list has to at least be able to. I mean, they're not going to beat him, but they're going to like tussle with that.
I think a few
Like,
people
anyone
are getting
above
one
this-
shot by that. Like low-key, Jack is
Yeah.
getting one shot by that same punch.
absolutely.
Jack's not on this list.
Ooh, okay. Do you know what?
Spicy.
I'm-
I never would
like
have
I'm
thought
saying-
that
like
from
I'm
the
saying,
Beast
I have
Pirates
less-
fan.
I have less like side characters than you guys, so my list is higher tier, right? So my Dofi is probably your like 43 or something.
Okay.
No, my Dofi's higher than that.
I mean, so do you give Doflamingo then any points, like Kuma's saying in the chat, for versatility? So even if he's not able to directly overwhelm someone, he's got a lot of ways to get around them, to use like trickery, to manipulate them, to box them
my
in.
thing about Dofi is basically, this is gonna sound really red hot, but when it comes up to where I put Dofi later, I've written a speech. I've fully prepared it. But the slim bit of it is that Dofi's basically a bad on roids Batman. He has excellent prep time, and nobody credits him for he basically has done what Crocodile failed to do, which is take over successfully a country. We don't get to Dressrosa and watch him take over, which is what the Crocodile journey was. He's an improvement on that model. He did it. It's about him falling from that reign.
Mhm.
So
Look, I agree that his versatility is really, really good, but the thing is that if he's matched up against anyone who has equal to or better armament, they're just going to block all of his strings. So sure, he can fly around in the sky and tie people up and stuff, but like the strings are only so strong.
okay, fair.
And if you're just outright stronger than him, you're just going to break through the strings.
Look, I can't disagree, because so far you've got NL
was
and Dofi
thinking
on your
this-
list, and I have them close to each other, I'm not going to lie. It's just
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
have
I
them
put
this low.
Dofi over right now.
Alright,
Yeah.
my...
I guess we've got different ideas about how strong the string is, because I was really impressed by the strength of his string, actually.
Well, the thing was that it was like Gear 3 Luffy. I don't know if he was like punching straight through the strings, but he was like a bit stronger than the strings.
No.
Gear 3 with armament.
No.
Because that was the whole point, right? Was that Gear
No.
3 is stronger than Dofi, Gear 2
No. Gear 3 never broke
No,
any
no,
of
no.
the strings.
Trying to do
Gear
both.
Gear
Yeah,
3
Gear 3
hurt
never broke
Dofi
any
as a
of the strings.
punch. Like, Gear 3 was
Yeah.
strong enough to make Dofi go, ow, that hurt. Never broke the
Yeah.
strings. Never surpassed any of the strings.
It took Gear 4 for around the 30 minutes for Dofi to start going, I'm in serious trouble here.
Yeah. With the whole 30-minute thing, I think that's a bit crazy because the thing is, like, Luffy against Cracker, he fought him for 8 hours.
Yep.
Luffy's not holding Gear
Cracker's
4 for 8 hours, right? And then it's weird because it's like Luffy is so much stronger in Gear 4 that if he was like still a little bit weaker than Cracker in Gear 4, and then he came out of it, he would just get annihilated like
But
immediately.
what
There's no way
was
to be able to keep fighting Cracker for like
but
20 minutes and then go back into Gear
but
2
what
and
was
keep going for 8
happening
hours.
in
Like,
that
it was just
situation?
ridiculous.
What was happening in that situation, though, you got to remember, is the entire seducing woods, right? Kilometers of forest
Yeah.
was hiding Luffy and
It was
transporting
sad.
Luffy to get him away in those 10-minute breaks between Gear 4 bouts.
But that's, yeah, I don't know.
So
It
that
seems like...
with Nami
But
directly
that's
countering
kind of
the
my
Krakens.
point. Is like the time scales can be a little bit insane. With that said, because it's like when Luffy's fighting Dofi, every panel that you see when he's in Gear 4, he's just like overwhelming Dofi. There's a little bit of time when Dofi awakens that it was like, because they're trying to big up his awakening, that Dofi was like looking really good, and then Luffy just like went, I'm gonna start punching bigger now and doing bazookas and stuff, and then just wins anyway. It seemed to me from watching and reading the the Dofi fight that like Gear 4 Luffy is just outright above Luffy. Like he's just not doing
I
anything. He
don't
just
disagree
can't
with
keep
that.
up.
It's just I think Gear 4 is
He
over
was
a lot of people.
he was awakening entire buildings and it wasn't enough.
Okay. Look, I'm. You'll get my
I'm
thoughts on
gonna be
Dofi
right
later on.
back. I'm just gonna go get my computer charger because I didn't realize that my computer's on like 25%.
Yep, no, that's right.
Mhm.
All right, coming in at my number 49, over Ichiji, I have Reiju. These two are essentially interchangeable for me. There is no difference in either of them. They are
I
literally
agree.
identical. I would even argue, right, that the only reason I put Reiju over Ichiji is even though Ichiji has laser-like abilities, his lasers seem to be weaker than other lasers that we've seen throughout the narrative. While Reiju's poison, we've seen that most people in the verse, even top tiers, can't get around poison. Like, that's the whole point about Magellan. He's not necessarily strong, but his poison is just so damn effective because not many people carry a counter to that.
Mhm. I agree. Like you said, I think they're kind of interchangeable. But on my list, I put Ichiji above Reiju. Just because I feel like he's been kind of like he's the leader guy, and I get it might just be a personality thing, but like I don't know. Just to me, they're like so equal,
Yeah.
and then just
Look,
narratively, he's kind of the one that stands at the front. So yeah.
I fully
I
get
feel
what you
like
mean.
honestly that's because, and I had a theory. I was talking to New World the other day about this. Is that I think Oda's writing style will come out that Sanji is like the most powerful eventually, you know, because of his emotions, which is just the thing the judge tried to eliminate, right?
Mhm.
And I think that Reiju's actually, because I've got Reiju above, and I think Reiju's actually the strongest sibling because she has more emotion than her brothers, but she's still. I don't want to use the word defective, but you understand what she means. She's more more
Yeah.
laboratory grown than Sanji. I just think that Judge would want an heir as the face of his like family Germa project. I'm not necessarily saying he's sexist. I'm not, but I am saying he probably would want his son to be that face, regardless
Yeah.
of if Reiju actually is the one with the promise.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I can agree.
Okay, Glitter, you're number 48. Give it to us.
My number 48 is one Miss Jewelry Bonnie.
Ooh. Okay.
You did tell me about this prior to the stream. I'm glad to see Bonnie make it into the top 50, I'm not gonna lie.
And I and I
I mean,
say
that's
that
spicy, but it's just pure conjecture, is the thing, because she has
I
0 speeds.
I say that because she's one of the few people that have come up against high tier characters in the series and lived or have gotten away.
Okay.
And ordinarily that wouldn't have been enough for me to put her on the list. But she's the last supernova we're seeing anything from, and
Mhm.
from her recent relevance to Kuma, I think that Oda has saved her for something. And her sheer fact that she's escaped so many really dangerous characters who we probably can't say some of our more powerful faves have, even if she's just wiggled away, like squirmed away, may have happened. I don't know. But I think that with her relevancy in terms of upcoming story narrative, that she's the only supernova really that we've got blank on, that she deserves that spot. Because I think there's going to be something really interesting about her.
I'll be back in 2
and
seconds. I'm just going to close the door. Keep
Her
continuing.
fruit's kind of broken anyway, so
I
Yeah.
could agree with that.
that was kind of my thought process anyway.
Fine with that. I mean, yeah, it's hard because she doesn't have like any feats, but like, I mean, it's a sound argument, and there are
Yeah.
so many people on this list that don't have that many feats. So
All right, I'm back. What did I miss?
Yeah. Oh, I was just saying that between her fruit, between her being reserved for last of Supernova to have anything revealed about, there's still a huge question mark surrounding her. Her connection to Akainu in some way, because it's unlike Akainu to leave somebody a pirate alive. But to me, I find that strange. And it's not necessarily because I think he's cruel. I do think he's a bit of an asshole, but I think he believes what he's doing is right by his job. But I do think it's weird that she was alive, and I think her connection to Kuma will either through the revolutionaries or something that's happening. I think she's going to be a big tier character, and I think that considering I've got some huge people on this list, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying that she's a biggin, but she definitely would deserve here.
Look,
Him.
cool.
I can't doubt it because I have someone very similar to her later on the list. Which to me, it's just like, out of the Supernova, she stands at either close to the very top or close to the very bottom, based on how useful she's going to be with her one-shot abilities. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And narratively, Oda doesn't give her fights because anyone that she fights would be stuck in a permanent state of all or nothing. So I can understand where you come from with that. Brekkie, come on, 48. Who's your number 48?
That is where Cracker is.
You disgust me, sir.
No way, Daniel.
I need to see who you claim to be above these people.
Okay, here's the thing. I mean, Ato's third division isn't on this list. And I mean, like, Blackbeard and Shanks's crew just seem higher quality. So realistically, like, this is a third division commander has made it on the list. So he's pretty. I think he's in a pretty good spot.
I'm not going to judge until I see who you've got above him.
Yeah, I'll do the same. I mean, no, actually, that's real. That's a lie. I am judging you, but I will withhold further judgment.
I mean,
he's over Dofi. I think me and
that's so wrong, though.
I think me and Jade have had a convo before about like whether or not Dofi can beat Cracker, and I think I was on Dofi's side, and I think I've come around on it now, and I put Cracker above Dofi.
Man, I would just say Cracker decimates Dofi at this point. Ooh. Alright, hang on 1 second, I've got to go open a door. My number 48, this is a super red hot one, right? Over Ichiji and Reiju, I have Moria. I have Moria here. I'll go into it into detail, but essentially the reason I have Moria here is because he was keeping up pace with Gear 2. On top of keeping up pace with Gear 2, he was splitting islands in half, right? And although he gets low diffed by people like Jinbei, he was able to completely automatically defend himself by swapping body parts of his out with his shadows.
I feel like it's only going to get worse.
Good, yeah. I was a little bit. Good, yeah. I was a little bit worried when Jade said he was going to sidebar a lot of characters because I was immediately thinking, oh, cool. So my bottom of the list is going to be like second division commander, and yours are going to be like below third, you know, because you've sidebarred so many. So I was a bit worried about that. So that's what I mean is like my like Dofi and NL and stuff seem really low, but I feel like I'll have a lot of people. I mean, maybe some hot takes, but I'll have a lot of people that I'm like, I could argue this person's first division level, you know.
Okay.
And you might not have even thought to put them on a list or something like that.
We are back now. I've dropped the quality. We are unfortunately slightly under proper 1080p at 60 frames per second. I apologize for that. Unfortunately, I'm not a god. I cannot control the internet. But we still should retain some reasonable quality regardless. Sorry to cut you guys off there.
Well, good. Let's go. Next one.
Right.
Okay. Glitter, you're 47.
I I was actually going to say my 45, 46, and 47 together. Only
Alright, I'm
because
cool with
I found them so condensed that it's the equivalency really to me. And I felt like it would take up less time for me to justify if I just said those three together.
Mhm.
So at 47 I have Ichiji, at 46 I have Denjiro, and at 45 I have Reiju.
Hey, is there a reason for the Denjiro separation?
I think just stuff that's happening in Wano specifically that I think that they're just in terms of matchup. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's not necessarily that I don't think that Ichiji's stronger. I think sometimes characters just maybe get a match up with somebody that's a bit rough. But that's why Reiju's above. Because as we were discussing previously, I feel like Poison's one of those things in this verse that bar salt water is a really hard thing to combat, really.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that. Poison. Not many people have counters to poison, but the problem is, where do we draw the line for it? Because it's like, are they really that strong if the only way they win is by killing themselves to poison the other person?
Well, one thing that I was thinking is like with poison, it's like you're gonna die, but we're still fighting. Sure, you'll die in a couple hours or whatever, but like it's different to having a laser blow a limb off. I mean, like I said, like I think they're pretty interchangeable. So
yeah, which is kind of why I've just smacked them all together like a little bit of sandwich.
yeah.
I don't think the difference is massive. I'm not saying like, oh yeah, between this, I'm gonna put Denjiro just smack middle of Reiju and Ichiji because there's a huge gap. I'm like, not really.
Yeah, right.
They're just around each other, and I couldn't. I think Reiju's over Ichiji, and then I had a problem with Dendro, and then I was just like, look, as long as I put Reiju first, I feel like the other two are interchangeable.
What I will say is, because Dendro is really hard to power scale for me, right? Because before Zoro had Enma, Zoro was having a real hard time fighting him, right? But then I reread that fight last night, right? And, you know, Denjiro's not breaking a sweat, just looking at him, casually parrying him. Zoro's there going, I can't get past him, sort of thing, right? But then you take him to the order of events, and it's like, no shit, Zoro would be struggling there. Like, he just had his arm stabbed through by Killer and was out cold of blood loss. You know what I mean? Like, if he wasn't struggling there, I'd be like, there's no repercussions for injuries in this series at all.
Yeah, right.
So it's hard, because, like, Denjiro injured Kaido. That's an impressive feat. But, like, as we've been discussing recently, it's like, well, that's based on a specific technique. It's not necessarily a pure indicator of strength.
And that's how I felt. And I was like, I really think that the Vinsmoke Kitties deserve to be on my list. But you also have to consider, I guess, what's happening in Wano as well at the moment. And I was like, look, in order to have that on the list, I don't think Denjiro is any higher. But I don't think those Vinsmoke Kitties are. So I had to put them roughly around the same spot.
Yeah.
So.
I kind of agree with what you were saying, Kuma. I think that actually brings up a pretty good point. Because when Judge was making the kitties, he specifically didn't want them to have emotions because it makes them like less efficient killers, right? Having no emotions make you a really efficient killer. And so even if like having emotions allows you to, like, let's say in Sanji's case, we might think like, oh, it lets him like strive to be better and like get haki or something, you know? That's why he has good haki and they don't, or something like that. But in this case, I mean, we've all been saying that they're pretty interchangeable, right? So I don't think Reiju has Haki unless Ichiji does as well. Like, I think if one has it, they both have it. And so in that case, maybe attitude could make a difference there, where Ichiji will just kill you. Whereas Reiju will, like, as she's killing you, will be like, oh, that's a lot of blood. That's pretty gross.
We do have to specify here that Reiju, though, is the only one of the Germa with the devil fruit. And Reiju wasn't born with altercations. All her altercations came after birth, whereas the others were
Yeah.
made genetically like that prior. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So you could say, yeah, Ichiji beats her out because he was genetically made later to be a little bit better, which I would not deny is potentially in the betrayal. But at the same point in time, Reiju...
Does seem like they're pretty similar.
Out of the Twin Smokes, it definitely seems like they're near well identical. And so I think it just comes down to whose ability do you think is more useful in more situations if they're identical in every other stat.
And then
Yeah,
that's me with the poison. But I also think she has better mental fortitude than her siblings. And I say that because
I mean, she's got the potential to get Haki. The only thing that she was implanted with was the inability to disobey Judge. Other than that, she's got full range of emotion.
But saying that, but she basically has fought her program, which is where I'm coming back from. I think Kumar has hit it on the head with what I'm trying to say about attitude, because technically she did by saving Sanji, by participating in his escape. That's opposite of her objective. Like, she couldn't help him the full way, and she couldn't go with him or anything like that. But the fact that she was able to do what she did, and basically Game of Thrones did, in terms of playing the game, because she's both in the game and also doesn't want to be, and I think that just mental stature runs laps around her brothers. They're basically just meathead jocks, but I think that's why I give her the edge, personally.
I get that. Okay. Eggs for Brekkie, you're 47.
Above Cracker,
Yep.
I have Killer.
Killer. Ooh, very interesting. I think you're gonna find this really. I'm not gonna say that Killer's
You're gonna find
low
this a
there.
wacky list.
You're going to be really gobsmacked by my next pick. I originally had this person and another person because I was weighing up who it would be because I couldn't justify it one way or another. But re-looking at the list and noting and preface, like, I'm having the preface here that, remember, there's no one that's passed away in the series that's on our lists. It's all current. You know what I mean? I have the one only White Chase Smoker.
Whoa, that is wacky.
The reason I have this
So low.
is... the reason I have Smoker here...
Me sweating.
The reason I have Smoker on my list at all, I should say... He's a Logia with Haki. He's been shown to be pretty versatile. He may have gotten absolutely low diffed by Doflamingo, and he may have been absolutely... I can't say he was absolutely. He was letting Virgo hit him because he was trying to repay a debt to Law. So Smoker relative to Virgo, you can't really pick one way or the other. You can make the argument that Virgo was kicking his ass left, right, and center. Or you could turn around and say Smoker was specifically not fighting properly, which Virgo specifically says is like, this isn't how you normally fight. The reason for that is because he was trying to repay a debt to Law, because no different to Luffy, Smoker is one of those people that it's like, when he feels indebted, he likes to repay that debt. But once he's repaid that debt, it's back onto even playing field. You know what I mean? Like, in the fight of Smoker versus Virgo, if you go back and reread it, they were going blow for blow, and they were pretty equal. Smoker was pretty shocked when Virgo went full body, yeah? But, like, realistically, all Smoker was doing, and Virgo even comments on it, that Smoker was making his body expand and go around Virgo, which made him an easier target, and Virgo said, you don't normally fight like this. Why are you doing this? You're just making me kick your ass. And it was all a ploy for Smoker to pickpocket him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All that says to me is he cared. Like, it was easier for him, arguably. Or I shouldn't say easier because that's a bad choice of words there. But like, his mindset was, I'll pickpocket this guy and repay my debt over beating him or being beaten by him. You know what I mean? It's like, if Smoker was genuinely 100% like, there's no chance I can beat him, I'll die here. Do you really think he would have wasted his time pickpocketing him? And if he was going to just die from Virgo, and he's like, oh, my whole smart plan is to pickpocket him, why did he act so casually about it after the Law, where he was just like, all I was doing was repaying a debt? It would be, I needed you to save my life here. You know what I mean?
I mean, I think, like, I just think Smoker's just taken tons of L's, and I think like the fact that you have to, I get what you mean with like he wasn't like going full bore against Virgo, but like the fact that you have to argue that he's equal to or stronger than Virgo, and in my mind, Virgo is not even anywhere near this list.
I mean, to me,
He's like,
at this point in
he's already
time,
just not qualified.
at this point in time, Virgo is beating the Vinsmoke siblings in my mind from what we've seen.
Well, that's another thing that I was going to say is like they don't have devil fruits. We don't think that like I assume that they don't cop it from his staff thingy.
They would take damage from it. Like, you got to remember, Virgo was cracking Sanji's leg.
Yeah, but this is just like,
and Smoker was taking those
Virgo...
same hits repeatedly, all over the body. You know what I mean? So, like, arguably, Smoker at that point has better durability than Sanji does before Whole Cake Island and his power up. You know what I mean? And since Sanji was, and you know, I'm not putting, you know, Yonji on my list here. Obviously, didn't even put Niji on my list here. But it's like, if Smoker's taking repeated hits from someone that was overpowering Sanji, and Sanji was overpowering people like Yonji, you know what I mean? And Smoker has a lot more versatility, and Reiju and Ichiji and the Vinsmokes don't have Haki, so they can't really hurt a Logia. I think it's fair. And you got to remember, against other Devil Fruit users, he's got his Sea Stone Jite that is hella effective. You know what I mean?
I mean, here's the thing. Like, Smoker spread himself out, and yeah, he was getting hit, but he was getting hit. It's like a giant cloud in, like, this big spread area. And then the thing is that, like I was saying, like, Virgo isn't anywhere close to this list in my mind. I think the siblings could take out Virgo pretty easily.
I don't. I honestly don't. Virgo, like, having gone, like, when going through and looking at Virgo and what Virgo's capable of, I remember when we were going through Whole Cake week to week and people were asking, was Virgo the prototype genetically for what all the Vinsmokes were based off? Because one, he looks like the Germa clones, and two, because when Sanji kicks him, he literally, like, says, what the hell, your body's made of steel, that's so weird. But it's just him just naturally being an absolute weapon. You know what I mean? Not to mention, he has better Haki control than a lot of... Ooh, sorry, I'm talking about Virgo there. Like, I'm not hyping up Virgo. I should be hyping up Smoker. But, like, Virgo there has a hell of a lot better Haki control than a lot of people have seen in the series so far. He was able to make a piece of bamboo inflate in the middle because he pinched either side with Haki and still had Haki in the middle, but had it a little bit weaker to make giant cannons out of a bamboo stick. You know what I mean?
Okay, my question is Virgo on this list?
No, because he's dead.
He's not dead.
Yeah.
Or chopped him up into little pieces.
And then the island blew up and he died. They destroyed Punk Hazard.
His official status is deceased. Can I ask you a question? Have you thought for all these years that he's alive?
Well, I figured. I guess I didn't remember that the island blew up. I figured they just kind of left him there, and somebody would come along and pick him up.
The whole
They've just wrecked Daniel's day.
The whole point was the factory was blowing up, and they just left him there for everything to blow up. And then after the facility blows up and that, they go back in to save all the Brownbeard allies and that from the smoke. Virgo and Monet died.
That was the thing, is that Brownbeard and that survived.
What?
I knew Monet died. Yeah, fair enough.
Because he was in the sad room, and the sad room ends up blowing up from memory.
Okay, but if Virgo was alive, would you put him on the list?
Yeah. I'd put him right over Reiju, Ichiji, and Moria, and Smoker.
So I'm assuming you've got the other vice admirals on this list as well.
So okay,
because Virgo is absolutely not the strongest of them.
I put Smoker here because, and this is what I was saying before, right? I had Smoker tossing up between another person. I had Smoker teetering up with Momonga, but I went back through the story, and in all honesty, I, like, any feat that Momonga has, other people have, but overall Smoker seemed better than Momonga, from what we've physically seen betrayal-wise. So I was teetering between Smoker and Momonga for 47 here. You know what I mean?
Okay, but I mean, like, you can put... So, for example, like, Smoker isn't a Vice Admiral. And you've got Momonga...
Smoker's a Vice Admiral.
Tier Vice Admiral. The time?
Yeah.
At that
Yep.
time?
Yeah.
Was he? I thought he was a Rear Admiral Captain dude.
No, he's Vice Admiral Smoker, all post time skip.
Okay.
And see, the problem is, right, like I was saying before, the Vice Admiral range is really strong, and they're, like, comparable. Because you got to remember, Drake is a Rear Admiral, and at Rear Admiral got the rank of the bottom of the Topiropo, right? Who's Who essentially is just a top-tier Vice Admiral, arguably, right? And he sits at the very top of the Topiropo. So that range there sort of is littered with the Vice Admiral range for me. And the thing is, going through and going, which Vice Admiral is going to be the, like, what are the Vice Admirals that are going to be the strongest of this generation outside of Garp, since he's, you know, retiring, sort of thing? And who am I going to champion for the forefront of those positions? You know what I mean? I've got other people, because I'll spoil it. I've got Momoshagi and Chatten on the list, but because we haven't seen anything from them, I didn't give them an official spot. I put them as a placeholder because I was like, look, I don't want to waste a spot on that. You know what I mean? I'd rather give someone like Smoker a bit of credit than I would give them the credit and put him off the list completely. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I'd accept it if you were saying that like Smoker is like the representative of like the strongest of the Vice Admirals, in the sense that we would do like Lucci as like the strongest of the CB0 as like a representative.
Yeah, that's pretty much around what I did.
But okay, so would you say? Okay, yeah, sure, I'll accept that.
All right, there's a little bit of a caveat for that, but it's honestly within the next 2 spots anyway, so it doesn't matter. All right. What is your 46? 46.
Above Killer, I have Reiju.
So you think Reiju's stronger than Killer? In more situations, like, because
I think I rate the siblings way higher than you two do.
I
think Reiju, and then the next one is Ichiji.
I'll put Ichiji there.
I think it's only strange to me because the only reason I say that's strange to me is because you put Cracker so low, but the Vinsmoke siblings were struggling against like Big Mum's crew. So I guess I'm confused in the sense that, do you think that Whole Cake Luffy is easily beating the Vinsmoke kids or not, because he struggled against Cracker? So that would be putting the Vinsmoke kids at the time of a Whole Cake above Luffy.
That is a good point. That is a great point.
Yeah, so essentially the way that I think about it is like Ichiji, obviously he lost hard, but he got apprehended by Katakuri. I think Ichiji and Reiju as like the top tiers are above like a 3rd division command.
Okay, let me play semantics and ask this then, right? Ichiji so the Vinsmokes clash, right? You have Ichiji managed to hit an off-guard Perospero. Reiju hit an off-guard Smoothie. Niji hit an off-guard Oven. And Yonji hit an off-guard Daifuku, right? Then, when we go back to them being on guard, they're fighting equal or lesser than those same characters. Until later on again, right at the end of the arc, where we get Ichiji get another off-guard hit in, hitting Oven in the back. So, I can see where you're coming from, because they had good betrayal, right? But when they were fighting these people equally, they weren't necessarily beating them. Like, it required
snake attacks.
It required all 3 Germa siblings to break through Perispero's candy. And are you gonna put I doubt you got Perispero on the list or higher than Ichiji Reiju. Yeah. So, like, and look, I can understand that maybe it's like I can see it's like, well, breaking the candy might not be the most important thing in that combat. That's fine. But it's like, I get where you're coming from. They're around that level, right? But then Katakuri, one shot, took out Ichiji. Held this man by the throat like he was nothing.
Pause.
Smoothie and Cracker have to be able to fight with that same person for a little bit of time.
What?
I mean, a 2nd and 3rd commander have to be able to clash against the 1st commander. They don't have to last long, but they've got to clash.
Well above the rest of them.
You think it's that significant?
I think Katakuri would absolutely dominate Cracker and Ichiji and Reiju. Everyone that I have so far put on the list.
My opinion is that Katakuri basically exists because he keeps Big Mum in line if she were to ever go psycho. I don't know how I feel if, like, I don't think he's like her level. I should preface by saying that. But I think basically Katakuri is the walking, talking defense system of Whole Cake. But in saying that, I don't think he's leagues above. If I have a look at my,
Yeah, see, I'm agreeing with Kuma here.
Yeah, maybe up.
I'm agreeing with Kuma here that if it wasn't for the Nami-Luffy duo, where Nami had mad direct counter to Cracker and mad versatility, plus they had the entire forest, so they had an entire organization versus one guy, and they weren't able to beat him for 8 hours. Cracker, if it wasn't for those situations, Cracker was 100% outlasting and beating Luffy. Are you feeling like Ichiji or Reiju's beating Luffy in that situation?
Whole Cake.
I agree that Luffy was weaker than Cracker. Ichiji and Reiju, they fight different than Cracker does. I don't necessarily know if I see them as an individual taking out Cracker himself. I think overall, as like fighters, they are stronger.
Look, I'll wait until I see more of your list, but I can respect that because I have people that I think that they can beat, because I think the people that they can beat are overall better than other people. You know what I mean?
No, I'm pretty solid with that, Daniel.
Alright. Well, I might as well catch up with you guys. My 46 is a red hot take. Post-time skip Crocodile. The reason I have him here is because if I was... And I have to preface here. I'm not talking about pre-time skip Crocodile. Okay? I'm going based off the fact that Oda said he regrets introducing Crocodile so early. The fact that he keeps teasing that Crocodile's got a new bounty and has had a power-up in the time skip, and that the Crocodile is still active in the new world, meaning he's roaming with this generation of supernovas, but hasn't fallen in line with a Yonko. You know what I mean? To me, all he's done is just go, I screwed up having Crocodile a little too early. I'm going to bring him back to be comparable, and I'm saving him until later to be a bit more relevant. But at the same point in time, I'm not going to give him any more credit than this. I'm not going to say Crocodile is stronger than any commanders, any top 3 commanders, right? But I feel like Crocodile is now like, as even with what we saw at Marineford, he's tangling with some of these people, but he's not beating them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree with your logic, but I thought about Crocodile and I intentionally left him off the list because it was a similar thing with like NL. It's just annoying. Like, to me, if Crocodile comes back and he's, like, well above 3rd Division Commander or whatever, I know that you haven't put any, like, Cracker in yet, but, like, if it was in my list, for example. To me, it's annoying because it's, like, Luffy beat him pre-time skip.
Pre-gears.
Just because he accidentally got blood on his fist. It's so... Yeah, so to me, it's, like, it's gonna feel... It feels really bad. Like, it feels like a retcon. Like, a huge retcon. So... I want to completely deny that he's strong until he comes in and he is strong, and then be mad at it.
I completely understand how you feel with that, but what I'll counter is Crocodile has a mad counter against a lot of people and a lot of people's abilities just being able to turn people's things to sand. Right? Like, and arguably, Crocodile can turn things to sand that are made by devil fruits as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like, I get that his strength is... I mean, he's basically like anti-smoothie.
Plus...
Right? Instead of smoothing everything, he dries
everything. Plus, he's got the poison hook for when he's weak.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like, I see him... And I kept it consistent, right? I put him over Smoker. Because, to me, pre-time skip, he was just depicted to be over Smoker. You know? He was more maniacal, more evil, had that menacing factor, right? The fact that Smoker leveled up the way he has, and the fact that we're being told and hinted that Crocodile's leveling up the way he is, you know what I mean? I just kept them in that exact same spot pre-time skip, and I've just upscaled them with a bit of power creep, but not enough to be a meaningful threat to anyone of super significance at this point in the story.
Yeah, like, look, like, when they were at Marineford, when Oda essentially brought him back, him and Dofi were seemingly like not toe-to-toe, but like kind of toe-to-toe. So to be honest, like, I'm perfectly fine with
Croc was unreasonable at Marineford. You guys forget. Yeah. Croc comes in, goes running straight for Whitebeard, right? Then after Whitebeard, he goes running straight for Mihawk. Then after Mihawk, he goes clashing with Doflamingo. Then after Doflamingo, he's throwing hands with Jozu. You know
He's
what
like
I mean?
a kid that's
Then-
been on detention and he like gets out and 5 seconds later he's like, let's go!
Then after Jozu, he pisses off Sengoku by killing the 2 guards standing next to him, saving Ace, and then is seen fighting Akainu. You know what I mean? Obviously, he's not as strong as any of these people, and I'm not gonna like.
He was just
dude,
ready to go.
Crocodile suffers from the success that the Vinsmokes do of hitting people off guard in the back. It's all circumstantial. It makes them look a lot better than they really are, but I do have to give the credit that he even landed a hit on any of those people in any capacity. You know what I mean? Okay. Above Crocodile, this one will be a bit interesting to you guys. I have Who's Who. But Who's Who is also paired with the caveat of Suru,
Sweating.
Momoshagi, and Chaton.
I'm sweating.
Right? So, I have a big reason for this, right? My big reason for this is he's just got significantly better showcasing than a lot of other people. You know what I mean? But,
So big him up, hype him up. What makes him so good?
okay. So, I mean, he's essentially compared to Rob Lucci in terms of potential. Obviously, his potential didn't live up to it. The only L we have known him to take in the series so far is from Jinbei, and Jinbei has been relatively fighting second division commander people since his introduction into the story, if not higher. I mean, we're talking about a guy here in Jinbei that was able to injure Big Mum, who was able to take multiple hits from Akainu and survive, who was doing all sorts of wild stuff. Jinbei is a lot higher than 4th commander level, right? And the fact that he's fighting who's a 4th commander level there, it's like having someone that's just under a 1st commander beating the shit out of someone 4 years under them in school. Of course it's going to be a whop, right? But who's here, and also paired with Suru, Momoshagi, and Chaton, right? Because that, and this is what I was talking about before. This is where I put the Vice Admiral sort of like, I can't put them any lower than this, the top of the Vice Admiral range. You know what I mean? Specifically, it's like, it's hard because we can't give any of these other Vice Admirals any feats over Who's Who. Who's Who is a 6 paths expert as far as we're aware, right? And we see how deadly it is and how much of a jump it gives to these organizations. The only thing I'll say is Momoshagi and Chaton were Admiral candidates, but they lost out to Fujitora and Greenbull. To me, it's like, you can't put them any less than having those same abilities as Who's Who, but we can't put them on the same level as an Admiral or a Yonko, right? So it's like, I won't bother placing them anywhere else on this list. As for Suru, in her Vivre card, it specifically stated that she was made famous with Garp and Sengoku, having fought Roger and Whitebeard multiple times, building up the legend of the 3 Marines that went against so many legendary figures. She's also hinted to be a member, or she's also hinted to be the strongest Vice Admiral other than Garp, right? In the Vivre card. Not to mention she has a one-shot ability with her washing ability. That same one-shot ability and that same character had a Prime Doflamingo running from her going, I don't want that smoke, right? Not to mention she's supposed to be an armament and... So, in the Vivre cards, they say whether or not people have armament haki or observation haki, and that's one thing. But they say she is a competent avid user of armament and observation. To me, the fact that they're putting any extra oomph on that, right, is just elevating her and her haki, right? But the problem is, I can't elevate her any further up, and I think the most reasonable thing for me to do is put her on par with Who's who arguably has the same sort of feats, not the same legend, but the same sort of on-screen feats that were being told, and I'm lowballing these people and putting them on par with that. It's a bit of a lazy bitch move there on my part. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not gonna lie. I had Suru. I actually have Suru on my list, and originally thinking of that whole thing, I put it really, really high. And then I was like, oh, but I just can't see her being that person, and just dragged her and just lower and lower and lower. And eventually, I got to the point where I just gave up, and I was like, she's just gonna
Yep.
stay there
So
because I just don't know where to put her.
so
And honestly, that's kind of just an empty spot on my list at this point. I'm gonna say where she is, but I don't really believe in it that hard.
see, I agree with you there, right? But it's like to me, Who's Who is a perfect example of what the top of the Vice Admiral range should be. Rokushiki and Haki. You know what I mean? So, to me, there wasn't a more prime place to put, especially since Suru is supposed to be the top of the Vice Admiral range other than Garp. To me, that's like, if she's supposed to be the top and we're being told and hinted that she's the top, even if it's not in the main story but from external data, I can't put her anywhere different to the 2 Vice Admirals that were going to be picked for Admiral level, right? And then I can't put them anywhere less than Who's Who, and I can't put them anywhere above Who's Who because we don't have any feats to justify that. You know what I mean? So it's like, Who's Who works as like a double-edged sword here in a way where it's like, I think he's over everyone else that I've said on my list so far, but I also don't necessarily... he's not there just because of him. You know what I mean? It's almost like a placeholder in a way.
I can respect that.
Kuma said Who's Who also revolutionized the way that we looked at the 6 powers. Tsuru is really underrated. Woman's got a history of dealing with Garpin's and Goku's antics. That's got to command a lot of respect. I mean, we have to take into consideration, right? When we're told about like Garp and Tsuru and Sengoku going out and fighting people like Roger and Whitebeard, right? We all just immediately discredit Tsuru from ever fighting Roger and Whitebeard. I don't know if we should or shouldn't. Alright, I'm not going to comment on that. But if we discredit her from fighting directly one of those people, that means she's going up against people like Marco and Rayleigh in the past. You know what I mean? The fact that they specifically say it's these 3 people repeatedly fighting them. And it's like, I'm not going to say that Suru's over Rayleigh or comparable with Rayleigh, but it's like, if she's got that portrayal, to me it's just like, I mean, shit. Like, the woman's got a rap sheet. I don't know how good her acting is, but man, she's got good contacts.
She's been in some movies. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, realistically, like, yeah, if she's not fighting them, then who is she fighting? Like, middle-aged Big Mom, Odin, Rayleigh, Scopper, like, all of these people would be in, like, an insane feat. So, like, if she's in any way notable, she's probably fighting someone that's, like, at a really, really high level. So, yeah.
Also,
it's definitely worth the stuff.
I have a point that's going to boost her a lot, and this point a hell of a lot later on, but I'm saving that for the Sengoku, Garp, and Rayleigh conversation. Okay?
Yeah, I'm in trouble there.
Glitter, you're 44.
Smoker.
Ooh, little higher than me. I mean, I'm not going to say that he's not beating everyone else that you got on the list. So, it depends on who you got above him. You know what I mean? If you've left people out, I should say.
Yeah.
Egg for Brekkie, if you got no comments, who's your 44?
What am I up to? Who was the last one I said? Gigi? Next is Queen.
Queen. Ooh.
Yeah, like I was saying,
Really low.
pretty much no more third divisions.
Okay. I mean, 44 is low, but
Here's the thing. People said that Queen had. People that I've been hearing lately have been saying that Queen had like a really cool showing once he started bringing out all these new techniques. To me, every time he brought out those new techniques, they were like less than what he was already doing. Like, to me, his laser shots and just his like normal physical strength is the best that he's shown. The lightning and stuff. I mean, the invisibility is like cool, but the fact that Sanji kind of knew that he was there. I mean, he's a giant dinosaur who goes invisible. You can hear where he is.
I mean, look.
So, like, to me, like Queen just didn't impress me as much as I feel like he impressed everyone else. And all I imagine is, like, as long as you can hurt the dinosaur. I mean, his Haki feats were just, like, every now and then he would Haki up an armored punch, but he wasn't consistently using Haki that we saw. So to me, it's like, as long as you can run at him and then dodge the lasers as you get to him and then hit him hard enough, you're probably going to be able to beat him.
You must have quite the list.
I don't have...
Here's the thing. If either Queen is, like, pretty trash or Sanji is, like, crazy good, because Sanji straight up low-diffed him when he got the enhancements.
I think it's a bit of both, isn't it?
The enhancements.
Yeah, I think it's an unholy.
And before he got the enhancements, he was kind of toe-to-toe.
I mean, he.
I don't know.
It's hard, right?
Queen
Because
disappointed me.
I mean, okay, if we're saying this, right, we know that there's a bit of power creep each arc, and it depends on how much you want to give people credit for each arc's a little bit of power
Yeah.
creep, right? But Sanji, before the raid suit, and the whole point of it was like, until he started getting those genetic altercations, right? You could argue that even with his power creep, it was all minimal and it didn't really change him, right? So, in that aspect, and I mean, like, I know he clashed with Doflamingo, he took on Oven, Daifuku, he was smacking all kinds of people about, clashed with Big Mom, clashed with Drake, he hit a lot of people, he got a lot of hits in, right? But, right, I could see the same argument that the Sanji that was fighting Queen before Queen started doing that stuff and before Sanji powered up is the same Sanji with his breaking his leg against Virgo.
Yeah.
And so that
I
does
don't
hurt
necessarily
Queen's betrayal
believe
a bit.
that's true, but it definitely is. Definitely is arguable. Yeah.
I mean,
to
look,
assert Queen.
I don't think it's true, but what I'm saying is, I know there's power creep there where Sanji was getting stronger, but there's argument to say how much. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, it's the same thing with Zoro, right? Like, he didn't go from like barely cutting Picker to then fighting King, and like it's only because he had that Enma power up. It's like he was a little bit stronger before that anyway. But yeah, it's really hard to tell.
What I will say is the benchmark for Queen being impressive was Jack, which meant anything he did was impressive. Right?
Yeah.
Then on top of that,
That's true.
you are right. Him
Also.
whipping out the techniques didn't seem like the best of his stuff. Right? Like what he was doing prior to that with his claws and stuff like that seemed more like how Queen would normally fight, right? But if we're talking about his abilities, I wouldn't say they're lesser than the Vinsmokes. I'd say they're identical to the Vinsmokes.
No, I don't mean they're less than the Vinsmokes. I mean, like the lightning and all that he showed wasn't any more impressive than the lasers that he was already shooting.
Yeah,
To me,
but
like,
I mean,
at the end in that last 1 or 2 chapters, in my mind, he didn't get any stronger. Like I didn't start.
I agree.
He was just like, I can do more versatile stuff.
I
Like,
agree
shooting
with
lightning
that.
At you is just a weaker version of shooting lasers at you.
I agree with that, but like there is the ability there of versatility which comes into handy. Like if you had someone that's immune to lasers but susceptible to electricity, that's when that becomes impressive. Never comes up,
Yeah.
but it's impressive. But it's like no different to the German kids though, because it's like Ichiji's element is significantly better than Niji's and Yonji's. I mean, Yonji's such a dud that they literally were like, we're gonna take some limbs off and turn him into cybernetics because you are shit, boy. You are Sanji 2.0. If we didn't have Sanji that had nothing, you were going to get your ass kicked by all of us. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So look.
Seemingly his strongest attack was crushing somebody with his tail, which seemingly had no haki. It was just like, I'm a dinosaur and I have a strong tail.
Chat,
his
you may
snake
want to
body,
correct
I
me
guess.
here. I was originally going to prep some panels for this. There is a possibility, though, that he was keeping up with Gear 2 Luffy, though, in Udon. I can't remember if it was a normal... pistol, or if it was a Gear 2 pistol, when Luffy had the collar on. So when he got his sea sewn cuffs off, when they brought Kid and Killer in, I'm pretty sure Luffy does like a Gear 2 punch at Queen, and Queen just swats it away with his hand. No haki. So there is some impressive stuff like that with Queen, where it's just like he didn't necessarily need to showcase haki as much because his natural body was a lot better than a lot of other people's. You know what I mean? Like his physical strength overwhelmed a lot of other people's abilities. But even then, it's like a lot of the people on this list have a really good haki, so it's sort of like, and how many people is Queen gonna turn into a giant poop and strangle? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it catches people off guard, but it's like, it was a normal pistol, Kuma? Alright, cheers for that.
I didn't little joke in the comment section is making me have a bit of a giggle. I had to mute my mic because I was having a bit of a giggle there. How he passed the copyright. I was having a bit of a giggle. I had to mute myself.
Wait, where's the copyright?
Kuma said, I'm impressed with how Queen got past the move copyright by adding his first name instead of the German moves.
Yeah.
I was having a little bit of a giggle.
I like that. That's how we beat Shueisha, guys. That's how we beat Shonen Jump. All right, my number 44.
On the topic of what were we talking about? The having different abilities, versatility. I feel like versatility is really cool but if you don't have a certain level of strength that allows you to beat the opponent above you, it's not going to get you higher on the list.
I
Just
don't
rules,
disagree.
right? So if I'm arguing, oh, this person versus Gear 2 Luffy, them having shave, it's like cool, you can dash around, but Gear 2 Luffy's already he's already seen quicker than that. So I'm not really giving you that much props from it. If Queen though could shave, that would be nice.
I don't disagree with that, but wasn't Queen still keeping up with Sanji at times until Sanji went Ifrit Jumbe and vanished?
Yes.
That's same Sanji.
I mean,
Sanji caught him off guard a few
fight
times,
was-
but I'm pretty sure there was a few times there where Queen was keeping up with him relatively. And you got to remember that's the same Sanji that moved so fast that he moved 50 meters, kicked Oven in the throat, grabbed Chiffon, and then sprinted 50 meters back before a millisecond passed. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so fight was essentially after Sanji got his upgrades, he belted the crap out of Queen a little bit. Then Queen had that big dialogue where he's like, "I've got all these different powers," and then he used all the different powers on Sanji. So that would have been him seeming like he was doing well against Sanji because he was just kind of using the powers. But then as soon as he'd go through that dialogue tree of I've got this power and this power.
I'm talking about before that, because wasn't there a period there where what had happened was Sanji comes in, kicks him, spins his head around, then Queen starts getting the claws out and starts beating Sanji down, hitting him with Sanji's dodging with lasers and that. Sanji then kicks the arm off, which did a hell of a lot of damage. But that might have been a bit later. But wasn't there a few times where Queen was getting the upper hand on Sanji and knocking him through walls and stuff like that?
Yeah. From memory, it was more like Sanji basically just going, "What the hell is going on?"
And I would like to point out,
bullying him while he's
I would also like to point out Sanji's modifications had already happened before the raid. Sanji said when he put the raid suit on back in Udon in Act 2,
it was tingly,
is when he was feeling tingly, which meant the effects of the effects had already taken into account. He just didn't know it until he had every bone in his body crushed.
Well,
and then healed back.
I think it wasn't as much that they had fully taken into account. It's just that they were starting to, and then when he actually started running away, going, "What the hell is happening to me?" That's when they're fully kicked in.
Okay, I
think he did get a really power boost there, a really big power boost there.
I would say though, Sanji low diffed Queen. When he went powered up, he low diffed Queen, right? But I'd also like to point out, it's Queen sort of stopped to meme the entire time through this fight, right? There's a mad caveat with Queen where instead of fighting serious, he's going, "Let me show you how I'm better than you at everything that your family does." And Sanji's just "Leave me alone, dude. They're not even my fam. What the hell?" And then after that, Queen stops the fight to go beat up a defenseless woman twice. And that's what gets him his ass kicked. You know what I mean?
I would say that's actually a thing, because Sanji was running away, and then as he was running away, Queen somehow went invisible, outran Sanji, and then hit that woman who was in front of Sanji. Something like that. It was weird that it was almost like Queen ran. To be fair, Sanji wasn't full blown
shaving through,
he was just kind of jogging.
But
yeah,
but
still, that is pretty.
That is a big caveat there of a question mark for was it convenient? Because it's hard because Sanji already got his shit rocked by Black Maria before that too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, true.
So Sanji got his shit rocked, healed up, then Queen overwhelmed him a little bit. He healed up again, and then proceeded to shit kick Queen. Yeah. So I get what you mean. My 44. Honestly, looking at this now, after looking at something I looked at last night, I was meant to take this person off my list, but I forgot to, so they're just going to go there and they're going to be my black sheep for the day. I have Flower Sword Vista.
So, my next character above Queen is Flower Sword Vista.
So, I'm going to say something, and this is going to be a little, disrespectful, right? Rewatching Marineford, and obviously with what we know about Haki now, honestly, I don't play into Vista being as strong as I used to think at all. Rereading Marineford,
you think you're putting Vista low?
No, I think I'm putting him high.
Okay.
Because it's hard because I do see him beating a lot of other people beneath this, right? But at the same point in time, you probably don't remember this. Vista needed help to block a swing from one of the giants. You know that giant that tried to take a swing at Whitebeard and Whitebeard crushes his face?
Yep.
That same giant takes a swing at Vista, and Vista needs backup to block it. Right? And I know it's like a 2-second clash sort of thing, and you can take it however you want, but it's like that paired with the fact that his only fight was against Mihawk, and we know Mihawk is a lot better than Vista. Right? And Mihawk spent that entire fight looking the other direction, thinking about Straw Hat Luffy. Right? And then literally stops the fight and says, I think it's beneficial for both of us if we just do this later, Vista. Alright, I'm kind of not in the mood. You know what I mean? And then Mihawk just spent the rest of the time literally dicing up fodder instead of going after anyone important. But it's like, I used to look at that and be like, oh my god, this is so strong. He clashed with Mihawk. You know what I mean? But it's like, in terms of swordsmanship, right? We didn't see any advanced haki from him. And I know it was pre-time skip, but it's like, it wasn't hinted, right? It wasn't like there was a no sword touch and clash, right? So arguably, the only thing I can give him is regular armament haki and good swordsmanship abilities, right? But then, I've got to say, in terms of physical strength, he needed backup to block a giant. The giant's name was Ron's. So, look at the panel. It's right. It's him and another fodder, and they're like sitting there with the Carnivores struggling to hold back Ron's, who's just coming in with an undersweep axe cut. You know what I mean? When I saw that, I literally started, I like took a take two, and I was like, man, do we just hype Vista up because he's a 5th Division commander? Because I know I hype a lot of the Whitebeard Pirates up because I think they were probably the strongest crew pre-time skip. But at the same point in time, it's sort of like, he's good, but I was like, does he have any external super impressive feats? Like, we haven't seen a projectile sword slash from him. All we've seen from him is essentially what we saw from the Scabbards at this point. So I actually started weighing up whether or not I've got him too high on the list, and whether or not, like, I'm not saying that he's weak as a swordsman. I'm just saying, right? There's a huge jump between him and Mihawk, so Mihawk obviously wasn't going all out and trying too much. I mean, we saw Mihawk's casual slashes ripping holes through the entirety of Marineford. And he was not doing that against Vista. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then, not to mention, on top of that, it's like, we might just hype him up because he clashed against some strong people, but that's no different to what Crocodile was doing. And it was hype for the sake of hype in Marineford. So, maybe I'm crazy.
Yeah, you ready for my argument?
Alright, go for it. Go for it.
He was like,
I thought it was too quiet.
yeah.
I got Vista above Queen. So here's how we hype up Vista. I believe that his flower sword Vista, not just because his swords are named after flower, and this is just headcanon, I guess, but I think it's pretty accurate. His swords aren't just named after flowers. I think he has that like flower sword technique that Hyogoro has. I think Hyogoro is known as like a legend among the samurai there. And I think Prime Hyogoro was probably like stronger than the retainers. I think Vista is like basically that young, talented swordsman who took the flower sword technique and like mastered it and like made it even better. And that's the kind of swordsmanship that he uses. And I think that inherently gives him at least first level Rio. But I would actually even think that he probably has like that second level of Rio. My kind of theory around swordsmen is that because they respect their swords and like the will of the sword, they don't want to do that projectile Rio that we see like Whitebeard and Roger and stuff like that do. Because then their swords can't actually cut things. It's basically just treating your sword as a club. And I think that's like disrespectful to like the soul of the sword. So I think true swordsmen, when they actually fight another swordsman, are gonna only use Rio in the actual blade itself and actually clash blades. And I think that's what Vista and Mihawk were doing. I absolutely think that Mihawk is way above Vista, but I think it was enough that Mihawk was like, okay, I'm not really going to try too hard, but I do want to have some fun, so I'll fight the person who's essentially the strongest swordsman on this battlefield. and just like sort of have a fun little spar with him. Whereas I think like if Vista was too low tier, it wouldn't even be fun for Mihawk. Like he wouldn't even use his Black Blade. He would just be like, I'm gonna either just not fight you at all, or I'm gonna use my little dagger on you because you're not worth my Black Blade. Whereas I think the Black Blade was actually like, because thinking about like blades as having their own wills, Mihawk wouldn't use his Black Blade against someone who is too insignificant of an opponent because his blade itself would be like, what are you like? Why are you wasting me on this trash?
So, what?
And then so basically, I give him pretty solid Rio. But he's no current day Zoro, and he's definitely not Mihawk. But I'm thinking, in my mind, the Marco is like the current set, the current warlords at Greenford is Marco is first division, Jozu is second division, Vista is third division. That's how it like equivalates to other Yonko crews in my mind, because I think that the Whitebeard commanders are just a cut above the other commanders. So I think essentially Jozu is equivalent to a second, and Vista is equivalent to a third, but on the Whitebeard crew. And honestly, Queen has just had such a crappy showing in my mind that I just put Vista above.
Okay. All I'll say to that, because I won't take up too much time on it. The official translation is Vista of the Flower Swords. Right? That's his epithet, not Flower Sword Vista. Vista of the Flower Swords. And any flower related stuff that comes off his sword is anime only. Right?
So, I'm pretty sure I remember someone saying something to him about him having some kind of flower technique.
That is
a flower swordsmanship or something like that.
The only thing like that is the fact that he had flowers come off his sword when he attacked in the anime, but it's anime only.
I get that it's anime only, but so was the Hyogoro thingy, right?
What Hyogoro thingy?
Flowers going around him. When Hyogoro used Rio in the anime, there was like flower petals around him.
Yes, but you got to remember as well, pre-time skip, they weren't showing Haki, and in the manga, they were. I think in the manga they sort of like represent it very similar.
So you think he has a flower technique, Daniel? I'll just do a bit of a.
I don't necessarily know if he's like creating Haki flower petals and cutting people with them, but I think his swordsmanship is like called like the flower swordsmanship.
Yeah, it's called. It's official word that you're looking for is the only one that I can find that he's well known for is called the rose round.
The rose rondo.
Basically, yeah. Well, actually, the English is round, but it's an anime only technique where Vista jumps backwards, swings his sword, launching several red rose petals that fly towards the opponent. The effect of the rose petals remains unknown as the attack was blocked.
So
I just think that even if it isn't shown in the manga, it's shown in the anime with Vista, and I'm pretty sure it's shown in the anime with Hyogoro, and then also in like pretty much every game is all themed around these flower petals flying around him and treasure cruise and things.
I will say that I agree that I think Vista's around that third commander level. I don't doubt that at all. The difference being though, right? With him being around that third commander level, is I think Ace definitively was second, like the strongest second division commander. I think Jozu was arguably the strongest third commander. Vista, essentially in my mind, is around that third commander level, but I think that's just because he's over all the other fourth commanders by a significant margin. And I mean, arguably, you could even say the same thing for Izo in that situation. You know what I mean? So it's like
yeah, that was another thing I was going to bring up, is that like Izo is like 18th and he's still pretty good.
I mean, Izo's 16th division commander, but it's specifically stated that Whitebeard Pirates don't go in strength. It's randomized, and not to mention it's like it's hard, right? Because in data books they say Vista's of one of the highest caliber of swordsmen in the world. Or of the highest caliber of swordsmen in the world, right? But to me, Vista versus Mihawk could have one-shot him. It's no different to a Yonko one-shotting a commander. Except the difference is, I think it wouldn't happen on guard. I think that there's a preface there to say, like, any Yonko, any admiral can one-shot any commander if they're distracted or off guard for a moment. You know what I mean? Not necessarily.
But I think Vista is good enough to merit Mihawk using his Black Blade, which I don't think Mihawk would do unless he's fighting someone who is at a
I mean,
respectable caliber.
Mihawk was using that same Black Blade to fight against Fodder, fight against Crocodile, fight against Daz Bones in the war. He just had it out the whole time.
That's true. But I mean, when he was doing that, he was like annihilating everyone.
Yeah, but when he was doing that as well, he was specifically like, I just want to watch Luffy. Can you guys get out of my way?
That's true.
So I don't disagree with you. Like I said though, it's just like based on a few other little things that I saw, I don't give him as much credit as I used to in the past. That's not to say that he's still not ridiculously strong. I mean, we still have the whole X factor of not knowing how strong giants are and giants with Haki. Since we know Vice Admirals all have Haki, I mean, we've never seen a giant use Haki yet. But, I mean, look at Big Mom. You know what I mean? Look at Kaido. So it's like, maybe the Vice Admiral that he needed to block against is like a bit more physically imposing. Even if he has weaker Haki, it requires a bit more. Who knows? Who cares? I get what you mean. I'm not going to fault you. I mean, I've got Vista within one spot of you. You know what I mean? Glitter, who's your 43?
Who's who?
Who's who?
Same reasons.
Same reasons
I feel
as
like
well?
I'm not gonna spend a lot of time defending who I've got up until 40 because I don't want to take heaps of time.
Yep.
So unless like it's a red hot take, yeah, I've got
Okay.
who's who.
My red hot take sitting at 40.
Really good. I think a good point people need to think about with Husu is while his finger pistols wasn't blowing through Jinbei, his
Teeth
projectile
were.
attacks literally breaking through his heart that he blocked so much. Big Mom and all that.
Jinbei's a tank.
So yeah, I think his projectile fang attacks are crazy.
Yeah, I get that. My number 43 sitting just above Vista is I have the supersonic man himself, Mr. Three Crosshairs Van Auger. I mean, the reason I have Auger here is he's the 3rd Division commander of the Blackbeard Pirates. At this point in time, I think the Blackbeard Pirates are already going to be pretty damn strong. I mean, they got to be. And, I mean, look, I've got Auger here at the bottom of the 3rd commander range, right? But mind you, we're kind of... I'm not putting stock into it, but fans are kind of expecting the Blackbeard Pirates to beat Shanks' crew, which means Auger's about to beat Yasop, arguably. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's like, I don't think it's too much of a stretch to have him this high at this point in time. His feats, he was shooting birds over the horizon. Over the curvature of the earth, he's shooting birds. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not to mention the fact that when he shoots at that distance, which he can shoot at accuracy, right? People can't hear the bullets. People can't see the bullets. People can't sense the bullets like that, as far as we know. As far as we've seen. I know that it was just against the Straw Hats pre-time skip, right? But as a sniper, that is ridiculous. Not to mention how quick he is at shooting and accurate at it as well, considering we saw him release 3 rounds in under a second against Ace. And we know that he's got armament haki and observation haki. At this point in time, I'm like, I can't reasonably sleep on a 3rd commander like that. Especially one that's supposed to get so much more feats in the future of the story.
Yeah, I'm not arguing with it, but I disrespected Blackbeard's crew members super hard in this list. But
that's fair.
Yeah, I'm not mad about it.
Glitter, you're 42. You are mute if you were trying to talk to us.
No, I was just actually trying to find my list. I've got Jack.
Jack, ooh. Alright. I don't need to comment on that. That's not too unreasonable to me. What about you, Brecky? Who you got for 42?
Above Vista is Magellan.
Magellan.
Yeah. I fully get that his power is really hard to handle and that he had a really cool showing. In all honesty, I think he's one of those things where he's really strong in the prison because he can just stand at the top and just poison everybody. I think in like an open field or whatever as a normal combatant, he doesn't have any feats other than just his fruit. And although his fruit is crazy strong, it feels bad putting him above these people that like have shown that they're like so powerful and stuff. You know? So
I'll make any points I have on that later. Okay. My number 42, sitting above Van Auger, the Supersonic, is the man that can shoot an antenna off an ant and keep his little body alive across an island. I got Yasop. I got Mr. Dreadlocks. The only reason I have him above Auger at the moment is just personal preference and thoughts of Haki with Shanks' crew. Simple as that.
Happy with that.
Also, I should mention, my 42 to 39 are very interchangeable. Okay? So my next three are going to be pretty much interchangeable with Yasop here. Okay? Glitter, who you got above Jack at number 41?
Vista.
Ooh. Okay, the highest Vista we've seen so far, but we're all within 2 points of each other.
I did want to put him lower, and I should also preface while I'm here, between 41 and my 43 is Suru. I think I've got Momosagi. I should say, not Momo as in. Yeah, I put Momo on my list. And also Yasop. So my off cuffs are circulature around here as well.
Okay.
Who are people who I think kind of deserve, but probably not a full spot on the list.
I mean, you put Vista just above Jack, whereas I put him above Queen, so I think I'd still rate him a bit higher, so I can't complain about this placement.
Yeah.
That is reasonably relative. I don't disagree with it. Brecky, who you got above Magellan?
Mine's also Yasop.
Yasop? I think, despite semantics here, I think, based on what we're seeing in the list, Daniel's got Vista in between me and you, Glitter. So I think Vista sits around there. And in terms of Yasop, I mean, two of us have got Yasop at this 42, 41 range. So I think he's probably around that same range. You know what I mean? Just based off averages.
There's not much discrepancies, yeah.
I didn't put Van Auger on the list because I was, like I said, heavily disrespecting Blackbeard's crew.
No, I went to, and then
I mean,
I was going to, and then I took him off. In truth,
like I said, Auger's.
like, what do I actually know about this person?
Auger has currently the best sniper feat in the entire series, as far as we're aware. Not in potency, but in range of sniper ability, I should say. You know what I mean? He can shoot you over the horizon.
Yeah, but to be fair, he also has the longest range of all the top tier snipers.
Yep. Yep. I mean, Yasop's got a sniper too, my dude.
But he uses a pistol mostly, right?
No, he's a sniper.
When he was saying, he had like the little musket rifle.
Yeah, but that's his sniper.
That he can dismantle, yeah, but I mean.
All right.
Van Auger has like a triple sniper.
My 41, just above Auger and Yasop. Like I said, these lot are interchangeable. I have Jack the Drought. Probably the person that's got Jack the highest on the list at the moment. It is what it is. It's only one spot higher than you, Glitter. The only reason I have him above Yasop and Auger is because I don't know. I find it hard to gauge how damaging snipers are in One Piece, really. Because, I mean, the Kujo can put Haki on their arrows and it do mad damage. But it's like, Yasop and Auger are the best snipers in the
To be fair, the
series.
Kuja are a different breed.
I assume Yasop to be capable of what the Kuja do for sniping. But it's kind of like, okay, so you can hurt someone. Like, you essentially shoot a bullet that's got Haki on it and it pierces someone, right? But against, like, people like Jack and above that are, like, got heaps of health, what is that? Like, yeah, okay, you might do a lot of damage to them, but does it, like, how significant is it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Tell you what we should do next year. We should, or next time we do one of these, should make, like, a massive list of everyone that we can put on the thing and share that list so that none of us are, like, missing characters. And then that way, when we list it, like, for example, our number 30s are essentially like a
maybe
the same power.
Maybe we organize a big tier list sometime, and we do a stream where we discuss.
I've been wanting to do a Naruto one.
Maybe we do a few tier lists, like big scale tier lists, and discuss where we rank people overall.
Yeah. Because I feel like, for example, like your 41 is Jack, but like, if I put Jack as my 41, I would be putting him above Killer and Vista and all that, and
Yep.
I'd be putting him above Queen. So like the relative power levels are different. Whereas I feel like if we had a predetermined list of names and we just slotted them where we thought, then our my 30 should be at the 30 strength level.
I'm interested to see who I've potentially forgotten that you've got on your list, if that's the case. For you to have pushed Jack
It
off.
might just be that you have a lot more sidebars, and I've actually put him in.
From this point up, I think I've only got 4 sidebars.
Okay.
So, we'll see. Okay, my number 40, which ends off... Oh, okay. It doesn't end off this little bit. 39 ends off this little bit. But I'll give these two back to back, okay? My number 40 above Jack, I have Jesus Burgess, the champion. Above Jesus Burgess currently, and this sort of... I got a little bit of reasoning for this, but above Jesus Burgess, I have Ivankov, the number 2 of the Revs. The reason for this is Burgess sits in a class of his own of being so strong physically that he can do what a projectile sword slash does just with his raw punches. You know what I mean? Like, you know how Yamato and Kaido are doing like their arrow attacks with their mace that sends out that big projectile? That's essentially what Burgess is doing, just boxing and elbowing. You know what I mean? Maybe not as potent, fine. But like it's a ranged attack that he can do just boxing. You know what I mean? It's like a natural, better version of a Poo's fruit in that situation. You know what I mean? That against...
Think of it as like a lesser Elbaf spear.
Yeah, pretty much, right?
Far less,
and
still more rapid fire.
Considering Jack is slow, Burgess doing that to Jack, I see Jack getting taken out by it, because I see Burgess and Jack are relative in health. Maybe even a bit more in Burgess' favour there, considering Burgess took on an entire Colosseum and then proceeded to, after that, clash with Sabo multiple times before getting his entire body charred. And a lot of people may not like this, but I think the battle between Burgess and Sabo is an example of two people that were around like, 4th, 3rd commander range, battling over a fruit that would put them definitively at 1st commander range. You know what I mean? I've voiced that a few times now. People say that Sabo shat on Burgess, but Sabo only beat Burgess because of an advanced Rio. When they were clashing with normal Haki, they were equal, right? Then Sabo has to use an advanced technique to overpower him. And then it doesn't even overpower him completely. It destroys his armor, but Burgess is still able to take it muscle-wise, right? So it's like, you say Sabo has a little bit of an edge there because he's got a technique that Burgess doesn't have, right? But then you give that same person who just had maybe a little bit of a better showcasing one of the best devil fruits in the series. Of course it's going to put him over him. You know what I mean? The reason Ivankov's above Burgess is because Ivankov can do the exact same thing by winking. And he can move so fast that he can make multiple heads that all wink. Plus he's got hormones to jack him up and make him so much stronger. He can negate poison from it. He can heal from it. He can change his body to peak physical condition or make it super sleek for being agile. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So it's like, it's a natural progression there for me. And again, I might be lowballing Ivankov here because he's technically the number 2 of the revolutionaries at the moment, after Sabo. Alright, who wants to do theirs? Glitter? You're 40?
My 40 is little old Crocodilian.
Ooh. I think that's going to be the highest we see a Croc here. What's your 39?
My 39 is Burgess.
Okay. I can respect that. Any comments on that, Brecky?
No, I didn't place Burgess or Croc.
Ooh, okay, interesting.
Just, like I was saying, I heavily disrespected Blackbeard's crew and didn't place Croc, so...
Weirdly enough, the only part of Blackbeard's crew that I disrespected, the bit that people are probably the most hyped for, I disrespect the Impel Down escapees, because why do I care about a bunch of people that have already lost fights? You know what I mean?
Yeah, and Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Like, why am I going to rank them higher than people that have never lost in their life?
That's fair.
So, who you have as your 40 and 39, Brecky?
This is probably Yasel. I have Jimbei
Ooh.
and I have Smoothie.
Ooh.
Purely due to matchup.
So, okay, do you think Smoothie's just overall stronger than Jinbei?
This is purely due to matchup. I think Jimbei is probably a tiny step above Smoothie.
Do you want to swap them around then? Do you want me to put Jinbei over Smoothie and just say that Smoothie could beat Jinbei in a matchup? Doesn't matter?
He doesn't sound all that confident.
I'm going to leave Smoothie there. Just because her fruit... I actually think her fruit is very versatile. The fact that she can smoothieify things that aren't like random, pretty much anything, as far as I've seen. We need to see how far it goes, you know? We need to see if she can just kind of smoothie a bloody borrow breath as it comes at her. Like, it could be crazy like that, or it could just be she has to spend a while to do it. So we don't really know.
I mean, we've seen her when she does it, she just literally squeezes. You know what I mean? But she does have to activate the power to do it.
The thing is, like, so we haven't seen as many feats from Smoothie, right?
Yep.
But we have seen massive, very destructive projectile slashes, which I think is a little bit above what Jinbei's DC has been, even though Jinbei's DC has been
I
really good.
actually looked at this last night. This is going to help you a favor here. How big was Smoothie's projectile slash?
I mean, massive, right? It was like as big as the boat, or nearly as big as
It was
the Sunny.
It was a bit bigger than the Sunny. Her slash was about 50 meters tall.
In height, yeah.
That's a big area of effect.
In thickness, it was like thick as well, which is crazy.
Oh, it was a couple of meters thick. It was like 5 meters thick, if that. But still, like, it's a slash. It's not meant to be
I mean,
thick.
5 meters thick. Yeah, exactly. 5 meters thick for a slash is crazy big.
Yeah.
That's gonna, that's not gonna slice something in half. That's gonna take the middle out of something.
Yeah. It's the water version, and also it's water. She's slashing, sending water out, right? It's a water slash.
Yeah.
Which means she's moving water so fast that she's moving water through water as a slash.
Could you imagine if there are any poor, like, lower level devil fruit users standing on that shoreline? Just standing out this. Just imagine just having to put up with that crap. Just little mini tidal waves.
It would
coming
suck.
around everywhere.
Okay, my number 38.
Imagine her awakening, everything just melts. Like the walls just start melting.
Would it be that she okay, her ability is she causes an effect. So that's more like laws than it is any other ability. So instead of it melting walls, it might be that she can smoothie things that can't be smoothed. So maybe she can like smoothie air. You know what I mean? Because remember, we didn't get to see her use it properly, but her fighting, she turns into a giant. She gets bigger. She soaks up liquid and gets bigger and stronger, right?
Yeah.
So maybe her awakening is she can like juice the air and use that to get bigger. So she doesn't need moisture, like she doesn't need to juice stuff to juice up.
Yeah, right.
Possibly.
And then just above Smoothie, I have Ivankov. May as well throw that in there.
Okay. Ivankov making the rounds. I ain't mad. I'm impressed that my loud and proud dude makes the list. Because some people sleep on Ivankov. While you're at it,
If she just ride slash, that would have been crazy.
While you're at it, do you want to
I was
give
like,
me?
just- I've been-
While you're at it, do you want to give me your 37, Daniel?
Sure, that's Jozu.
Ooh.
I've been having a private giggle about all like Kuma's comments. If I just randomly like start to giggle, you'll know why.
Yeah, 100%. You're not wrong there, Kuma. She's able to juice smooth, like she's able to smoothie out poison, so it makes her heaps more versatile to different effects on herself. Not to mention she can juice lava, like she can juice
That's
rock.
a spicy smoothie.
She can juice rock. She can juice people. She can juice animals. She's got no range. Like it's ridiculous. Okay.
Yeah.
Coming in at my
You
38.
need to remember.
Smoothie the air. It's just
but
that,
you
like,
know
why
what?
would you want to drink the air? Because you can always drink it. She
Mm.
must be sick of
We
it by now, you know.
we are actually missing one of the biggest feats Smoothie actually has. Nobody's mentioned it.
Her thick thighs and luxurious ass.
She has legs.
Yeah.
She
Yeah.
she be one of the rare thickums.
Yeah, she does.
She be the legs.
And
You can imagine
oh.
her in like Katakuri, like posing in the mirror, just being like, "I'm pretty sure I'm one of the biggest."
Yeah,
girls."
doing those gym off.
Gym poses.
Yeah.
And Brulei's like, "What is happening? What is happening?"
All right, sitting at my 38, I have Jozu, the diamond dude, and then sitting one step above Jozu, I have Killer.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Tell you what, yeah, matchup wise, at least he'd win.
Yeah, okay, so my reasoning for this is Jozu's defense seems to be countered directly by Killer's sound, since Killer can bypass Kaido's defense and stuff like that, right? Jozu's a grappler, Killer's a slasher. I'm going to put a lot more, like, stock into someone that cuts you than I am someone that punches you, regardless of how strong the punch is. You know what I mean?
Luffy's gonna be really insulted by that statement.
Not to mention, like, I know Jozu's super fast, but, like, Jozu being super fast, is it going to be much different to Killer? Like, Killer's a pretty fast dude. Not to mention, we know Killer's able to do projectile sword slashes. He's able to do sound slashes. He's tanked Lightning to the face. He tanked Hawkins kicking the shit out of him. Like, he's not as tanky as Jozu, but it's like, he's pretty good. You know what I mean? And he's the first mate to Luffy's only other Supernova rival. Because, no offense, as good as Law is, Beppo is not a match to Zoro in any capacity.
I am very surprised that you put Jozu below Cracker, though. Considering that you agreed with me that you think Jozu is the equivalent to the second division for Whitebeard's crew.
Yeah, you're going to... you're going to like my list.
I think that's why we're hurrying. I think that's why we're hurrying to get to top 30. Yeah, as soon as we get to top 30, I think that's why we're all hurrying. It's the spiciness is going to be unbearable.
Glitter, 38-37.
38-37 is 38. We've got a Fonkov at 37. Shiryu.
Hey. Good. But downplay the boy. Good. Deserves it.
I mean, he's not really any better from what we've seen than, say, you know, Killer or Zoro pre-Enma. But he's invisible.
I will add my 36.
Yep.
To say that Jozu is above him.
Hey, okay.
Just for insult to injury.
Okay.
I'm gonna put Jozu at 36.
Okay, that's interesting. Who you got for your 36-35? Oh, actually, do you know what? Glitter, give me a 35. What are you?
My 35 is Killer.
Ooh, okay.
There he is.
You're
really disrespecting Shiryu.
Would you like me just to go up to my 30 while I'm on my roll? And if anyone has any problems with it, they can just let me know.
Okay, sure, shoot.
Because our top 30 is going to be spicy. Let's just get to that. So, at 30, where am I? 34, I have the one and only my fellow Christian, Kuma.
Oh, ooh, bear boy making gains. I love it.
I had Kuma in as a side note because I have no idea how strong he is.
Okay. Above Kuma?
Enel.
Ooh, okay. Above Enel.
Magellan.
Do you know what? I can't even say that's a red hot take because Magellan was stated to be over Shiryu. Who's your 31 and 30?
My 31. Jinbei.
Okay.
And insert Lucky Roo.
Ooh.
But not making the list.
I will say, I feel like the only thing I'll say is, like, Magellan was going to beat the fuck out of Jinbei, but I get what you mean, because Jinbei can be well over Magellan, and Magellan just have a good matchup.
It's just about where Jinbei is now for me. And, you know, I just feel like Magellan at the time, I can't even though I think he's a bit of a ridiculous character, and that's maybe because he's always got the shits. I do think though I can't disrespect him too much, considering he nearly wiped the floor with our Straw Boy. Like if it wasn't for Ivankov, Luffy would never have made it out of Impel Down.
Okay.
Like our story would have pretty much ended there. And by putting him above Enel, I feel like that's fine because Luffy, even though it's a bad matchup for Enel, let's be honest, but I do feel like Enel got beaten a fair minute ago, and therefore if he's taken on a more recent Luffy, then yeah, a
Okay.
bit risky.
No, I like it. I like
I
it.
don't know. I'm not 100% sure how Enel would handle poison or if Magellan could even get him, but that like I could have a debate all day with that. But I feel like they're close together, or they should be anyways. So that's me done. I'm ready for
Yep.
my 30. So,
That was your 30.
oh, do you want me to do it or do you want me to wait?
No,
We'll
no,
start
Lucky
top
Roo was your 30.
together? No, he's not my 30. He's an insert with Jimbei.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I did not pick up on that properly.
He's an insert.
Okay.
So
Yep.
I'm not too sure where to put him.
Give me your 30.
My 30 is the one, the only,
Drum roll,
Rob
please.
Lucci.
Ooh, Mr. Gucci. All right.
Mr. Feline, and Mr. Feline, and Mr. Claus. Yes.
Okay, that's interesting. All right. I'm not gonna. Do you have anything to say, Brecky?
I mean, the thing, I put Magellan over NL. That's because I have that perspective about NL of him just, but he's 500 mil though. But if I didn't have that perspective and I was actually rating him pretty well, I'd never put Magellan over him.
Okay.
Because Magellan's only feat is that he has that really broken fruit, but NL literally also has a really broken fruit that he can just kind of stand there and shoot electricity at people. Same way that Magellan can just do the same thing but with poison.
You're about to hear me drop some facts in a minute. Daniel, give me your 36 to 30. Drop it!
This is gonna be awful. It's about to get really
You have unlocked a new plane of terror. Give me a 36.
Cool. We've got Morley.
Okay. 35.
Hero.
Lucky Roo. Above Lucky Roo.
Boa.
Boa. Okay, above Boa.
I thought I disrespected him, but seeing Liv's perspective, I guess not. Shiryu.
I think that the reason he must have reacted, because I was like, why is he reacting so dramatically to mine? Inside Daniel's head, saying, "Fuck, I'm not the one I'm not the first one to do this."
All right.
I'm thinking everyone's putting Shiryu like really, really high because he's like, oh, he's going to be the matchup for Zoro.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, but he has to get. For me, can I just point out the only reason that I'm skeptical about everyone other than Blackbeard is this: the Blackbeard Pirates aren't training; they are carrying out Blackbeard's setup. They're basically the utensil for Blackbeard's Batman battle against Superman Luffy. You know, he's doing prep work, but they're not actually sitting and training. And technically speaking, Blackbeard hasn't. The only reason Blackbeard's the level that he is he's got literally Whitebeard's fruit and then another broken devil fruit. They don't train. So until I see growth, I can't help but put them in a mellow zone. That's my defense.
It's also really hard because like Zoro's like in his early 20s, and Shiryu's like an adult. It's like if he's got
He's
growing
in his prime.
to do, he's had it. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
It's harder to tell. Like it's harder to look at a middle-aged dude and be like, oh yeah, he can still get strong.
What I
If you get
will.
if you're around
Supernova.
45, I've seen. Basically, if you're in your 45s, you're pretty much. If you're in 45 up, you're as strong as you're gonna be, unless you suddenly develop a fruit or have an awakening.
What I will say is Shiryu's not that old, and two of the Supernova are that age and they set sail to become pirates. And, Shiryu's in that same boat of he's only just set sail in the last 2 years to be a pirate.
Yeah, but Capone's not getting any stronger, is he?
He got... did he get stronger pre-time skip to post-time skip?
Not really. That's... So, maybe Big Father, maybe didn't have it. powerful, but
What about Arouge?
basically Capone's entire thing is that he just has people shoot cannonballs out of him. How does he get stronger unless he buys better cannons?
Arouge went from struggling against a pacifista to taking out a 4th commander and fighting a 3rd.
How old's Arouge?
Mid-30s.
He does not look at the sea.
What do you mean he doesn't look it?
At all.
What do you mean he doesn't look it? He's a mad bug for a reason. He's setting sail. He's 5 years from retirement. Holy shit.
He's
Arouge looks like a
47.
warrior.
Yeah.
47. The man looks.
Okay, I'm looking up his age.
He's got crow's feet. I just said it's 47.
It is?
He's
47.
He's got crow's feet. He's
Dude.
got lines under his eyes. His smile lines pretty much perma set in the face, like Joker lines. What do you mean he doesn't look his age?
Dude.
What do you mean?
Arouge is out here starting life well into the years many people are about to retire. And he's like, well, time to start my journey and get some gains. Alright.
I wasn't expecting the Arouge hype to come out of nowhere, I'll be honest. That's knocked me a bit off.
32. Who you got?
Should I say last?
Shiryu, yeah.
Sanji.
Okay. Above Sanji? Kid? Above...
He's lucky he's there.
Above Kid? Oh.
Thanking me.
Oh.
That trash lord. He should be thanking me that I was kind enough to give him a charity.
I don't disagree with that, really.
He's an actual trash lord because all of his power revolves around just using
I'm
trash.
gonna get in a lot of trouble.
Am I doing one above that?
Yeah.
King.
King?
Not me realizing that I forgot to put Kid on my list.
That means I love to see it. Putting King there?
Doesn't deserve it.
Yo, the fact that I see King there means Charles Chocolate, Katakuri coming in, baby. My guy Katakuri coming in, over. Yeah, you know I love it. Put respect on the Charlotte name. All right. Look, I'll give mine to my 30. All right, who are we at? We're at 36. I probably have.
What Kid? What is wrong with me?
I have them higher than a lot of people. I have the thick bit herself, Smoothie, at 36. Trickling in above Smoothie, I have Enel, right? Rockin' hard, and this is where I'm going to defend this, right? So, we say that Magellan's got no feet, right? I will say, a lot of things people say to discredit Magellan is Year 2 Luffy did a jet rocket, hit him in the gut, and he spat up blood and dropped to his knees, right? So a lot of people like he's trash. He's got no durability, yeah? My motherfucking Magellan, right? I don't know if you guys remember this.
He's getting intense now. Close to the top 30. He's ready. He's getting up to 30.
Okay, Magellan.
He's put Magellan in here so he can defend it.
Magellan.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, yeah. I'm here for it. I'm telling you why he's up this high. Magellan is able to make poisonous gas that makes people hallucinate, and they're not able to actually see where people are in their surroundings, right? Magellan, although he got sucker punched by, and it is the sucker punch, he got sucker punched by Luffy in Gear 2 and dropped to his knee. After that, Luffy punching him in Gear 2 wasn't hurting him. In fact, Luffy even hits him point blank in the face with Gear 3, with an added effect of being shielded by Mr. 3, the wax dude, right? He eats a Gear 3 hit to the face, walks it off like it's nothing, one-shots the 2nd Division commander of the Revolutionaries, right? Then proceeds to walk past that, has Luffy, Jinbei, everyone shitting their dicks, Crocodile shitting their dicks, running, go, we can't beat him, he's deadly. Only for Blackbeard and his entire crew to step up and be like, hey, we're gonna fuck you up. One shot an entire Yonko crew. That same Blackbeard took out Ace. Warlord crew. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. Unless you can directly beat his power, completely decimate him in speed, and yes, he got sucker punched by Gear 2. After that, once he knew Luffy was capable of Gear 2, he matches Gear 2! That's a lot more than a lot of other people are doing.
That's it. everybody go home.
Anyone, literally, if number 50 on this list got hurt by a Gear 2 or Gear 3 punch, they don't deserve to be on this list.
Really?
01, pre-time skip, no Haki, pre-time skip Luffy, Gear 2 or Gear 3 punch. If you get hurt by that, you don't deserve to be on this list.
Garp was bleeding from that.
Garp is an old-ass man, and he let that hit him.
Yeah, and Magellan got sucker punched. He didn't expect Luffy to be fast, and as soon as he realized, oh, this guy's fast, he completely counters it.
What I'm saying is the fact that he could take a Gear 3 punch and walk it off is not a feat.
He took Gear 2...
You're trying to...
He took Gear...
This is what I'm saying. You're trying to argue that he's number 34 on this list.
No.
But
I'm-
the feats that you're giving him aren't feats.
I'm saying, right, he's got more durability than people give him credit for, because people downplay him, saying a Gear 2 punch made him drop to his knee when it was a sucker punch, right? But he's literally taking Gear 3 hits to the face pre-time skip. I know you're saying it's not a feat, but what I'm saying is he's taking them, right? The same thing that had Rob Lucci pre-time skip going, I don't know if I can move my body, and struggling to fight. He was taking those same hits to the face, point blank, and they weren't even scratching him when he was on guard. Not to mention, he had multiple commander-level people running in absolute fear, right? Not to mention, right, his gas can be airborne and poison you airborne, make you hallucinate, so you don't know what's going on. Plus, that's not even mentioning Venom Demon, which turns the entire environment into poison. Even if you're outside, it turns the ground into poison. He's poisoning the air, he's poisoning the ground. The only way to beat him, right, from this point up, the people that are beating him, they're either suicide pacting with him, or they're just completely eliminating him from distance, no problem. That's all I'm saying. Because coming in at number 33 above him, I have Kuma, the man that can move at the speeds of light.
How's Kuma beating Magellan?
Paw pads from a
Like he's
distance.
bonking him. Really?
Plus,
Anyone that's capable of projectile slashes can beat Magellan?
no,
Projectile anything?
because we saw projectiles from Ivankov and from Crocodile and stuff like that literally get absorbed by the poison.
Yeah, so why is Kuma beating him then?
Because Kuma's, right? He can reject stuff. I see him being able to reject the poison in the area, like blow it away, get some hits in, and suicide pact with
You put above Magellan. Kuma.
after Kuma, Jinbei. I put Jinbei there. Jinbei's suicide pacting with Magellan, but I mean Jinbei's just got so many other feats.
Okay. So what we're saying is that the people that you're putting above Magellan aren't actually stronger than Magellan. They have to kill themselves in order to kill Magellan, which would mean that Magellan is above them, right?
But
because if they fail,
we're talking
because
about.
if they try and fail, Magellan doesn't die and still wins.
But that's a bad matchup because we're talking about overall strength here. Whereas everyone under Magellan here, I think he's taking them regardless.
Okay, but even these two that you've put above him, he's taking them regardless. Even if they die trying to kill him, they still die.
True, but they're better in more situations than him from this point up in the list. You know what I mean?
Here's my point with
Kuma
Magellan.
in the comments.
Every time you think about him being strong, every time you think about, oh, how strong is Magellan, how strong is Magellan, you just think, all you have to think is like, oh, but they can't get around his venom, oh, but they can't get around his poison, oh, but they can't get around it. And eventually it's like, okay, who's above him then?
Yeah, but that's a point,
You just
right?
keep going up
From
until you hit the average.
from this point up, right? I'm saying that like the only people that were a caveat were sort of these next 2, 3, 4 people. Okay, past that, right? Once I hit 26 and up, it is a no contest. Okay, it is a no contest, no question. They're beating Magellan, right? And I've got strong reasons for that.
Magellan higher?
Because these people are overall better off than him. He may beat them individually in matchups, but they can beat overall more people than Magellan. Because they've got a chance of taking people higher than them on this list where Magellan doesn't.
Alright, I'm gonna have to
if
call it
Magellan-
on the Magellan argument.
Magellan tries to attack Enel and Enel shoots lightning into the venom. Would it not just arc through the venom and then kill Magellan? Like instantly?
And then Enel dies immediately because whenever the venom
No,
is...
because the venom hasn't hit him yet. and
No,
the venom
listen,
will travel
listen,
as soon as
listen,
But if he
listen,
turns the
listen,
environment- if he
listen.
turns the environment into poison, it's too late by that point.
They...
I think is what he's saying.
they disperse Magellan's poison multiple times in the arc in Impel Down, and what happens is, oh, actually, it's worse if you evaporate it, if you electrocute it, if you burn it, because it becomes airborne,
Like a
and it's
symbiote.
just as it's actually more effective as an airborne than it is as a glob.
Okay, but NL isn't going to evaporate it with electricity. He's just going to arc electricity through it like a liquid, and then it's going to electrocute Magellan. And
But then it's a gas, and then it's a suicide pack, isn't it?
But it doesn't gas him.
Yes, it
And also
does.
We're assuming that we're assuming that we're inside.
No. I'm just assuming outside, right?
You can pass electricity
Rip the
through
stream.
liquid without it evaporating.
Gear 2 is faster than NL, right? We know that. Base Luffy was dodging NL, so Gear 2's faster than NL. Magellan was keeping on pace with Gear 2. He was countering Gear 2. He was dodging Gear 2.
Okay, so many people have kept pace. Gear 2, and also.
But each one of those people are faster than NL.
Faster than lightning. We're not doing this power scaling. Gear 2 is not faster than lightning.
Yes, it is.
Whoa.
Oh, and Naruto's multi-universal level.
No, because it's quite literally faster than lightning, though. That's the point.
Right, he is.
The point of Luffy in Gear 2.
Magellan can move. So Magellan can move his poison faster than the speed of lightning.
Yes.
The splitter being the hidden Naruto snake in the ground.
That's the point, though. You got to think, right? He's in charge of keeping every captured division commander, every Impel Down member, every level 6 person. He's in charge of keeping them down pack, right? It may not look it, he may look slow, but we've seen him move really fast at times. And every time the allies would send wave after wave after wave of people at him, he would speed blitz past them and catch up straight away. He may not look it, but he's faster than we give him credit
The
for.
fights
And
have started.
Okay,
if
so
we're
your
talking
placement-
relatively.
So your placement hinges on the fact that Magellan's poison moves faster than the speed of lightning.
I mean, he's relative, in terms of his combat ability, he's relative to keep up with Gear 2, right? Gear 2 is multitudes faster than Luffy in base, and Luffy in base was able to dodge lightning multiple times and keep up with Enel. The crazy thing here is, and I know you're saying it's toxic power scaling, but it's not. It's a progression of movement, right? I mean, Shave is faster than lightning. That's one of the things. You can see lightning striking, it's really quick. You can't see people shaving. You know what I mean? It's a progression of speed as we got closer to the stronger people in the series.
Sorry to ask this. I don't know if this is like a woman thing, but what do you mean faster than shaving? I'm gonna need.
Because Shave, the
What do you mean?
technique.
I'm just gonna leave it.
The technique Shave, right? Where you know when they speed blitz past people, right? That's faster than the speed of lightning.
My brain's trying to imagine someone shaving their face, and I'm like, what the hell is that to do with it?
At number 31, I have Lucky Roo. The only reason I have Lucky Roo above the other two is because he's the combatant. He's been told, we've been told, he's the Zoro of the Red Hair Pirates, right? That carries a lot of weight to be the main fighter of a crew and not be the right hand or the captain. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. There's not much else I can put. Like, I don't have any really justification here. It's just, time and time again, we get told that the Red Hair Pirates are stronger than other people, right? And Lucky Roo is up there. He's the second. We get told that he's the main fighter of the crew. He's just crazy. Also, yeah, he's just crazy. You know what I mean? Above him at 30, I have Doflamingo.
You're gonna hate me, Daniel.
Reason I have Doflamingo there is because he was keeping relative with Gear 4, which we know is as fast or faster than Gear 2, right? Not to mention he was holding off Gear 4 for half an hour. He has an awakening. He may not have the strongest armament or the strongest observation, but he has all 3 types of Haki. He has an awakening. He's able to make clones, entrap areas, marionette people. He's able to do high distance attacks, abling to overheat reach from Greenbit all the way into the town of Dressrosa, right? He's got the ability to fly, which a lot of other characters do not have, right? Versatility in flight is ridiculous, okay? Not to mention the fact that this is a translation thing that you guys have got to be careful on, right? He had his organs destroyed by law. In the official hard copy I've got of the book, right? It says he didn't perform first aid. What he says is, it's not like first aid. I'm remaking organs. So he's able to remake organs to function after they got destroyed and damaged. It's ridiculous. The guy's got a lot of shit writing on him. Alright. Anyone want to say anything, or do we want to crack into the top 30?
Alright, start this argument.
Alright.
Start the argument.
Let's do... How many do we want to do at a time here?
Did you want to do one for one as of now, or did you want to do...
Let's push...
Threes, because that'll give us... Oh,
a little batch. Three. Threes are good.
wait. Go
There's
2 and then 3's from there, so that we're like...
Some
know what I mean?
suspense. We want
Yeah,
some
okay.
suspense.
Then 10 lots.
Glitter, you're 29-28.
So, on 29, I have 2 people sitting in this spot. 29.
Okay.
And that would be Queen and Kid.
Ooh.
Both of them together?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm genuinely scared of Daniel about how my list.
Alright.
You're downplaying people that I don't like even more than I am, which I'm happy about.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
But
you.
just wait till I continue, because I swear you're just gonna be like, we're not friends anymore. I can't even speak to you. Are you that intellectually? Yeah, that's all I see this list going. So my 20.
8.
Oh, sorry, my 28 was technically Kid.
Okay.
Technically. So my 28 was technically Kid. My 29 was Queen.
Alright. Alright. X Reki, come on, give me yours. Who you got?
This is above King. I've got Law.
Okay. And above law?
Have Suru. But to be honest, you can take or leave it.
Okay.
Ooh.
That's fair. Interesting.
As
Interesting.
someone who has been like, I'm shitting on
Oh.
people who. Yeah.
I didn't preface this.
I put Suru like really, really high, and then I was like, oh, I can't argue that. And I kept pushing it down, and then I was like, I'm not gonna keep going down. I'm just gonna leave her.
I didn't.
She'll hit like 3rd division soon, you know.
I didn't preface this, but where I've got Suru is also where I see Bonnie. Because Suru and Bonnie are identical in potential to me, where they've both got one-shot abilities, where they require speed, but they may not have it, and they've probably got armament and observation hierarchy, you know what I mean? They're very similar characters in combat, so I see, like, end-of-series Bonnie, which is probably when we're going to see her, being probably around where Suru is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
My...
That's why Bonnie made my list.
My 29 and 28, I have Mr. Not Allowed in the Neighborhood No More, Cracker. And above Cracker, I have...
Heard Daniel make a noise.
Above Cracker, I have the Orochimaru of One Piece, Queen the Fiddler. The kitty tiddler.
Oh my god.
Cracker's over Dofi, simple enough, right? Cracker's over Smoothie, because honestly, I was going to put Smoothie over Cracker, but then I went, do you know what? No. Based on what we've seen in the story, she may have a higher bounty and she may have better feats, but we've been told that Cracker's been underestimated in his bounty, and from what we've seen of Cracker, we've just had a way better showcasing. It's because we haven't seen much from Smoothie, and I may be downplaying her, yeah, but it's like, at this point in time,
She
right?
can do without saying anything.
Like, if I don't get to see any more from her, it's like, okay, it sucks, yeah, but I can't elevate you any higher just based on status if someone beneath you is showing better things than you at this point in time, right? And the only reason I have Queen above Cracker is because I think Cracker would struggle to get around the invisibility, and I honestly think that the lasers would probably pierce the Cracker soldiers. So, I just find it, like, it's a bad matchup for Cracker, right? But it's pretty relative there.
All I'd say is that I'd argue Smoothie could just smoothie the Crackers.
Yeah.
So Cracker's main asset is kind of negligible.
I don't disagree
She
with
actually
that.
kind of counters him.
I don't disagree with that at all, except for the fact that he can make multiple Crackers and she's only got 2 hands that can juice 2 things at a time. And when she juices those things, they don't disappear. She has to hold them and squeeze them. So she blocks 2 Cracker soldiers, and then is stuck there with her hands wide open, just like, well, this was not the smartest idea I've had today.
Well, I mean, seemingly she can just kind of put a hand on it, and then it'll turn into juice, and then it just kind of drips out of her hand, right? It's just juice, and then she just grabs another thing, and then.
I mean, look, it's a semantical thing there. You know what I mean? Like like I said, she's got a higher, well, I mean, I can't even say she's got a higher rank because we talk about the sweet generals, but low key they were all stated to be the sweet 3. Like none was specifically stated to be over the other. You know what I mean? We just as fans were like bounty. You know what I mean?
That's a goal.
All right, Glitter, give me your 27, 26, 25.
Okay.
All right. Looks like we're getting
My
interesting.
20 My 27 is Smoothie.
All right, 26.
26 is Cracker.
And you're 25.
My 25 is Dopey.
Why do you have Dofi over Cracker? That's all I ask.
Everyone knows this cap. Let's just move on.
No, the only question I have is why do you have Dofi over Cracker? I can understand Cracker over Smoothie because, like, Cracker is underestimated. He's had a really good showcasing. He lasted against Gear 4 for a significant amount of time. I don't necessarily know if Smoothie's lasting against Gear 4 for a significant amount of time, right? Why do you got Dofi there?
I think Dopey and Cracker are potentially interchangeable. I had a lot of problems about where to put them. It could be, I don't mind. But I at least think that Dopey is around Cracker.
Okay.
I think that based on his whole showing where he was, his continual potential, because unlike most people who have aged, Dopey has that celestial dragon
your top tier.
hunger that I think is a bit unnatural. I just think that there are a lot of things surrounding him, and I think that based on what we see in Wano, is super valuable to Kaido. I think he's more valuable and has had more of a showing than Queen for sure. In terms of as a blockage, and if it weren't for the fact that Luffy garnered so many allies on Dressrosa, and if it weren't for Law's help, I think Dressrosa would have gone very differently.
Okay, that's fair.
Very differently. And I think things like, Baby 5 jumping ship. I don't think saying, oh yeah, it was a clean win in Dressrosa, I don't think you can actually say that. Like, I think it's the same similar scenario that if Kaido goes down, I'm not going to be saying, oh, Luffy beat Kaido. I'll be saying Luffy helped contribute to the defeation of Kaido.
Okay.
Because he didn't do it on his own.
Yeah, okay, I get you. That makes sense to me.
He can't take credit for all those hits. Like, if Law wasn't there,
Kuma, my top 10's the only right top 10, Kuma. I'm saying that now.
Oh, no.
My top 12 actually.
We're gonna get some...
My top 12 is the correct one.
No, it's not. I'm pretty confident, but that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like people undervalue Dofi sometimes because I think we forget all of the little Luffy intricacies that went into his takedown that weren't battle orientated.
Okay.
He managed to swing an entire coliseum of fighters onto his side. Baby 5 jumps ship in terms of loyalty. You've got Law there literally taking out organs while he's distracted fighting Luffy. Like, this wasn't just Luffy and him Rob Lucciing it out for a majority of it. It happened towards the end, but it certainly wasn't the whole fight. And in the middle of this fight, Doflamingo is still maintaining Marinettes and the birdcage and all of the other stuff that's going on. So I think he's, in terms of an ally of Kaido, he's certainly of merit and value.
Brecky, come on. Give me your 27, 26, 25. In that order.
Gucci.
Rob Gucci? Alright.
Rob Gucci.
Who you got above Gucci?
Katakuri.
That's too low, but okay, Cap.
That's way too low. What cap
Not
is
too
that?
At 25? Oh, you got a 25.
I put Katakuri really high, thank you. And I have Zoro. Yeah. Ready to fight this.
Okay.
You're on crack. You were fully about to be like, nah, this is cap. We can't even take glitters, putting Dofi and Cracker around the same level.
I just
Next
don't see
minute,
how
literally,
Zoro
then
gets
Zoro
around.
beats Katakuri.
I just don't see how
What
Zoro
the
gets around
hell?
future sight at this point in time.
Well, I'm glad to see I'm not the
His
only person
observation
being
isn't on
fucking
par yet.
ridiculous in this chat. Yeah,
Easy.
it's not. Nowhere near. His observation haki
Easy.
is nowhere
Here's the
near
thing.
on point.
Here's the thing. To get around future sight, you don't need to have future sight.
If you're
just
about to
need to
say
be-
he moves faster, that's not. He doesn't move faster than
Here's the
Katakuri
thing.
either.
Speed. He can react to speed mode King,
Yep.
who seemingly has like one of the fastest speed feats in the whole.
What's the fastest speed feat? What's his speed feat?
Speed feat is that like he's literally in the distance. Zoro looks at him and then suddenly he's just in front of Zoro. It's like beyond a
Katakuri does that multiple times to Luffy. He speed blitzes him.
Katakuri is
Luffy
faster than
Luffy
Zoro.
tries to speed blitz Cat, and Katakuri over speed blitzes his speed blitz and knees him in the face.
Okay, here's the thing. King created a giant magma dragon thingy, sent it at Zoro. Zoro cut all the way through the dragon and then cut King in half.
Yep.
Zoro and Katakuri's fight would end the exact same way. Katakuri does a massive, like, block mochi punch, and then Zoro cuts all the way through it and then through Katakuri.
It would if Oda's riding it for the sake of keeping Zoro alive, but if we're talking about their actual matchup,
Mate, there's no way, because Zoro's literally.
we're power scaling plot armor now. I love it. All right.
He will move around the slash like he did multiple times for those Luffy's punches. He will see where the slash is going to go and then just split.
What I will say to this, right, is, do you believe Katakuri has advanced? Do you believe Katakuri has advanced Conqueror's Haki based on the showcasing he had with his edged mochi and how it hurt Luffy's hands and how it's the exact same thing that Kaido does when Luffy
Yes.
tries to block that?
Yes.
That's all I'm asking you, Eggs for Brecky. Daniel?
What? Yeah, I think Zoro with Enma could cut through that. Yes.
No, but do you think that is advanced Conqueror's Haki or not? That's all I'm asking there.
I don't know. I don't necessarily think that there's enough evidence to say that it is.
Okay.
I think it's better than. I think whatever it is, though, it's the thing is like if it is advanced Conqueror's Haki, it's like not. It's not that like it's really really low tier.
I mean, it knocked Luffy out multiple times. He punched
Okay,
the first time he used it, he overpowered Luffy's Haki, and then the second time he used it, he made Luffy's eyes go completely wide out and sent him packing in Gear 4, and Luffy
Yes,
ran.
You overpowered Luffy's Haki because it's stronger Haki than normal Haki. But what I'm saying is, it's not like the Thunder Bagua hitting him and literally one-shotting him.
True.
It's not the same level. It's Yamato's level. If you're gonna give him, if you're gonna
Jalapeno.
say that it's Conqueror's armament, then it's Yamato's level Conqueror.
Okay, fine.
It's not.
So, okay, then think of that then. It's even if you give it to Yamato's level, right? We're not saying that
I would
Zoro's
say
got Kaido's level
Yamato
either.
used it- What?
Zoro doesn't have Kaido level Conquerors either, though. Like, Zoro only just unlocked Conquerors, and yeah, he's using an advanced technique now, right? But what he's doing is comparable to Yamato in some aspects. Right?
No. Zoro can't fight Kaido. No way. Neither of them
So-
can fight Kaido.
I mean, I think Katakuri could fight Kaido for a little bit of time. He's doing as well as Yamato. That's for sure.
I think he can try.
I mean, let me put this into perspective. Let me put this into perspective, right? Taking away Zoro's plot armor, right? We know that when Katakuri actually fights, he goes for joints and he goes to disarm opponents, right? And we saw that he's able to create those mini mochi that have edge mochi on it on the fly out of nowhere, right? So Zoro trying to hit him, all he's got to do is focus on blocking. He doesn't need to directly get close to Zoro there, right? So he's got the advantage of Zoro having to use a bit of range to get him, right? While he's using the same level of attack he can do with his normal body to punch Zoro from every direction and disarm him. Not to mention he can entrap
Here's
Zoro.
the thing. Here's the thing. You're just assuming, right, that Katakuri is fighting the way that he would absolutely most optimally fight. Because the thing is that every time Zoro has a fight, people are attacking him, right?
Every time Katakuri's had a fight, though, he's fought optimally. I mean, he dog shit on Luffy the exact same way. He dog shitted on everyone in the wedding.
Okay, Zoro versus King. How is Zoro ever going to kill King? King can literally just fly around in the sky and shoot fire bullets at him forever.
Because King is fucking dumb and decided to bring it to a ground fight when he could have stayed in the air. He could have outlasted. He's a dumb bastard.
Anyway, Jade, outside of plot, though, King would never lose, right? He would just fly around and shoot fire at him.
Yeah.
That's the argument, right?
Yeah, the
You're
only
saying, okay,
reason
but outside
Luffy
of
beat
plot, if he was doing
Katakuri is because of
exactly what I
plot.
was doing.
I mean, Luffy didn't
The
even
only
beat
reason.
Katakuri.
And the
Katakuri,
fact
it gets to the end of that.
he did
Katakuri
lose.
just goes, okay, well, you know, you want to leave, and I respect you now as a fighter.
You're overhyping him now.
No,
You're
Absolutely
overhyping
not.
you're underestimating what we saw of him in the story. Like, literally, the first thing he does when he starts fighting Luffy is he drowns him in mochi and calls it a day.
If you have
Then
Yamato
after that,
over
he
Katakuri, there's a problem.
Then after that, Katakuri specifically goes for joint attacks, and every time Luffy goes to attack in Gear 4, he punches Luffy's joint so he can't throw a punch. He just counters him over and over and over, right? Then it gets to the point where Luffy runs away because he just literally can't land a hit because he's just getting absolutely ragdolled by Kat. Comes back and he's like,
that Katakuri was stronger than Luffy.
it,
So was Kaido.
but it's
Kaido
not,
was stronger than Luffy.
but it's not about,
What's happening now?
but it's not about that though, right? It's like, you're not talking about like, oh, well, you know, end of series Zoro is going to beat Kat, because end of series Zoro will beat Kat, but it's like Zoro right now with what he's shown, even with the Advanced Conquerors, right? We saw him get disarmed by King repeatedly, right? The thing is, Katakuri's doing the same thing, but more effectively, and is following through.
You're talking about Zoro before he fought and beat King versus Katakuri. What I'm talking about
even
is
then,
Zoro
that's
after
less.
he
Yeah,
fought
but
and beat King.
Zoro beating King was a non-factor to me, right? Zoro didn't struggle against King. He struggled against his sword in that fight.
Kuma has a good point in the chat. Luffy literally had to hide Jack Brûlé to get a draw against Katakuri.
Yeah,
Like-
I get that Luffy was weaker
No,
than Katakuri at the start of their fight. So was Zoro weaker than King at the start of their fight. But the fact is that like these people grow during fights.
Zoro probably
Next
could have
time
beaten
Zoro fights
King.
someone,
Zoro probably could have beaten King even without getting Advanced Conqueror's Haki. Realistically. The only reason he was struggling is because he didn't understand that speed meant weak and no speed meant strong.
there's a reason why put King, then Law, then Suru, then Lucci, then Katakuri, then Zoro. Zoro was well above King next time he fights someone, which is, as far as I'm concerned, the thing that we only care about.
Okay. Look,
Next time Zoro fights someone, if he fights Katakuri, he will win.
next time Zoro fights someone, it's Shiryu, and you got Shiryu below King.
Because I hate Shiryu.
See, but that's...
Okay, but hold on. Let me just ask
How
a
many
question
times
in a
did I say that I
non-attacking way.
disrespected Blackbeard
True.
Pirates?
Let me just ask a question though, in a non-disrespectful way. So you think that Zoro currently is first to second division commander level?
I think that next time Zoro fights, if he fights Katakuri, he would win.
So you're saying based on the conclusion of his fight with King, he could beat Katakuri?
No, I'm saying that next time he fights, next time we see Zoro fight someone in the story,
So Zoro right now is as strong as that, is what you're saying. He'll struggle in the fight, but he'll win.
however he gets stronger until the next time he fights someone, which he hasn't fought anyone since King.
So
So maybe next time he fights someone, he's learned to use Enma a little bit better or whatever. But what I'm saying is, now that Zoro has taken down King, the next step isn't another First Division commander. The next step is someone above that. And if it's Shiryu, then fine. But Shiryu, in that case, I would say is stronger than Katakuri.
you think? Ooh, I don't agree with either one of those.
I don't think Zoro's next power up, his next combat, is going to be against someone at the same league that he's just fought.
You're right.
I think
You're right.
Hold on. The only reason I think Katakuri is different is not in the intention to overhype him. It is that Katakuri is a bit like Mihawk in the sense that, and they're not at the same level, don't worry, I haven't put them that way. But what I mean by that is Mihawk is basically a singular Yonko, in the sense that he's garnered such a rep, but he's on his own. I take that philosophy, lessen it so much, because obviously Katakuri is not Mihawk level. But Katakuri's design is to prevent Big Mom in her state from the demolition of their whole island. In order to do that, he has to be at some point level he's obviously going to get crushed, but he has to be at some point level to be able to clash with Big Mom in order to keep her contained. So my question therefore is to you: do you think that Zoro is tagging on with Big Mom?
No, what I think is that we literally saw a scene where Big Mom looked at Katakuri and she was like, "I will one-shot you, kid." Like, it wasn't actually.
She
literally
specifically
one-shot you,
says,
but it was
"Don't."
like, you are well below me,
So
champ."
so I only reread that the other day. Essentially, the context of that is Katakuri starts giving orders, and Big Mom says, "You're just my kid. What are you doing, Katakuri?" So I think the misinterpretation of that is her saying, like, you know, get out of my way, you're too weak for this. No, it's like, I'm the captain, why are you giving orders, you little shit?
What it is it's that she genuinely doesn't even respect his strength. That's not that his strength isn't to be respected. It's that she's enough above him that she's not like, damn, I'm proud of you. You're strong.
All I'll say.
Hailed on Whole Cake as like the hero, like he's the person that always keeps them safe.
But that's the point, is that the mum is like, nah.
All I'll say.
She thinks that of most people.
She thinks that of all of
She
them.
thinks that of Kaido.
Okay.
Low key. She thinks Kaido is a kid, even though he's got the bigger.
She thinks about it. She thinks about it about everyone. But like, all I'll say is, in this defense, right?
No, she gave credit to Kaido because she said, "You will never take on that monster."
Okay.
She gave credit to Kaido.
But she also said
Never
she.
given credit to any one of
He
them.
called him a boy, basically.
Kaido also said, "I'll kill you, Lin Lin," and she said, "You won't even be able to." She's more than confident in herself. She literally thought if she had giants, she would have beaten every other Yonko in a fight.
Yeah, she basically says, "I would have beaten Whitebeard by now."
Yeah, that's big enough giants, though, right? I mean, even the
Yeah, but we're not thinking the giants are going to come out and take out Kaido, are we? It's Big Mom saying, "If I could get your subordinates out of the way, I would have fucked you up, you little shit."
Yeah, but here's the thing. She's also said that if she had the clones, she could take over the world. And Kaido has said that once he gets the Smile Army, he can take over the world.
Yeah,
et cetera.
but that's the point. Where you're taking the same stock and discrediting it in one spot, but giving it props in the other. Is what I was saying.
What do you mean?
Okay, let's just
Okay.
move on from this particular placement of category because I know fact we're gonna have more
Okay.
fights later.
My only closing statement for this is just from my perspective, because I won't argue it any further. All I was going to say was, from my perspective, King is the best defense out of the first commanders. Shiryu, you're going to need the best perception from. One thing to note, though, Katakuri is the only first commander with Conqueror's Haki. Right?
Correct.
That says a lot more for him compared to his peers than a lot of other people in the story.
And that again only is a situation because he's literally Big Mom's
But-
sharp. Well, not Big Mom's, but he's the sharpened tool to prevent a Yonko when it goes psycho.
But I'll cop that's only
He's
theoretical.
literally a leader.
My 27.
Canon.
My 27, this ends everyone under first commander level. And I have Robert Gucci.
Oh, what?
Robert Gucci Lucci.
I think that's the highest Gucci.
I got recorrected on this. You know how the bowler hat guy, it was seemingly the leader of CP0?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
And how he's like one-shotting numbers and one-shotting Topiropo, like it's nothing. Yeah, turns out I went back and in a proper translation of that, Rob Lucci is his superior at the moment.
I mean, I figured. Basically, I think we've all kind of agreed that we place Rob Lucci as essentially just, I guess, whoever's the strongest in CP0, that's where they go.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I will preface here, I only don't have him in the first commander range because we have nothing to go on. Right? So he caps off the top of my second division commander range at the moment. And so my 26 at the bottom of the first commander range, 26 and 25 are interchangeable. I have King and I have Yamato. They are just as good as each other. I was saying to Glitter earlier before stream, right, that Zoro only cut King when he wasn't in his defensive form, right? But King started blocking when Zoro started having Conqueror's Haki. So we don't know whether or not King's defense was going to hold up against the Conqueror's Haki slashes. That's fair enough. I'm making that as a clear note here. For people, I got caught up in the hype myself, but for people saying that King has a Yonko level durability feat, that's from the Dragon Twister from Zoro, right? We all know that one, that he blocked that, took no damage. But it cut Kaido and made Kaido bleed, but that same thing, like, it made Kaido bleed in Dragon form, and low-key Gear 3 Luffy was making Kaido bleed in Dragon form. So I'm not taking any stock in that now.
I think the feat that people get at is that King literally said his defense is beyond a Yonko's.
Zoro?
Zoro said to King something like,
Nope.
"Oh, your height is as hard as," or something like that, and then he said, "My defenses go even farther beyond," or something.
I'm pretty sure they never actually, and correct me, chat, if I'm wrong here. I'm pretty sure it's never stated. It was only people personally power scaling because that attack hurt Kaido and it didn't hurt King.
I'm
Not too
pretty sure
sure.
there was some degree of dialogue where I think King said mine is even further beyond, or something like that. Mine goes further.
Maybe.
Defenses go further.
Chat, correct me here, but as far as I'm aware, right, that was more just like people talking about it, getting hyped from the non-official
I'm pretty sure it was
translations.
King himself saying it.
Like I said, he's got mad defense, right? But at this point in time, from what I've physically seen, it's Yonko level, yeah, fine. But like we all saw Dragon Kaido get beat up by everyone. Then he went human form and less damage started doing him, and then he went hybrid form and even less damage started hurting him. You know what I mean? So he's like as he's
Kaido's tough.
he's as durable as Kaido's weakest form. At least.
I mean, I would never take something like him just doing a cut. I would never take that as like 100% facts. I would need some kind of dialogue to like truly believe it.
But what I'm saying is, I'm pretty sure there's no official dialogue from it. I'm pretty sure that's like a bit of a bad fan translation from memory when I was really looking it over the other day. And the only reason I have Yamato above him, like I said, these two are interchangeable. You can flip him back and forth, right? Yamato has advanced Conqueror's Haki, so I don't know how King's defense goes against that, because once Zoro started using it, King started blocking instead of just taking the hits. You know what I mean? And Yamato, it was super impressive. She's been amazing. She's genuinely been amazing this arc. She's done so well against Kaido. She's been tremendous, even though her skills directly counter Kaido's, which makes her look probably better than she might be. She's just been phenomenal. So I'm putting her in the first commander range. The only thing is, people above here, I don't necessarily know if she can beat at this point in time.
You're pretending that you're not downplaying her.
I don't think I am. I think you overhype her based on her first showcasing, but on Frankie's first showcasing, he was equal to Luffy. As soon as we learnt more about him, though, it was like, okay, it's not as good as we thought. Like,
Okay, what about, yeah, because I mean, no, and I'm a Yamato hyper, so Daniel can probably take some sort of sanctity in that, even if we disagree in other areas.
Mhm.
But I do think Yamato has fallen only slightly, because I guess I agree somewhat with Supernova, not to the extreme he does, but, you know, like Robin was just flat out killing people.
It's not
On
that
her
she just
turn.
gets nerfed joining the Straw Hats, because we don't even know if she's going to join the Straw Hats, right? But it's
I
like,
hope she does,
the-
but in order to do so, she
We-
has to be under Sanji and Zoro,
You-
so I have to be careful about where you put her.
you hype her for going well against Kaido, but if you re-look at her clash with Kaido, right? She comes in as the aggressor. She uses her techniques first. Kaido blocks with his techniques, and then overwhelms her with his techniques. So like she's coming in with a perfect counter to his abilities, from what we've seen Devil Fruit wise so far.
Okay,
And then he's overpowering her because he's so much better than her. So it's like, in her best possible showcasing, she's looking really good, but it's still like tailor designed for her to look good.
Okay, listen. You're saying that she perfectly counters his techniques, but she doesn't counter any of his techniques. He has a better version of all of her.
But that's because he's a
techniques.
Yonko and she's
He
not.
counters her. Exactly, but that's what I'm saying. If anything, he counters her because he's the same. It's like saying that like oh, Katakuri made Luffy look really good. No, Katakuri made Luffy look like a goof because he was just better at Luffy at everything that he does. It's not a Luffy doesn't counter Katakuri. Katakuri counters Luffy.
Okay, then it's just downplaying Yamato more then, isn't it?
No, it's not. It's saying that like she didn't only have a good showing because she counters him. If anything, she had a good showing despite being countered by him.
I mean, her
I
showing
can
was
understand both points.
she hit ulti back of the head, Thunder Bagua. Ulti got up, shook it off. Literally said to her that Thunder Bagua was weak, and I know it hurt her. Like I'm not downplaying that, but it's like Yamato hasn't successfully put anyone down so far, right? I would assume she would. Like she's strong, and I'm not taking that away from her. But it's like she uses ice. Like her biggest abilities is her ice breath and her club attacks. But we see her ice breath and Kaido's fire counters it completely, right? We see her club attacks and Kaido's Thunder Bagua counters it completely. And I've got to give it credit. It's like it's advanced Conqueror's Haki, right? That's why she's over all the 2nd Division commanders and all that. I can't necessarily give that to any of them. But it's like everyone else up here on the list is just a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, we've already had this massive conversation. Essentially, you think that she's heaps shit, and then
You said Sanji so far, Jade?
Nope.
I think that not a single person on the rooftop, could have handled Kaido in a 1v1 as good as she did.
Because she perfectly counters his abilities, though. She has an ice breath to counter the fire breath. She literally has got Thunder Bagua to counter his Thunder Bagua. She literally has... She's one of the only 4 people in the series to have a named block.
Okay, here's what you said, right? You said that she started by using her abilities,
Yep.
and then he used the same equivalent abilities and wrecked her.
Yep.
Which means she used what she's good at, and he has the same abilities but just better.
Yeah.
So he counters her, not the other way around.
No, but he's
not attacking her, and then she's shooting the same abilities.
She is attacking him. She is attacking him. Countering someone is they attack you, and you do something to stop their attack. He's countering with his same attack, but it's significantly better in every situation.
What Yamato countering him would look like is he shoots a breath, and even though she's not as strong, she has that breath because of her fruit, so she shoots it as well, and then they equal. He does a Thunder Bagua, and because she has the same ability, she does a Thunder Bagua.
No, but
and
what?
Equal. And
But
even though he's stronger than her, he's able to equal her out. That's what countering is. But what's actually happening is she shoots a breath, he shoots a better one and annihilates her, and he just constantly beats her in everything. So she's never actually countering him. She's just
No, but her fruit, right? If you had someone equal to Kaido in strength with the fruit that Yamato has, it's as a devil fruit is the perfect counter to his devil fruit.
But it's not it's not a counter. It's the same.
It's the ice. It's the ice fruit to the magma fruit. Is what I'm saying. Devil fruit wise, it is perfectly specified to combat that one specific fruit.
Yes, it combats it equally,
but
it doesn't counter.
But that's
that. The counter implies that you're like redirecting the force back at them, kind of deal.
No. Okay, I will specify then, because obviously it's a semantical game here. What I'm saying is, right? She has an ice breath for the fire breath, right? She has an ice shield to deal with the blunt force trauma, right? She has techniques, and her fruit is specifically made for her to stand a few minutes chance that she might not otherwise have had against Kaido and his dragon fruit specifically. Kaido didn't fight her all out.
Her fruit isn't specifically designed to fight Kaido. Her fruit has very similar, pretty much the same abilities as Kaido. Doesn't mean it's designed to fight him.
You don't think the point of Oda making them have the same fruits with polar opposite abilities is maybe to have them counter each other a bit? To polarize a bit?
Would you say that Luffy counters Katakuri?
No, but Katakuri has a superior fruit. That's the whole point of that.
Okay, but...
What I'm saying is if you take 2 fodder and you give one a dragon fruit and you give one her dog fruit, right? And those 2 fighters are equal, they're having equal clashes there, right? Kaido is significantly better than her overall, that's fine, right? But she's got a perfect matchup against the dragon fruit.
What sense?
In the sense that it perfectly counters the abilities of the dragon fruit. He's got fire, she's got ice. He's got lightning and wind, she's got the shield.
It's just the semantics thing though, right? Because to me, a counter is like you try to attack me and I like step to the side and trip you and push you to the ground. Like I'm redirecting your.
That's a counter attack.
My ability. my ability, even if it's not as strong, I'm able to like
Okay.
still beat you with the
Then
same ability.
then I will.
For me, it would be he does a breath, and then because her fruit's the same, she does a breath, and they equal out.
Then I will change
She
my.
can basically defend herself by just constantly equaling.
Then I will change my wording for you. She has a fruit perfectly designed to be equal to the dragon fruit.
Yes, the fruit is meant to be equal.
Mm-hmm.
It's not equal in this case.
Yes, because Kaido is a significantly better person, but that's my point, right? She has a fruit that's specifically designed, aesthetically, to fight the dragon fruit, which would make her look better in this situation than other people would.
Mhm.
Okay, let's move on. That's all I was saying.
Wait, what? No, her fruit is not specifically designed to make her look better. That's exactly my point. People try to downplay her by saying that her fruit counters his fruit. It doesn't counter it. It just has the same ability.
Yes, but that's the
In the
point. The
same
point
way.
is, right? The only reason Kaido's better than her here is because Kaido's like physically and overall stronger, got better haki and all that, right? But in terms of the fruits, Kaido isn't able to absolutely dick on her with his devil fruit ability because her devil fruit is specifically designed to deal with that fruit narratively.
It's not specifically designed to deal with it. It's just the same.
If someone goes out of their way to have someone...
No, if it was specifically designed to deal with it, then she would have like an anti-breath that no matter what cancels his breath.
But that's what she has.
And any dragon breath coming at... No, it doesn't. She
You're
has
both
little-
right
she has
and
an
you're
ice
both
breath.
wrong. In the sense that, no, it's not a counter. But yes, there is symbology in her fruit. Because without her fruit, technically, she would have probably been pummeled to death by the time she was fucking 11. It was a protective survival method by giving her a fruit that can protect her against Kaido. In that way, it's a counter because she's had one of the most arguably abusive childhoods. You can't tell me that in a drunken stupor, Kaido's not beating the crap out of his
Okay,
kid.
let me say
However,
this.
It's not a counter, as in it's not like a direct.
It's
not
not-
a direct stopper.
It's not Luffy to
She
NL,
was
it's Smoker to Ace.
She was impressive prior to the fruit because she's had the shackles on since the age of 8. She's only recently had them taken off.
Mhm.
So no, not
That's
really.
perfect. That's perfect. It's not Luffy to NL.
It's Smoker to Ace, right?
It's perfect.
Ace's fruit was completely countered by Smoker's fruit. They were equal fruits.
But the problem...
Like, English-wise, that would work.
Here's the thing. Even that isn't necessarily true because they're both unable to hurt each other, whereas Kaido was still able to hurt her.
Yeah, but he didn't hurt her.
Fighting a fruitless
He didn't hurt her from his devil fruit. He hurt her beating the shit out of her with haki.
And yeah, but he is his devil fruit. He's got the strength from the devil fruit, etc., etc.
But he's got the same, like, well, we don't know if the devil fruit actually makes him physically stronger. I mean, we can assume, yeah, no different to how Yamato's mythical zone makes her physically stronger. But, like, what damaged her wasn't the fruit.
Help is physically stronger. I understand. He is stronger than her as a fighter. But what I'm saying is, I don't like the rhetoric that people say when they say that she has a counter, because it makes it seem like the only reason she did that well is because, like, her powers just perfectly happened to, like, the opposite of his that, like, counted. Realistically, if you gave her, like both of Blackbeard's fruits, she would do better. It's not like her fruit is the perfect fruit that completely destroys his fruit.
No, but it's a fruit that makes her almost equal to him.
Look, I sense we're going to come back to this discussion sooner because of other places where Yamato's going to get put. So let's come
24.
By the way, I have the quote for King and Zoro. Zoro says, "So dinosaurs are basically like dragons.
Is this from the Viz?
Tough hides." This is from the link that got sent.
Go to the Viz. Official translations are always better.
I'm not putting it.
What chapter is it? Tell me what chapter.
Basically, it's to where is it? 1032.
1032, easy solves. Alright, what page?
I'm not sure. Just scroll down after the big ass dragon twister.
So, between the dragon and dinosaurs, you guys soak up damage like nobody's business, huh? true, but in my specific case, it goes even beyond that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I mean. He's essentially referencing, and mind you, he hasn't fought a dinosaur, yeah? He's only fought Kaido at this point.
I mean, okay, yeah, fine. So, okay, King's saying his defense goes beyond Kaido's. Fair.
Beyond Kaido's, essentially, yeah. That's what I mean. It's like a direct quote from him.
Okay.
Now, like, I don't necessarily give that, like, too much credence, but yeah.
I mean, look, in his defensive form, then I'll just say he's stronger than Kaido. I'll like I said, I was flip-flopping on it because I didn't know how I felt about it. Like, it's still, Yamato and King are very interchangeable there.
Here's the thing though, right? Like the only reason that matters is at this specific point where like Zoro can theoretically cut Kaido but not him, right? But in terms of like if it was Luffy fighting King, Luffy's still going to be able to Rio punch King.
Yeah.
So it's not going to make a difference. It only makes a difference if you're a swordsman that's at exactly this level where you can cut Kaido but just can't cut King. Whereas like Mihawk could probably just cut them both.
Yep.
So, doesn't matter that much.
My 24, 23, 22. These are some red hot takes. And I'm not super confident in this section. I'm not gonna lie, right? From, like I said, from 26 to about 19, we're very interchangeable, right? 24, I have Shiryu of the Rain, right? Above him, for now, I have Sanji. And then above Sanji, for now, just on principle, I'm not going to put who I actually have here. I'm going to put Kid. Because I don't believe Kid deserves to be any higher than that, in all honesty. I second guess myself there. I'll go Shiryu, Sanji, Kid. Okay?
Wow.
Shiryu is there because his invisibility helps him get around Yamato and King. And technically his ability is the clear fruit that helps him erase anything. So he may technically be able to erase himself from observation haki. Considering, and I've got something to back this up, Absalom was able to go into the lairs of many high tier people and take photos of them without them being able to see him. He was in the Kid base when Kaido was there. No one saw him. For as far as we know, haki can't sense it, but we saw how Sanji got around it pre-time skip. So we know there's ways around it, but arguably it's a great counter for observation haki. You know what I mean? Sanji's above him just because of speed and he has invisibility, and the only reason Kid's above either of them, and I mean,
Please the narrative.
It's narrative and awakening, and the fact that he's still got more awakening teased. When Laura asked him, "Is that all you're capable of?" he still said, "Like, I'm not going to show you my whole hand yet." You know what I mean? So it's like, Kid still has something. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's going to be effective. It might be useless, but he's got something. Originally, I had him higher on the list, but low-key, just without us talking, I was like, do you know what? Nah, fuck it. I'm swapping him with the other person.
I think, like, anyone who puts him too high, it's, like, pure...
Conjecture.
Like, you just have to
Speculation.
argue the narrative.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, basically his feats have been, if anything, like worse than Killer's, to be fair.
Yeah, Killer, his right hand looks better than him right now.
Genuinely, yeah.
Alright.
So, I mean, yeah.
Glitter, give me your 24 to 22.
Okay, let me pull up my list. 24 to 22.
Yep.
24 King.
Okay.
23 Law.
Okay.
And 22 Sanji.
Okay. Good to see Sanji making the rounds. I don't have anything to criticize that, really. I mean, we've got the same sort of characters within a couple of each other, so it makes sense to me. Anything you want to say, Brecky?
I just realized I went Shiryu, Sanji, Kid, so did you.
Okay. I mean, look, at least we can agree on that.
I mean, as soon as we crack into like the top 15, we're in trouble.
Top 12. Top 12 is hard for me. Although I have a red herring here that's going to piss some people off, I think. What's your 24, 23, 22?
Marco.
Ooh. Okay.
Ooh.
Then here is my
Here's the thing. I was thinking like, oh, Zoro Marco, because Marco doesn't have any offensive feats, but I was like, nah, Zoro's Enma will just kill him. Like even if we say if he fights Marco next, and maybe he's got a bit more durability, like with Luffy's Gear 4, how it like lasts quite a bit longer. Still, eventually, would take him out surely.
I mean,
I think honestly, I think Marco gets carried by his healing factor because offensively he has shown very little.
the only thing he has going for him offensively is that he cut the fuck out of Queen's face with his foot. Other than that, his attacks are kind of shallow.
Yeah, and also
Who?
I'm
Marco.
super biased.
Marco's
Also just super biased because he's a thing.
Marco is like the next step up of Magellan, where it's like you're only there because your fruit makes you there.
Yeah.
Like, really it is. Alright, who do you have above Marco?
Okay, this is gonna be
Here we go.
Dorian Broggy.
Oh god. Supernova said they would be there. He was like, there's no way that's not gonna be, and I was like,
That's a red hot take. I love it. I love to see the controversy. All I will say is
surely not.
All I will say is I considered putting them on the list, but then I took the route of thinking. They have really high DC. Like, they have a top 5 swordsman feat in the verse, arguably. But
You gonna talk about their durability?
I'm not talking about the durability. Their attack speed seems a little weak to me, which means, but in conjunction with the durability, yeah, like because they got injured pretty early on.
Can I make my argument?
Give me 2 seconds, right? They got injured early on, and I know there was a lot of happenstance around that, and that's fair. What I will say, right, is they do take a bit of, they're a bit slow doing an attack. They've got a heaps high DC, but if they don't have the highest HP and they're a little bit slow to attack, I can see a lot of the people on these lists outpacing them and eventually wearing them down, regardless of how ridiculously strong they are. Make your point.
Yeah. Okay. First, it was Dory Broggy, and we're on the same level because they're kind of indistinguishable.
Okay.
Got them both. Okay. So, my main really big point is it was shown. I just watched Little Garden recently, right?
Yep.
They were shown before Crocodile.
Yep.
So they were specifically set. It was said that they were the greatest warriors of Elbath.
Yep.
So they were also, as Oda said with Crocodile, they were also shown too early. The other thing is that I think the reason that they seem like they attack really slowly is because they're giants, and that's kind of like how you draw giants fighting, right? Like if you ever watch Godzilla and stuff fight against like really big slow hits, that's why I don't really like watching giant fights.
You want some free fuel? Do you want some free fuel for this?
Another big thing. Yeah, sure, go for it.
They had a 100 mil bounty revealed at the time when Crocodile was only at the 81.
Big true.
I considered it. I'm not gonna lie, I considered them.
That one island is considered to be like a Yonko crew, which means there has to either be someone who is Yonko level there, or enough really strong people that are kind of close to make up Yonko, right? Because like if they're all like 3rd division commander level, then a Yonko is going to wipe everybody on that island by themselves, you know. So there have to be at least like 1st division commander-ish level people or above, since they're the 2 strongest that have ever been there. And then the other big thing is they have a Elbath spear. Not even an Elbath spear, it's called Giant Spear.
It's
that they attack with, and it's essentially Big Mum's Elbath spear, but my theory is that Big Mum saw their giant spear and ripped it off, and so Big Mum has actually has a ingenuine version.
It's actually the same. It's not the same, but it's a their attack is based on the same attack that Kaido and Big Mum do together. As a point of reference, there actually.
Yes.
And
my thing being is that I believe that their giant spear is actually the true version of the giant spear, whereas Big Mum's version, which is Elbath's spear, which by the way is her highest DC, is a rip-off of their attack, which means it's inferior, at least slightly, to their attack.
Can I say something?
I think that their DC is greater than Big Mum.
Can I say something filthy here?
Go for it.
Like I was saying, I saw Vista struggle against a giant Rons last night in the manga. I'm sort of looking at that and I'm like, I mean, fuck. Does Vista deserve to be on the list, or is Dorian Broggy taking him for a ride? I ain't gonna lie, because, I mean, like, yeah, you're right. If they have even if they're the strongest 2 giants, right, at, say, like, 4th commander level, right? and then say the next strongest people are as strong as the giants that were in Marineford, they were still requiring people to help Vista to block. If you have an army of that, that's pretty hard. You know what I mean? Goes off.
Yeah.
Not to mention, I think a lot of people don't realize, like when we saw Elbaf, it looked like a big place, but those shadows in the background, what I don't think a lot of people realize is Elbaf's a bigger island. It's one of the biggest land masses because it's a regular island. It's a whole country for people that are 100 times bigger than everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
So there's going to be a lot of giants there. So look, I don't think it's a red hot take. It's a red hot take, but I don't think it's a red hot take. You know what I mean? Give me a 22.
Ben Beckman.
Ooh, I'm surprised you put him this low.
Oh, he's the top of the first divisions. I've put all their first divisions already.
Shit, who the hell do you have on your list? Alright.
So yeah, that's the thing. And then separating.
Oh, he's
Rory,
22.
Robbie, Marco, he's a little bit above. He's nice.
Okay. Do you want to give me your next two? Or next three, sorry? I'll do the reverse order.
Yeah, sure. I've got and this one I can fully take or leave. The Gorosei.
Okay.
Way to put 'em. I just put 'em there.
I left.
I'm thinking.
There's 5 of them, is what I was thinking. So I'm like, they can't be like admiral level, right? And I was like, what if they're like really good top, like first division? And
Okay.
just kind of put them there.
I have them as a caveat, and since I'm not going to put them properly on the list, I'll blow past it, and I might as well talk about this now, right? Shanks rocks up, and the Gorosei tell the guards to leave. Meaning, they feel like if Shanks runs amok, they can deal with him, right? In some capacity. I'd like to also point out, they are celestial dragons. Doflamingo, from what we can tell, is like what celestial dragon DNA can become if it trains. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So,
They're like warrior have trained.
not to mention CP0, right? For all we know, they're like... I mean, being the leaders of the world government, they've got CP0 directly under them, right? For all we know, they're all like what the equivalent of the top CP0 member would be as a group.
Mhm.
And seeing as how Shanks doesn't have a devil fruit as well, right? If you got 5 dudes that are that close to like the top of Rokushiki and Haki, it's like,
Mhm.
yeah, it's fair.
I think that's pretty consistent with my placement as well, because they're like, they're not like an admiral or a Yonko themselves, but like 5 above, like 5 Ben Beckmans could handle Shanks.
Yeah. Okay. Who do you got above them?
That Yamato.
Yamato? Again, it's respectable. It's not too far
Yeah,
away from where I've got
We
Yamato.
won't argue it anymore, but I just want to. My kind of take on Yamato is, I personally, and I know you disagree, but I personally don't think that anyone on the rooftop, at least at the start of the rooftop fight, could 1v1 Kaido as well as she did. And I think even Luffy, before he learned, like, he had like a good grasp on Rio. And just because it just seemed like every time somebody would jump in, they'd get a hit in, they'd just get smashed.
Okay.
But yeah, we've already talked about that.
Who do you have above Yamato?
That's my old man starting, so that's Kong.
Kong. Hey, Kong making a round. I like that. He's a former fleet admiral.
Yeah. Keep wanting to take Kong off, but he deserves it,
Okay.
I guess.
Glitter, who's your 21?
Main thing is that he doesn't look like he's aged as much.
Yeah, I get that.
Okay. So, my 21 is Weevil.
Ooh, Mr. Junior Whiteface. All right, who's your 20?
My 20 is Ben Beckman.
Benny B, and 19.
Yamato.
Okay. I mean, there's not a hell of a lot of discrepancy. I mean, people are like, we're all agreeing that Yamato's top 20, sort of thing. You know what I mean? Like like in the 20s range. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I don't think there's like it sounds like I'm downplaying her a lot, but it's like at the same point in time, like she's in the top 1%. You know what I'm saying? She's in the top 30 list regardless.
I do think I have them.
Okay. Coming in at my number 21, I have... Okay. I mean, there's not a hell of a lot of discrepancy. I mean, people are like, we're all agreeing that Yamato's top 20. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think there's like a like it sounds like I'm downplaying her a lot, but it's like at the same point in time, like she's in the top 1%. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, okay. Because I dropped Kid down, I'm gonna shift the list around a bit. Okay, I have Trafalgar D. Oh, that's lucky rude. I have Trafalgar D. Water Law. I have I have my law. All right, my big law boy. Okay, he's my dude. Hang on, why's Lucky Rude there? I have law there. Above law, I have the Empress herself, Boa Hancock. Okay, she's filthy strong. Even now, she gets massively, like, she's got ridiculous portrayal. She's still got a ridiculous devil fruit. She's had, I'll go into a little detail about it, but I'll say who's above her first, right? Coming in just above her, I have Zoro. Okay? So first things first. Boa's got all 3 types of Haki, and she lives on an island where Haki is one of the most important fundamental things that you learn, right? Her 2 little sisters both have Rio, advanced Rio, which implies that she has it, right? They specify that Luffy has conquerors like her, but they also specify that they've never seen someone with conquerors like Boa before, right? Which implies, I mean, like, it could just imply that they've never met anyone with conquerors, which is also what it does imply, but it could also imply that she's got a higher state of conquerors. Then we also have Aokiji's list of the most threatening warlords, and his top 2 picks for the most dangerous warlord was Boa and Dofi. Dofi only because of his Celestial Dragon connection, and Boa strictly because of her Haki and her island. Right? Not to mention Boa's introduced low-diffing Vice Admirals, like it's nothing, and then proceeds to be traded in the war, literally low-diffing pacifistas and Logias and everyone alike. You know what I mean? Like, as a character, if she didn't have Luffy's simp energy, I think a lot of people would put her I would think a lot of people would not sleep on her. You know what I mean?
Here's the thing. I actually wanted to put her, like, in the first division, maybe even, like, kind of where you did it, like, like at the top of the first divisions. And then the only reason I didn't was because I had a flashback to what I used to think of her, and I used to think that, like, oh, I don't know, is she stronger than Dofi or not? And then I realized that I put Dofi so low, and I was like, oh, I can't justify her being like leagues above Dofi.
A good example here is she can turn anyone that's attracted to her to stone immediately, but she can turn stuff that's inanimate or isn't attracted to her to stone if she makes contact, right? She's got pretty decent observation haki, and if you take non-canon material, I mean, look at her in Stampede. It's fucking... She's got some ridiculous speed, you know what I mean? So it's like, if she lands a hit even on King in his defense form, I can't guarantee that King's not taking severe injury from that. It might not be enough to take him out, but, like, you know what I mean? It's like, she can still hit him. And she's got ranged attacks with her arrows that still turn stuff to stone, even if it doesn't have, like, sexual attraction.
Yeah.
So it's like, she's got a ridiculous fruit. She's got perfect setup for all good types of haki and advanced hakis. Plus, she had an admiral gas her. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? It's like, the only other admiral that gassed a warlord was Aokiji talking up Dofi, and Kizaru saying Weevil's like a young Whitebeard.
Yeah.
Alright.
Can't be mad at that.
Alright.
I think, like, if I was looking for a rooftop, I would consider her.
Yeah. I mean, she was essentially rooftop level in Stampede, wasn't she? You had Luffy, Boa, Sabo, Crocodile, and Rob Lucci. That was your rooftop 5?
Yeah.
I mean, like, legit, right? Okay. Screw it. I'll go another 3, and then we'll keep alternating like that. Does that work with you guys?
Yep.
All right. So my 19 was Zoro, wasn't it? Yeah, because I moved Kid down. All right. My next one. My next 2 have caveats here. I've got Katakuri. Right, with Ben B as an offset. The only reason I didn't rank Ben B is because, like, he's a first commander. He gets hyped up betrayal-wise, right? I can't put him anywhere below Katakuri because of that until I've seen him fight and if he's like got a betrayal that's worse than Cat, then I can. But for the moment, it's like literally we're told he's good over and over and over. You know what I mean? So it's like I don't have any feats to put him above anyone, but I'm not going to leave him off the list, so he's right next to Cat here. Okay? Above Cat, I've got Marco. Marco is carried wholly from his fruit. Right? Wholly from his fruit. Like, Marco survived Kizaru obliterating him. Akainu melting him. He's survived against Blackbeard. He's survived against Big Mom. Marco he took on 2 commanders 2v1. You know what I mean? It's like his fruit.
I'm actually surprised that you didn't put Cat above him.
It's hard because like I think Katakuri has the potential to entrap Marco but never kill him. You know what I mean? And it's like then it becomes a semantic game on whether or not how skilled Marco would be to get out of being captured. You know what I'm saying? And it's like instead of having that semantical argument, which I could have, it's like if it's too hard for Katakuri to seal the deal, and Marco's healing's just absolute, I'm putting him there. You know what I mean? He's just carried. Offset with Marco though, I have Weevil. The longer the series goes without this man being introduced, the stronger he gets. He's at this point in time, what a young Whitebeard is seemingly a Whitebeard on rocks, right? Which at that point in time, he's regarded as the world's strongest man anyway. Plus, I mean, we know that Whitebeard had all 3 types of Haki advanced, right? Weevil's feats are taking out 16 allied captains, so he's taking out 16 New World captains, right?
Yeah.
It's like, he's got good betrayal. There's room for him to be shit, but it's like, we keep gassing this man, and we haven't gotten to see him fight. At this point in time, if he comes into the story, and he's weaker than Zoro, what's the point of having saved him for so long?
That's a really good argument for him, is that like the longer the story goes on, the stronger he has to be.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's got to come in and be relevant.
And it's
not gonna be relevant if he's older.
It's not the same as like Bonnie, where the longer it is before she's introduced, the stronger she's got to be, because Bonnie doesn't have the same told portrayal. You know what I mean? Like, we just haven't seen Bonnie. She could come in, she could be good, she could be bad. Weevil, we're like, he's good. Where is he? Right?
Like, that's the thing. Bonnie is hyped because she's meant to be important.
Yep.
Whereas Weevil is hyped purely because he's strong.
And non-canon feat, he's the person that took Zeph's arm. He took an admiral's arm. Alright? So, in non-canon material, when Oda was teasing him, he's teasing him as a dude that can take an admiral's arm. That's...
And remember our first video on this channel was...
Gassing up Film Z.
That movie was kind of canon.
Yeah, there's a lot of canon aspects in it. And yeah, I'm pretty sure I've got one more here, don't I? Sitting above Marco, and this is a red hot take. I have Rayleigh.
Hey.
Oh, nothing
The red
about.
hot take because he's low?
Yeah. I think it's a red hot take because I think you think he's going to be low here.
Oh no,
Okay.
nothing. That's nothing compared to how red hot take mine is, Jade.
Glitter, give me your 3.
I'm in genuine danger. I'm genuinely in danger. So where am I up to? I'm up to 18.
18.
Right? Zoro.
Okay. Above Zoro?
Rayleigh.
The lowest Rayleigh so far. I like it. And above Rayleigh.
Is Boa.
Ooh. Is it just the youth?
It's the youth. It's that she's only 30. I think Rayleigh's an absolute weapon. But I think we can see him deteriorating, unfortunately. Like, I don't think he had a reason to fight until he met Luffy.
Okay.
I think out of all of the oldies, he's deteriorating the fastest. And that's only because I think Rayleigh probably hasn't been the same since Roger, just as a personal opinion. I feel like that would have happened to Zoro if Luffy was executed. And he's still a force to be reckoned with. Absolutely. I don't mean to do Rayleigh dirty when I say that. But he's also supposed to be a sensei, and if we learn anything from other shonen, their sensei has to start dropping after it's been taught. Except if you're like Mihawk, which in that case you have to maintain until he can beat him.
Okay.
Like Jiraiya, I guess, is how I kind of see Rayleigh.
Um,
And with Boa's youth, and the fact that we haven't seen the extent of her yet, we really haven't. And like her first outing as a pirate was an 80 million bounty. You know, like we actually can't really say her corners yet, but I don't feel comfortable necessarily putting her higher than that.
I mean, fair. At 8 years old, she had a higher bounty than Big Mum, at relative the same age.
Correct.
So that's
So
fair.
I just, yeah.
Okay. Brecky, your next three.
Rayleigh.
Whoa! The lowest Rayleigh!
Oh,
I thought
I don't feel sloppy anymore.
I thought you were gonna gas him so hard.
The thing is, I've got Rayleigh above like all the First Division commanders and Yamato.
And the
I
Gorosei?
feel like
I
you
think-
put him somewhere safe.
Yeah, so basically my next three is Rayleigh, then Sengoku, then Garp. The idea is that like the oldies, I think, are capable of not quite like Admiral or Big or Yonko level, but like almost there level of output. They can't do it for long.
Okay.
So my idea is like essentially thinking about Yamato versus Kaido. Can you hold out against a Yonko for 30 minutes? If you can't take on one of them.
Okay.
If you can, then you're going to outlast them.
Okay.
That's kind of where I kind of put them all on the same level, and I think Rayleigh, since he was never, Garp and Sengoku were considered to be like near equal to Roger in that, so I think Rayleigh's had the least
Portrayal?
efficient feats.
Are they in? Is Garp and Sengoku specifically in that order? With Garp over as number one?
Yeah, I think Garp over, and the only reason I put Garp over, actually, I feel like you could take the argument that like Sengoku's fruit wouldn't deteriorate as much as Haki would, but I think like if we ever do see, and we probably won't, but if we ever do see Garp and Sengoku fight, the kind of focus will be more on Garp, I imagine.
Okay.
So I don't know if Sengoku will ever get a feat that's over Garp.
Okay.
I think it's pretty safe to put Garp above.
Do you want to give me your 15 to 12 as well?
Yeah, sure. Now I've got Weevil. I think
Ooh,
Weevil can hang on against the oldies
I like that.
for 10 minutes or so until
Okay.
they tire themselves out. Yeah, like we were saying, like I'm pretty sure, like he basically has just been going around taking out Whitebeard Commander after Whitebeard Commander very confidently, very like relaxed. So I honestly just think he could take out Marco as well.
I see.
He can just take out all of the Whitebeard Commanders.
I've noticed one name that hasn't dropped yet that I know is going to drop on everyone's list that I'm just holding out for.
Am I doing the next one?
Yeah.
I think this is the one you're looking for, Sabo.
Yeah. Look, I'm actually glad where you placed him because I thought I was going to have a mad disagreement with you putting Sabo over Rayleigh. Not going to lie.
Oh, no. I
Um,
think Sabo can handle Rayleigh for. Honestly, I don't even know if
I think-
Sabo's any weaker than Rayleigh, even at the start of the fight.
yeah, no, I think Sabo takes Rayleigh at this point. And I'll bring up some points when I do my next three, but who's over Sabo?
Oh, I'm still going.
Yeah.
Alright. We're getting into the admirals, so I've got Green Bull just because he has the least betrayal.
Green Bull. Okay, it makes sense. You're a little drop below us here, I think. I'll preface, right? My caveat across from number one is but I didn't include him on the list. Okay?
Same.
I wanted to keep it spicy for people to enjoy number one as like a character we've seen. Okay?
Yeah, I felt kind of the same. Like, and that's why I didn't
I feel
include
like
Dragon.
I feel like when we do this in the future, we need to have like a list on it. So
Yeah.
we all have, so that because I want to be like my number 20 could beat your number 20.
Okay.
I can't do this now because it doesn't really work.
We'll save this and we'll work on it in future. Glitter, give me your 15, 14, 13.
15, I have Katakuri.
Love to see it. Above cap?
At my 14, I've got Sabo/Marco.
Ooh. Having trouble differentiating some people? That's fair. It's always the O characters that get you.
my 13 is Green Bull.
Ooh, I love how everyone's just universally gone. We don't know anything about Green Bull. Fuck him. We don't give him the portrayal.
Yeah.
I love, I love how we just got through talking about how if we're saving a character, they must be better. But fuck Green Bull. He.
I think last list I put him above Fuji, and it was because I was like, oh, he just seems like he's gonna be stronger. But now I'm just like, nah, fuck it, he hasn't shown.
Yeah.
Almost a year
No, it's
later,
fair, it's
you know,
fair.
like, no.
Dude, I want the Green Bull hype, but like, until I see something from him, it's like, dude, he's got to be the bottom because someone has to be the bottom, and he's got no feet other than he hasn't eaten. As far as I know, this dude's malnourished and can't throw a hand. You know what I mean?
Like, they just didn't have any other better candidates, so here he is.
Okay, so my 15 is Sabo with an offset of Kong and the Gorosei. Right? Above him, I have Garp. And above Garp, I have Sengoku. So I said I was going to go into a little bit of detail when I got over to my list for this bit. So I'd watched King of Lightning's stream the other month, right? And one of the things that he was really going hard for in it was there's a piece of information, and I looked up and I verified this piece of information, right? Oda said that in an SBS, right, that he loves old people so much that when they're in the show, he doesn't ever decrease their strength because he wants people to respect how strong they are, right? But then we've had Garp and we've had Rayleigh both comment that they aren't as useful as they used to be, right? Now, I think you mentioned this earlier, and I'm surprised you actually had this mindset because I thought you had another mindset based on previous conversations about Rayleigh versus Kizaru. But my current belief is the Old Man Trio have not lost any of their DC, just like any of their attack potential. They can still hit just as hard as they always have been able to, but they cannot maintain it. They're
lacking the stamina.
Yeah,
I've got the same idea. I just think, I think they might be a little bit less.
Like, excuse how grotty this sounds. They can get up, but they just can't keep it up.
I mean,
you know what I'm saying? That's the problem.
No offense to Rayleigh here, because Rayleigh's like really damn impressive, right? But Rayleigh is a Haki swordsman that only has advanced armament Haki and pretty like I'm gonna say advanced observation, but it's like no future sight. You know what I mean? So it's like he's got really good armament, really good future sight. He's got no advanced conquerors, right? So that takes him out of the running for taking that next step up in.
Well, hang on,
top
we haven't
tiers.
seen that he has advanced conquerors.
I mean, he showed Luffy the other advanced forms of Haki and talked to him about the other advanced forms of Haki, and never said anything about conquerors. Especially when Luffy specializes in conquerors, if he knew about it, or if he could do it in any capacity to teach Luffy, do you think he would have mentioned it?
Here's the thing. He also said at he can only do Conqueror's Haki Blast like what was like 2 times a day or 3 times a day.
No, he did not. That's a mistranslation. I reread that recently. The official thing is I can't use that ability again, otherwise they will figure out who I am.
Yeah.
Okay?
I did say that.
Yeah. So
yeah.
It's with Rayleigh, right? If all he's got going for him is advanced armament Haki, Sabo has advanced armament Haki and a low gear at this point in time, right? You could give Rayleigh the benefit of the doubt of having Conqueror's Haki over Sabo, but considering he doesn't have advanced Conqueror's Haki, seemingly, and like I don't think he's gonna get it at his age, I would have to say, based on what they actually have in their skill set, that Sabo is probably equal to and eventually over Rayleigh at this point in time. Like,
so, what I'd say is, I agree that I think Sabo is over Rayleigh. I agree that Sabo's over rarely, but I think all of the old people did lose a little bit of strength,
I
and I think that was yeah.
I I'm in the mindset now that they didn't lose strength. They lost vitality, if that makes sense. Right?
So my evidence would essentially be, um, Rayleigh saying if I was like younger, I would be able to fight you and check them at the same time to Kizaru, and then also Garp saying that he can't throw the cannonballs as
So-
hard. I know that like people think that the translation is I'm throwing them half as hard, but apparently like a more accurate translation is just that it's like
okay,
not as
with
hard,
with
but
that
it's
one,
still weaker.
with that one, what I would say is, okay, yeah, he can't throw him as far. That's perfectly fine. You'd think that's like saying, oh, you know, he's only half as good as he used to be, or whatever. Like however you want to say it, right? But at the end of the day, does Garp fight these top tiers by throwing cannonballs, or does he fight by punching with Haki coating his body like a goddamn gorilla? You know what I mean?
Sure.
If his haki hasn't decreased at all, and the only thing that's decreased is how long he can fight for and his overall health, right? Then he can maintain this combat ability, but he still loses out to these other top tiers because he just gets tired, right? But do you know what? Screw it. Give it to him that he can't throw these things half as far. That helps my power scaling here more, if anything.
That's the thing. Like, I think your placements are good. I just think that they're a little bit weaker, and I think there's quite a bit say that they're a bit weaker. I mean, like, so for example, like if Garp was apparently somewhat equal to Roger, and Roger literally just like backhanded Odin and sent him across a forest, it's like, wouldn't Garp just be able to fucking annihilate like him? Him having, I feel like Garp would be way higher on the list in that case, because if he was like as strong as Roger, for example, he would be like one-shotting Sabo. Like, it's ridiculous. Because even if Sabo was strong as like prime Odin, Roger just like smashed Odin like ages away. All Garp would have to do is grab him and just keep punching him in the face until.
I think in his
Yeah.
prime though, Garp was there. Like when
Yeah, but that's what I mean. So if Garp's current strength is still that, just not for very long, I feel like he could take out like Sabo and stuff like that within 5 minutes.
which is why I've got him over Sabo.
Okay.
And
I don't know.
and I would have had Garp over Sengoku, right? Except Sengoku's Devil Fruit adds a lot more vitality even in old age and retirement than not having a mythical zone. It's just literally
You say vitality, do you mean like endurance? Like he can
Yeah.
fight at top longer?
Yeah. Like, he's still deteriorating. No different to Garp, right? But he can hold it longer. Also, I'd like to point out that Sengoku only went grey in the last 2 years. I think grey is an indicator in the One Piece world of when they start to, like, deteriorate like that, right? That's why Big Mum's still got her pink hair and a spry 68s. Garp was going grey in the era of Roger. Because you also got to think, Roger, when he was the Pirate King, he had an illness. He was on his way out already, right? Garp, in the era of the Pirate King, was on his way out going grey, right? When Roger got captured, Garp beat Chinjiao. By the time Garp was one-shotting Chinjiao, he was going grey on the sides and that. All he had was a little bit of a Devon top. You know what I mean? So it's like, if they're showcasing these people dropping off their ability at the same points in time, it makes a lot of sense, right? And Sengoku having necessitated needing to be in his prime for longer makes sense, but like now, like I feel justified in him dropping off since he's no longer the fleet admiral. And I mean, just look at him. He's eating up retirement. He's lazy as fuck.
Yeah. And I wouldn't argue it too hard. I'm fine with
What-
being over Garp.
What I would say though,
The reason that I put Garp over Sengoku is like purely because I don't see them ever, even if they do get in a fight, I always see in my head Garp is fighting whoever's the stronger one, and Sengoku's fighting the other one. If you get what I mean. So I don't think there's ever going to be a time when Sengoku's going to get a feat.
I mean,
that Garp doesn't get.
I think
wrong in my.
I think it's really hard to say because it's like, you know how the Yonko now are all equal, right?
Yeah.
Like they're literally like, regardless of who you want to say stronger, they're all tied and they've been tied for fucking 20 years. Shank's 6 years, but like none of them have beaten each other. Is what I should preface.
Sure.
Right. I think the Yonko of the last generation, right, despite other Yonkos still existing, I think it's like literally, if you look at it, 20 years ago, it was Sengoku and Garp and Whitebeard and Roger, and they were the 4 biggest threats on the sea.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like, as they came out of that, it's like Kaido, Big Mom, Shanks, old Whitebeard handed the torch over to Blackbeard. You know what I mean? And then, you know, you have Dragon and Akainu coming up. Whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
What I will say, though, is Rayleigh, part of me is a bit hurt by his betrayal thinking about it at the moment, because it's like, he's the right hand of the Pirate King. Zoro's going to surpass him, so he can't really be any higher than this in his prime. And, I mean, even having him as close to Garp and Sengoku as he is actually a little disrespectful, considering Garp and Sengoku were fighting his captain and his captain's rival. Right? And it's like, how close to Roger do you think Rayleigh is? In their prime, you know what I mean? It's a bit like,
I agree with that, but I think where we've all placed Rayleigh is actually really friggin' respectable.
Oh no, I'm saying it is respectable, but like I'm saying, like, he's there because everyone else I don't think really deals with him well. But it's like, at the same point in time, if there were other people, like, I feel like Rayleigh should be lower, but he's not lower than anyone below him. If that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, there should be more of a gap between him and these higher people. Which is part of the reason why I put Sabo over him. As opposed to having Sabo not overtaken any of the old man trio at this point in time. Alright? Alright, we're cracking in. I'm going to preface, this is my top 10. There's no top 10 for me, that's top 12. All these people are interchangeable. Alright? Coming in at dead last, I have Greenbull. Right?
Be strong. They're miles apart, all of them.
Coming in above Green Bull, Mr. No Feet. He places twice on this list. Alright? Mr. No Feet coming in. I've got the man, the myth, the dragon. I'm going to preface where I actually think he is later on in this list as a caveat. But because he's got no feet, I'm putting him here. I'm saying, at least, like, plot-wise, he's got better portrayal going for him than Green Bull, though. You know what I mean? Then above both of these bitches, coming in with some feats. Actually, sorry, that was a bit of a bad joke. Coming in with foot, Aokiji.
Oh my god.
I didn't mean to set that up, but I'll take that. I'll take that and run with it.
Coming in with foot.
Coming in with foot. Hopping into the top 10.
That's so rude. He's gonna need ice for that burn.
I kind of think he does. Alright, Glitter,
Oh, don't
give me
oh,
your
no.
12, 11, and 10. Who's your bottom of this range?
Garp.
Ooh, putting Garp over Green Bull. Okay, respecting the age. Age before beauty. Who you got next?
Fujitora.
Alright, I like. And above
11.
Fujitora.
At number 10 in my top 10 is Aokiji.
Okay. Do you have any? I'll get Daniel's first, and then once we have our once we have at least 3 each in this range.
Well, I
I'll
haven't
have
been roasted yet, so
Okay.
I figure I'm doing okay.
Come on, eggs. Tell me what's cooking.
Fuji, Aokiji, Kizuru.
Well, this
Alright,
list is gonna
So
get red hot.
first thing I will ask is why Aokiji over Fujitora?
To
I
me-
think Neo-G Admirals are just better.
Yeah, okay, I can respect that. Wholeheartedly. You
Same.
don't think Aokiji is a little bit nerfed now, considering he's missing limbs, and he would have to. It would require more effort in this top tier range for him to protect those limbs to stay in the fight comfortably.
Here's the thing. I think it's absolutely could go either way, and so I chose to not to move him, because on one hand I thought, actually originally I'd put him above Kizuru for the fight.
Okay.
But I thought to myself, like, actually, you could probably argue that, because I mean it's all narrative, right? Oda could come back and say, actually, Aokiji, now that he's been free from the military, he's got wings again, and now he's gotten way stronger, and
That's possible.
and he grew from the fight, and blah blah blah.
He's
blah, and
Shiryuing it.
even stronger.
I like it.
So I don't think you can really place Aokiji based off of that, to be honest.
Okay. Now let me ask this then: Aokiji being a subordinate of Blackbeard. Do you
I have
think
no idea.
do you think since he got severely injured from Akainu and is now a subordinate to another villain, right? Do you see Aokiji in the vein of light of he's no less stronger for what he was pre-time skip, and thus Blackbeard has has an admiral on his crew? Or do you look at it and go, he got a little bit weaker, maybe his will got a little bit crushed, and he's allied with Blackbeard, no different to how, like, the Germa were allying with Big Mom, or Orochi was allying with Kaido.
I don't think Aokiji has allied with anyone out of like, oh, I'm so weak and pathetic, I need to ally with
Yep.
someone. I think he's very decisive.
Particular.
I agree. I don't think he would have allied with them for weakness, but the fact that he's allied with someone, do you think, like, he's not like Mihawk where he's just standing ground on his own?
I don't think it's going to affect his haki. That's what you're asking. I don't think he ever had Conqueror's haki.
Okay,
I think the only admiral who has a chance to have Conquerors is Akainu.
interesting.
And I wouldn't be surprised if he had it.
Interesting. So you don't think there's a potential for Aokiji to have Conqueror's haki, considering he wanted to lead the Marines, and that Fujitora, the only known Conqueror's user of the Marines, specifically wanted Aokiji, the youngest admiral, to become the fleet admiral?
I think there's potential, but I don't think it's like, I wouldn't think that there is. Like, I wouldn't specifically say it. Actually, it could be interesting if during their fight is when Akainu unlocked Conquerors because he had a better desire to be leader, and that's why he won. That'd be a cool.
So you don't think getting to the point of the absolute leadership in the Marines is warranting enough for Conqueror's haki when you lead hundreds of thousands of troops on your day-to-day life?
I think it's warranting enough, but I just don't necessarily think that he, like, I don't think you have to have it.
Okay.
Of that.
I
mean, they didn't show.
I mean,
they weren't like, oh, you're Conquerors too, or anything like. Yeah.
I agree, because I'm in the mindset that I think I think Green Bull and Fuji probably don't have Conqueror's haki, but I think the OG3 admirals might have Conqueror's haki, maybe with the exception of Kizaru.
I don't know. To be honest though, like, I think like they're so strong at, like, you know, when you say like leading hundreds of thousands, it's like them leading is mostly office work, right? Like, if they actually have to go out and fight, they're just going to take a random ship with their own little crewmates. It's the same as like a captain would. We don't know of that many Buster calls being called in the past. There haven't been any like giant major wars where they're fighting against tons of people. So I don't necessarily know that they're like leading thousands of troops on these big crusades. I think it's honestly just like, oh yeah, go wipe that island. Bring a couple of ships with you.
I would mention that Aokiji, when he was first introduced, was known for commonly leaving and going and doing like activities, like going out into the world and doing stuff like that. And Kizaru was like, every time we've seen Kizaru, he's either gearing up to go out for a raid or a clash or something, or ordering, like giving direct orders to subordinates.
Yeah, but that's the thing, is that like ordering doesn't, I don't know. To me, like getting Conqueror's haki, you don't get from like doing what Sengoku was doing. You know what I mean? Like Sengoku being like, does not necessarily have Conquerors. To me, Conquerors is like this like indomitable will.
I would agree, but I would preface the getting to that stage in the Marines and being handpicked for that role would probably either require the highest of high tier observation and armament, or probably Conqueror's haki, if not advanced Conqueror's haki as well.
It wouldn't surprise me. I don't know if I would be like, it has to happen.
Because at this point in time, right, I would raise the premise that I mean, you want to, everyone's always one or two people. You're either Admiral equal Yonko or Yonko well above Admiral, right? Personally, I sit on the Admiral equal Yonko situation. The reason I sit there is because there is so many times narratively that they've been compared at near well equal, not to mention from different styles of betrayal. They're almost always shown doing the same sorts of things, right? With maybe the caveat of the Marine Admirals always having to hold back because of civilians in location of fight, right? in terms of leadership, though, right? I would argue, and it's fully semantical at this point in time, right? But I would argue their motivation and drive for leadership and their passion, because the passion's a big thing here, right? Akainu and Akiji's passion above the others, but do you know what? I know this is sad, right? Because you know how much I like Kizaru, right? But like Akainu, Aokiji, and even Fujitora are so stand strong on their emotional morals that they're willing to go against pretty much everyone for what they want, right?
Sure.
You don't think that's more warranting for the potential for them to have Conqueror's Haki than Kid? Than Zoro?
So that's the thing. That's the thing that I was gonna say is like, sure, they are leading all these people, but they're still taking orders. They're still working within these rules, even if they break them sometimes and they want to change them. Whereas pirates are like straight up, it's like, oh, don't go to the Grand Line. That is a literal graveyard. You will die. I'm gonna go anyway.
But
that to me is a conqueror.
But that got blown out of the water with Zoro, Rayleigh, and Katakuri all being subordinates, did it not? You can have your own motivation taking direct orders from other people, and it doesn't affect your ability to have Conqueror's Haki.
Sure, but I mean, Odin had the whole "I'm going to go out to sea no matter what."
Mm-hmm.
We don't go out to sea. We will literally abandon you. Oh, whatever, do it. I'm going to go anyway.
But we have the exact same things portrayed from every admiral.
My point being that, like, so for example, let's say you're an admiral and you're coming up, so you're not an admiral yet, and you're like, oh, I'm going to go to the New World and I'm going to fight Roger.
Yep.
And then the admiral that's above you goes, no, you're not doing that. It's stupid. Can't go. You're just not going to go. You're like, oh shit, okay, I can't go. Like you have people above you all the time. Even the admirals have the fleet admiral above them. I'm not saying that it's like impossible for them to have conquerors, but I'm just saying it's like it's not like there's not enough for me to be like, oh, they definitely do.
To me, at this point in time, it is solely because we're at the end stage now and we're about to see them fight, and for them to be comparable or even threats to some of our characters, are going to need this stuff. And honestly, it's aesthetically pleasing for them to have it for fights going forward. You know what I mean? Not all of them necessarily need to have it, but I would say that there's a conversation or an argument to be had for all of them to have it because of their high motivation and morals. I mean, Akainu literally led the Marines raiding against Whitebeard and was even prepped to fight Shanks in Marineford, then went on to fight Aokiji, take his leg, hand him an L, and then go, I'm the leader now, right? So I feel like everyone goes, if anyone's going to have it, Akainu has it. That's fair, right? Aokiji, though, openly criticized the world government Marines, didn't listen to orders, consistently flipped off orders and went off on his own when he was told not to, right? Then, when he's suggested to be the new leader of the Marines, puts on the fight of his life for 10 days against someone else equal to him, right? Takes the L, yeah, but then instead of taking the L and being a subordinate, goes, fuck it, I'm gonna go do my own thing in life, right? Kizaru, it's a bit hard. You could take it or leave it. I don't necessarily have much of an argument for him having conquerors. I have more of an argument of him being just the right hand for Akainu. So you can take that or leave it. You know what I mean? Fujitora, though, having the utmost confidence to come in and say, this shit is wrong. I am right. We're going to get rid of the warlords. I'm going to manipulate every situation, right? I'm going to lead us into a new era where we don't have warlords and we're going to make everything better. I don't give a shit about Akainu. I don't give a shit about the Gorosei. I don't give a shit about the world's interpretation of us. I'm going to do it. These mindsets, to me, they at least have better reasoning to be a leader than the likes of Rayleigh and Katakuri. Arguably even Kid, but at least Kid's got the ambition, right? Zoro's a bit different because he wants to be the world's strongest swordsman. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Could see Rayleigh and Katakuri. I mean, we don't really know much about Rayleigh, so maybe he used to be like ultra passionate or something.
I mean,
I could definitely see Katakuri because Katakuri's Conqueror's Haki literally just comes from like, I'm going to protect my siblings, which is like, I'm sure like so many people in the world, like, I'm going to protect my siblings.
That's pretty much what the Marines are doing, right? I want to protect the civilians.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? And I mean,
yeah.
at this point in time, like, we've seen them clashing with Whitebeard. Yeah, we didn't get no sky splitting and stuff like that, but like at the same point in time, I think a lot of Marineford, like, we see a lot of stuff that's like, ooh, really teasery, but like, you got to remember, it was supposed to be like a 6-hour war. A lot of stuff gets off screened. You know what I mean? Like, we could have a whole flashback arc of Marineford, and it's like crazy attacks where Mihawk's like doing ridiculous shit, setting out conquerors, slashes, and that. And it's like, where was that when we were watching it? You know what I mean?
I don't know how much I believe this, but it's possible that like having conqueror's haki is you have to basically be like dumb and stubborn and just like, no, I'm gonna do this. Like for example, like Zoro got absolutely washed by Hawkeye and then still just went, doesn't matter, I'm gonna be strongest.
I mean,
and then like Luffy, just no matter what, I'm gonna do this. Kid is like, I'm gonna take out Kaido, gets walloped by him, I'm gonna take out Kaido as soon as he gets out. It seems like potentially like the conqueror's haki people are just like, no, I am gonna do this no matter what.
Yeah.
Who cares? And then,
yeah, I can say that. Like I
I
said,
feel like a lot of the Navy people are a lot more level-headed.
oh, I don't. That's the thing.
Gosh, Kuma.
That's the thing. I don't think the Fujitora can understand the gravity of the situation. I like that, Kuma. I think the Marines aren't actually any more level-headed. The difference is they're happy to work within those guidelines because they're doing it for a greater good. Whereas the like Big Mom is a great example, right? She is selfish, but she thinks she's doing it for the greater good, right? With Whole Cake and that. But she goes against her own wishes at times, unconsciously, because she just doesn't understand it, right? She's a bit dumb like that. Whereas you could just make the argument that her betrayal is no different to how all the admirals feel about making the world a better place and how they want to help the world and have that conqueror's spirit to do that, right? But they're just smarter. More trained, more educated. You know what I mean? Because you got to think, if you look at all the admirals in when they were kids, right? Akainu's from the slums. He rose up from like the slums and that, whatever his tragic backstory is, right? Worked his way through life. Is like pirates are unacceptable, but also if we're gonna say it's for the greater good, we better follow through that it's for the greater good. Like, he didn't want to sink those civilian ships at O'Hara, but he said, if we're here to destroy any trace of the ancient history, we can't risk them getting away. I'm going to kill them. That's some dedication, some motivation, some drive. Becomes out on top as a leader. Aokiji's just like the polar opposite of that. Even Fujitora is sort of like that as well, with the abolishment of the warlords, just saying like, I think it's detestable and it's caused more damage than good, and I'm going to lead us into a new era of peace and prosperity. I don't care what repercussions before me.
Yeah. Look, I could definitely see it for Akainu because he full-blown like goes against the grain. And he is that kind of person where he's like, I don't care, I'm doing this. I'm strong enough and I'm going to do this. He's like, I'm going to take all of the Navy and I'm going to bring us all over to New World. I don't give a shit. It's happening. Not if it ever happened before, but I'm doing it now. And I think like his kind of attitude is definitely like conqueror. However, there is something to be said that we have, as far as I know, no confirmed conquerors in the Navy.
Sengoku.
And lots in the... Oh, okay.
When Sengoku was confirmed as a conqueror, all that said to me was, okay, it's no longer that a Marine can't have conquerors. It's a simple fact that we just haven't had them confirmed as conquerors.
It's possible. Look, I wouldn't deny it, but I don't think there's enough.
I mean, do you think Garp potentially has
The other
conquerors?
thing is that I don't think they need it. Like, I don't think if Oda wrote an SBS right now and we read it and it said that they all have conquerors, it wouldn't change my list at all.
Okay, that's fair. If you're confident with that, see, to me, I look at the list at the moment and I go, even with conquerors and that, like there's a bit of a shake up here in some capacities. You know what I mean? But all right, do you want to give me your next three? 9 to 6.
What am I up to? Hawkeye.
Hawkeye,
Main.
Big Mom, and then above Big Mom, Akainu. Interesting. Glitter, do you want to give me your next three?
What number?
9.
What did I say? 9?
Above Aokiji.
Sengoku.
Interesting. Above Sengoku.
Luffy.
Good to see Luffy making an appearance in the top 10. Above Luffy.
Shanks.
Interesting. Alright.
I heard Daniel exhale.
My number 9 is Fujitora. My number 8 is Shanks. And my number 7 is Big Mom.
Okay, you explain that. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
Okay. I don't feel like I need to explain this at all. Look, at this point in time, Fujitora I have over Aokiji because Aokiji's injured, and I would argue that his will has become weaker since leaving. Like, he may be more motivated now, but I think his will was kind of crushed by Akaini's a bit. But that's neither here nor there. He's still got significant injury that could cause massive. Like, that injury is big enough that in a fight against the other top 10, that can be taken advantage of. Right, Glitter? Now, as for Shanks, Shanks is a master of all 3 types of Haki, and that is ridiculously powerful. We know he's got some kind of advanced observation. We know he's going to have advanced Rio. We know he's going to have advanced Conquerors. At this point in time, though, Kaido and Big Mom have the exact same things. Right? So, why would we put Shanks over someone else that has the exact same abilities as him? Right? Even in terms of swordsmanship, like, I would argue Shanks is better than Big Mom at swordsmanship, right? But even in terms of swordsmanship, Big Mom and Kaido are doing some of the best sword feats in the entire verse, right? And they've got a ridiculous Devil Fruit on top of it, not to mention natural durability out the arsehole, right? At this point in time, they have everything that Shanks has, plus a little bit more. That doesn't stop Shanks being able to fight equally with any one of them, based on how the abilities match up and work, right? And it doesn't mean he's not able to damage them at all. But at this point in time, they are just more versatile than him and overall better than him. It doesn't mean that he can't potentially take anyone else on this list above him, but just overall, he doesn't have as much going for him. Any comments from anyone else there?
I think we should just move on. I reckon we should try to like smack through them and then have a big combo.
Okay. I'll do my 6-5-4 then. Okay? Because coming in a bit above Big Mom,
I'm gonna have to sit up now.
I have Kizaru. Above Kizaru, I have my boy Straw Hat Luffy, Mr. All Day, Every Day. Right? Coming in at top 5 in the verse. And above Luffy, I have Dracul, the Hawkeye Mihawk. Okay? Glitter, do you want to give me your 6-5-4?
6-5-4 is Big Mom at 6.
Mm-hmm.
Kizaru at 5 and Mihawk at 4.
Perfect.
Well,
Daniel, give me your juicy 3.
Oh, okay. Get ready, lads.
I love how your list is already like the flipped upside down version of ours.
oh no.
Okay. I have got Kaido.
Ooh, okay, Kaido.
Then I have Luffy.
Luffy.
Then I have Shanks.
Okay.
I want to preface, this is like Luffy's next fight essentially, right? Or like, let's say Luffy and Kaido stopped fighting right now, and Luffy went to another fight. Like,
Mm-hmm.
you get what I mean?
Okay, that's fair. Do we want to, instead of 3, 2, 1, do we just want to go with everyone does 3, everyone does 2, everyone does 1? Since we're right at the end?
Sure.
Alright, my number 3. Coming in at number 3. I'll preface the side note here is this is where I would have put Dragon. If I didn't put him all the way down at number 11, alright? Coming in at number 3, I have Mr. Mr. Blackbeard. Alright. Glitter, who you got at number 3?
Blackbeard.
Ooh!
I have
In-
Blackbeard.
Oh! Oop. All right, so I think we can all agree that Blackbeard is top 3 in the verse then.
I thought I was gonna have to argue you guys for that.
Nope.
Look at that!
No,
Oh, look
not
at
at all.
us. Look at us being
I-
mature.
I literally had a whole ass conversation with Glitter about this, where I literally just sat down and I went, look at what he's capable of as he is right now. That is ridiculous. The man
I
has
made the
so much
mistake-
shit going for him.
I made a mistake of saying that Blackbeard is a boring villain, and I copped like a 3-hour lecture.
I took her to school. I educated her. Now she's got her degree in Blackbeardonology.
I still think he's a boring villain. I just think he's higher up on my power list.
Okay. Eggs for Breaky. Give me your number 3 in the verse.
Here we go. Here we
My
go.
number 2 is Dragon. I looked back at my last list and I had Dragon at number 2, and I figured nothing's changed with Dragon, so I'm just gonna keep him there. And
I'm sweating at what your number 1 is, brother.
Oh, I think it's Imu at this point.
it's Imo.
Okay, Glitter, come on. Who's your number 3?
My number 2 is Akainu.
Love to see it. Nice and juicy. My number 2 is also the man, the myth, the magma, Akainu. What?
Overrated.
Overrated.
Overrated. He's overrated.
Okay.
Man's trash. No, I'm kidding.
Oh my god.
Coming in at my number 1 caveat, I have Imu. Does anyone want to put Imu in as a caveat, or have you guys got him as number 1?
Got him as number 1.
I have a caveat. He's not my number 1.
Alright.
I want to know if we're using caveat right.
Yeah, caviar. It might just be caviar. Caviar. My caviar.
Yeah, my fish eggs are going good here. Okay. So your number 1's Im, right, Dan?
Yes, that is it.
Alright. Glitter, who's your number 1?
God Usopp. Nah, I'm kidding. It's Kaido.
Kaido. And did you have Im as an offset?
Correct.
Okay.
Above Kaido.
Sharing.
Slash. Okay, so mine gets a bit difficult. So I'm either doing Im Gorosei Kaido, but that's kind of my inverse. That's kind of my inverse.
Alright.
My inverse.
My number 1 is Mr. McDonald's, Mr. Land, Sea, or Air, 100L Kaido.
Mr. McDonald's.
Yo, the Land, Sea, and Air burger exists. The Land, Sea, and Air burger is real. Alright. So, first things first. Yo, thank you guys for helping get us through this list. It's been 4 hours. I got a big shit-eating grin on my face. Now, do we want to argue this top 12 positions at all?
Fight.
Kiss.
Beef.
Fight.
Let
Kiss,
me just
kiss,
look at the
kiss.
screen again, because I had beef and then I got it. Let me have a look.
Come on, beef my Luffy placement.
Luffy being an 8. I just think it...
No, I wanted to put Luffy lower, but again I copped a lecture. So I feel like you were braver than me.
I mean... Yeah, I mean, you didn't...
I put him high.
Yeah, she pretty much didn't want Luffy in the top 10.
I didn't.
Whoa. Yeah, you'd have
Yep.
beef.
Yeah, Kuma, Sheik would make the list if he was somehow... Like, are we meant to take Strongworld as canon at this point in time? Like, is he in jail or is he still out there lurking? Is he just hiding in the bushes, making shit float around him, just like, hee. They don't know that I'm alive. Ha ha ha, I win. Alright.
That was a similar thing with like Scopper. I remember I texted you, are we putting Scopper on a list? And you're like, nah, he might just be. He doesn't even exist. Just leave him.
I mean, when we were told about the Roger Pirates, we were told they would almost all been publicly executed, right?
That's true.
So it's like, we know of Rayleigh, we know of Buggy and Shanks, we know of Crocus, right? At this point in time, if Scopper's alive, it's like, who the fuck did they execute of worth? Odin?
Could be though, like you know how like Buggy and Shanks were there.
Yeah.
Could just be like a bunch of random fodder dudes that they had hanging around their ship.
No, but they did. They had like 20 dudes like that.
They had
Remember?
a
Like
Beef.
Whitebeard on his main ship had like a bunch of random dudes.
I have beef.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay.
Daniel,
That's what I want.
In what universe is Luffy over Kaido?
There we go. That's what I wanted. That was my Luffy placement.
He baited that. He baited that good.
He hasn't even beaten him yet, and he hasn't even done it on his own. You're giving him a feat that he hasn't deserved.
Oh, here's
But
the thing.
that's typical from
This is gonna
somebody
be-
that probably thinks that Dofi was easily
Yo,
smashed.
cheers
So
for making it to
how could
4
I
a.m.,
think
Kuma.
any different?
This is gonna be a Luffy versus Katakuri thing again.
Oh god.
Straight
Well, you're
up,
wrong
this
about
is-
Katakuri, so I
So
guess,
Luffy didn't beat Katakuri and Luffy didn't beat Kaido. Then is that what you're saying?
So Luffy is about to beat Kaido, and when he beats Kaido, he'll be stronger than Kaido. Which means he's effectively stronger than Kaido now.
If
You need to
Luffy,
take the credit. Can I ask you a question? No. This is my comparison. I started the beef, Supernova. Sit out of this. Right. This is like you being. Can you just be Odin for a second? I'm Whitebeard. This is Roger. Right. So listen up. The question to you: if I did, right? If I did most of your homework, right, and then you just did the last question and put your name on it, is it your fucking homework? No.
Okay.
So how come
I have a
Luffy beats
question.
Kaido?
A question: if you wrote me like a 60% essay, and then I took that essay and then I rewrote it to make it 100%, am I not getting the credit for that?
You didn't though, because Kaido's already come damaged and cut. He's been attacked multiple times. You didn't rewrite it. You've only added 40%, so you've just probably demonstrated my point.
Okay,
Less-
easy. So Luffy also was damaged and battered during their fight. Secondly, how hard was Kaido fighting before when he got damaged and battered versus how hard is Kaido fighting now? Did he ever do that spinning multiple?
As far as I'm aware, Luffy didn't have 12 people shanking at him. Or literally everyone with their salt having a hit at them.
Yeah, but
that's like giving Law the credit for beating Dofi. No, he didn't. Luffy did. Law didn't.
No one's given Law the credit for beating Dofi. But Luffy gets the credit for beating Kaido because Kaido right now is at the strongest that he's ever been. He's showing moves that he never showed before. He's showing Haku that he's never showed before. And Luffy is fighting him equally.
The only way for that to be even is for the whole Katakuri stab yourself. It's not even. Kaido has sustained more damage.
Hey, but here's the thing. Even if you say that he sustained more damage, Luffy did not come into the second phase of the fight clean. He had just been completely wrecked and knocked out, and he came back. And then, also, Kaido is now, like I was saying before, Kaido is now currently fighting at a higher level than he's been fighting the entire time. And Luffy is matching him equally, which means Luffy right now is as strong as the strongest that we've seen Kaido. Kaido right now is not weaker. He's not slower.
Yes, he is.
He has less heart than he did before.
Yes, he is. We were specifically told that he's been drained stamina-wise a lot to the point where he can barely keep holding up Onigashima anymore. So at this point in time that Luffy's fighting him, when he's finally started fighting all out, he's already drained on stamina.
Thank you. So he's basically lost...
What ability has Kaido used earlier in this fight when he had quote-unquote more stamina that he has
No, it's not my point.
It's not that he hasn't had stronger attacks, it's that he's already drained. So Luffy's fighting him while he has a stamina drain on.
When he fought Lucci, there's no question that was 100% Luffy. Luffy was damaged, he was getting up again, he was outclassed, but he pulled his shit together. There's no question about that, yeah? I'm not arguing that. But what I'm saying is, if you've got a dude, yeah, whose strength has not decreased, right? But stamina/resistance has, because somebody got to him first. If somebody goes and cuts your Achilles heel, or makes you weaker so you can't run, or gives you 100 meters head start to your 800 meter distance, you can't claim the entirety % of that victory. You can't.
Okay, here's the thing. Luffy fought Dofi, won. No one gave him the credit for it. Luffy fought Katakuri, Cracker, and won. No one gave him the credit. He fought.
He doesn't deserve the credit. He wouldn't have beaten Cracker if it wasn't for Nami.
Now he's fighting Kaido, and he's gonna win, and no one's gonna give him the credit.
Because he doesn't deserve the credit for Cracker. If Nami wasn't there, he would have been smacked. Without that water, he would have been smacked.
Exactly. Every single fight that he's had so far there's been some kind of narrative around it that has helped him out. Yes, but here's the thing: after he beat Dofi, did you fight anyone that's as weak as Dofi? No. After he beat Cracker, did he fight another third division? No. He fought a first. After he beat first division, did he fight another first division? No, he fought a Yonko. Every single time he fights someone and wins that fight, the next fight that he does is a higher level.
Yeah, but that's not the point. The point is he's receiving help for these lower tiers. So when he goes up against Blackbeard on his own, when Blackbeard has the fruit of arguably the strongest fucking Yonko. For starters, don't even get me started on where you've put Shanks. I'm coming at you later for that. But the fact that low-key, Blackbeard has already one of the strongest fruits, but he's also got the Whitebeard fruit. So when Luffy does face Blackbeard, after having help, there's no question of his victory solo against Blackbeard. But he's needing help here because he's not quite there. He hasn't defeated Kaido yet. He hasn't defeated a Yonko on his own. You can't give him that feat yet.
But Blackbeard is stronger than Kaido. Or at least when Luffy fights Blackbeard, he will be stronger than Kaido.
But is he stronger now?
Yeah, but you're basing all of this on future events. The discussion is right now, in this series, right now, where we're at. Because for all we fucking know, Blackbeard's gonna kill Marco and have the fruit, and I could make a whole theory about how that's gonna happen, because it makes sense. But we're talking hypothetical. Based on the actual facts in front of us, he hasn't defeated Kaido. He certainly hasn't defeated Kaido without help. Blackbeard's who he's going to fight solo. The crews are being lined up separately. The reason he's having help is so when he beats Blackbeard, definitively people have to stop saying Luffy's had help. It's the Pirate King needed no help. So you can't give him Kaido's feat because it belittles his Blackbeard defeat in the future.
How can I not give him Kaido's feat when I consider Blackbeard stronger than Kaido? Luffy is going to beat Kaido, and then he's going to go into a stronger opponent, that being Blackbeard.
But Blackbeard shouldn't be yet.
Can I interject and ask a question?
Than Kaido yet on your list. But Shanks is higher on your list, which is based on nothing but mythos and conjecture. Shanks has got the lowest bounty. Any of the Haki levels the other Yonko have. Arguably, you can defend me for Big Bum. But he's not stronger than Kaido, and Blackbeard at this stage is not stronger than Kaido. He has no training. He's amassing an army. It's a bit like the White Walkers from Game of Thrones. He's hardly ready to amass. He will be, but he's not.
So you think that when Luffy fights Blackbeard... Okay, here's the thing. Here's why I placed Blackbeard at third, and this is actually why I said I thought I had to fight Blackbeard at third, because I thought you guys were going to put him way lower. Because effectively, by the time that we see... Right now, we have no idea how strong he is. It is just pure conjecture. We've got no idea. But by the time we see Blackbeard next, it's probably going to be either when he beats Shanks or when we see him have a fight, right? The next feat that Blackbeard is going to have is essentially going to be max level Blackbeard, which means he should effectively be at that...
Yeah, but how are you putting Blackbeard? How are you putting Blackbeard that high? You've just proven my point for me. You're saying all we've got is conjecture, but based on conjecture and you're using fucking future sight to tell me that we're
Blackbeard.
Both of you pull up for a second. I just want to make a point.
What's happening now?
Okay, so I'm supposed to make a total guesswork right now.
Right
and
now,
when we see Blackbeard is going to be way stronger than I actually said he was, and it's going to be like,
Okay.
no, he wasn't,
I'm gonna...
Right now.
Both of you stop right there for a sec. I'm gonna pull you up because I'm just gonna throw some information out there for this to continue. Okay. So.
This is great, Daniel. By the way.
I love it. I love it because it's passion. Because it means we love our show. All right. What I will say, right, is first caveat. First thing to think of here is Blackbeard getting any stronger, or is he already as strong as he is? That's the first thing to consider. That's the first. Stop. That's the first thing to consider. I'm gonna make a few points here, and then I'll let you guys keep going. Right. So is Blackbeard gonna get any stronger? Because at this point in time in the story and at this late stage, he doesn't necessarily need another power up. All right. He's got really good Haki as far as we know, considering he scarred Shanks with no fruit. Then on top of that, he's got the best Logia and the best Paramecia in the series. Okay. Then on top of that, as far as we know, right, all four Yonko are equal. That's been hammered home with us narratively the entire story. All right. Luffy's beating the world's strongest creature right now in Kaido with help. There is the possibility that he beats Kaido with help, then he attains it on his own, beating Blackbeard on his own, because Blackbeard and Kaido could be equal. Arguably. The world's strongest creature, right? Versus the guy who inherited the world's strongest man ability and then has more abilities on top of it. Okay? Then, Luffy taking a step past Yonko level is him taking down Im or Akainu. Right? Becoming Pirate King level. surpassing the Yonko. So if he's taking on a Yonko with help, the next step is to take on a Yonko alone, and then the next step is to take on someone above a Yonko to end the series.
Personally, what I'm saying is that I'm very comfortable with what you're saying, Daniel, in terms of where Blackbeard should be and where Kaido should be. But that's not what represents where we are currently narratively in the story. I believe much the same as you. Kaido will not be stronger than Blackbeard where he ends up. But what we do know is what you're seeing is basically Katakuri into the future. But unfortunately, that has no relevancy for how we're power scaling right now what we've got in the series.
Okay,
Blackbeard's on the move. He's not completed. Kaido's fighting now. That's it. His endgame, his reputation, his status is right now. Blackbeard's isn't finished. It's not. He's on the move. We've got that confirmed. He's after something, even if it's not a new fruit. So the form of Blackbeard that we're going to see end series for Luffy to take on Solo hasn't even evolved yet. And Shanks, low-key, this is conjecture, which I'm not biased, I'll point out when I'm doing it, is not stronger than the other Yonko. We're most likely getting a movie because they're both, Luffy and Shanks are probably going to have to team up against a villain. Shanks is not going to be able to do it, and Luffy's going to do it, which is going to show that Luffy's over Shanks because there's no creative, authentic narrative way for Luffy to want to fight Shanks. Shanks isn't even going to make it to an on-screen fight to show that Luffy's beaten him. He probably already has. He's certainly not over Kaido. Kaido is the last test Luffy has before he beats Blackbeard to then move on. So when everybody hits him, nobody can go, well, Luffy had help. Luffy had Nami's help to get Cracker because of the water. Or, people had to whittle down Kaido. It's going to be, no, the king of the pirates. Luffy's character development will have evolved even more. Wano was about him becoming a man. He never wanted to be a hero for other people. He never wanted to fight on other people's behalf. Wano changed that. He's, for the first time, going, I need to do this. The symbology of fighting Kaido is for him becoming a changing man. By the time he hits Blackbeard, he is a changed man. He is Roger. Probably beyond Roger. He is the king of the pirates facing off against his major competitor. It has to be Kaido in the terms of, it has to be Kaido's not a real full defeat for Luffy here, for the significance of Blackbeard for the solo defeat to come later. Otherwise, it's just like, well, he's just trading off a Yonko for a Yonko. He has to not get the credit for Kaido yet, for it to be so important for him to finally beat Blackbeard on his own, while his crew's tied up in all the other members of Blackbeard's crew. There will be nobody to help Luffy. There will be no backup. There will be nobody watching his back, like Zoro and Sanji swinging in for Kaido and Big Mom while Luffy walked to Kinemon. There will be nobody to help Luffy if he slips up. That's why it's so important, and that's why he can't get all the credit for Kaido now, because you have to see that growth. That's just
my point is that the utility of saying, okay, Blackbeard is just in this sort of like amorphous area because he's probably going to get stronger by the next time we see him, but he's probably stronger than we saw him last, so we don't really know where he is, and so I'm just going to kind of guesstimate that he's here, and then in a couple of years when we actually see Blackbeard do a feat, he's going to immediately be way higher on the list.
Well, can you explain to me why you think Shanks is higher? So, because then I might be able to understand your point more.
So my whole mindset is I'm just placing people where they're like, basically I'm placing Blackbeard where he's going to be when we see him.
But is that an accurate way to power scale currently?
Here's the thing.
Because you and I might think he's different places.
If I put Blackbeard below Shanks, because I think Shanks is stronger than Blackbeard, and then we get a news saying that Blackbeard took out Shanks, then it's going to be like, oh, you thought that Blackbeard was weaker than Shanks, but Blackbeard took him out. I'm going to be like, no, but he grew since then, and so that's why he didn't. So in my mind, Blackbeard can probably beat Shanks, and there might be a thing in the story in the future where Blackbeard beats Shanks. Therefore, I put Blackbeard over Shanks, so that when that comes out and that happens, and it's like, oh, Blackbeard took down Shanks, I'm like, yeah, I knew that. I put that on my list.
I guess.
That's what I did.
Yep.
I get it, and I get it. But my only issue is, like, if you do a test that's two-parter, and it's a multiple-choice test, and then you've got the short answer questions next, and they're marked separately, and you get back your marks for the multiple choice, and then you just predict what you're going to get for the short answer, that doesn't reflect the answers you have in your hand. Currently, the battle is not even concluded between Luffy and Kaido. We don't even know if Big Mom's going to suddenly get her fucking memories back and nerf Kaido herself.
It's true, like, but the thing is that if something like that happens, then my list is wrong, and that's fine, and I'll eat that. But I'm saying I know, but I thought the whole point of this is
right.
So
No, I'm not saying that. I'm
Basically,
just saying that that's
my
the whole
point is,
point of
I'm
the
trying to
debate,
make-
though. That's all.
I'm trying to make the most accurate list possible, right? So if something ever comes out where it's like say for example, Luffy goes up against Shanks and Shanks says, "Yeah, I'm weaker than Kaido," and then Shanks beats Luffy. It's like, oh, my list was wrong
okay,
because Kaido was
Okay,
over
then
Shanks
we just
Can-
have different
and Luffy-
definitions
I-
of what this is.
can I shift the
That's fair.
conversation then to 3 things? Number 1, I'm gonna put a Chekhov's gun on the table. I'm surprised no one came at me for putting Shanks at number 8. Number 2 is Daniel. Why the hell do you have Shanks over Kaido?
No. Pause. Pause. Let me
easy.
defend Daniel for a second. I love how you just sat back and let us yell at each other while you're skirting behind with some of the fucking blasphemy that you've got going.
I mean, to
They're
be
like a
fair,
sneak-
I
like
haven't
a
made any
sneaky
attacks
witch.
yet. I've just been defending.
Oh
I
no,
haven't
no, no.
made any
I
attacks.
let you guys have
You.
I let you guys have your conversation. All right. I'm just pushing the narrative to the next step. All right.
Yeah, no, that's
So
what you are.
why do you have Shanks over Dragon? Over Kaido,
Easy.
sorry.
Why I have Shanks over Kaido is because I think Shanks has the best haki in the entire verse, and as Luffy has shown, having a severely inferior fruit than
Oh,
Kaido. As soon as you have better haki than someone, you can basically just be stronger than them.
okay.
Roger, as far as we know, had no devil fruit, and his haki was so good, and he was the strongest in the verse.
Okay.
So I think
Whitebeard.
I don't think Shanks. I don't think Shanks is.
That makes a lot of sense. I
don't
didn't
think
realize
he's the
Shanks was the
strongest
world's
Pokemon.
greatest swordsman.
I don't think Shanks was the strongest.
Oh.
Yeah, don't get started with that bullshit.
Shanks is under Mihawk. The narrative is that Shanks.
Shanks is not a pure swordsman.
Shanks-
He has a pistol.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't have a pistol.
He has had a pistol in the past.
No, in none of the canon manga has he ever held a pistol in his hand.
Is Shanks.
He doesn't even own one. His crew owns pistols. Shanks has never touched a gun. He's only ever been a swordsman. He's regarded as a pure swordsman, and he's even been stated narratively. He's been stated narratively to have seeked out Mihawk for their duel, and at the end of it, all we know is Mihawk remains the title of the world's strongest man, meaning Mihawk never took an L.
Also,
Oda describes him as a sword master in data books. And I've got a couple of the data book links here. Ergo.
Not to mention, Oda says that Mihawk is waiting for a swordsman
in the
to
running.
surpass Shanks, so that he has a rival.
he's not in the running to try to be the world's strongest swordsman.
You shouldn't
He's-
have to try. You either are or you're not.
He is. He is in the running to be the world's
He's
greatest
not a-
swordsman, because guess what? He's not the world's greatest haki user. If he was, he would have beat every other Yonko, and then wouldn't he just be Joy Boy? If he was above everyone in the series. If he was above everyone in the series with haki,
want to get to Raftel.
because he knows it's not him, because he doesn't have the strength, because he's tired with the other Yonko.
This isn't an attack. This isn't an attack at Daniel, but I do gotta ask. Your whole point of defending that Whitebeard isn't stronger than Roger is that, there's that the excuse that Whitebeard didn't want it's not good enough. So how come the excuse that Shanks doesn't want it good enough is not a good
No.
enough argument there?
No, what I'm saying is, why the hell would Shanks go around butchering all the other Yonko and then?
Because-
there's no reason.
Because the reason is,
Why-
the reason is, if he's strong enough to beat everyone, why doesn't he become Joy Boy and make the world a better place?
Because he's not strong enough to beat him.
But he doesn't know of Im's existence as far as we know.
Also, he doesn't care.
Shanks doesn't know the Void Century as far as we know.
Yeah, exactly. Why would he go around beating up everybody and become Joy Boy?
Because
He
he's-
doesn't become Joy Boy if he doesn't-
Why did he become a Yonko?
Because he wants to be a pirate. I don't know what he's bloody.
No, but that's the point. He doesn't.
Story.
He doesn't know what the Void Century is because he never made it to Raftel, as far as we know, and they never told the story to him after, right? We know that he went out to be a pirate to be his own man, and then when he went out to be a pirate to be his own man, he became a Yonko. He became a Yonko. He became a Yonko, stealing other people's territory, and then, as he's gotten up to that level, I'll let you speak. I'm just finishing this, right? He set out, became a Yonko, gathered a crew to rival these other people, and then hasn't surpassed any of them.
That's what I'm saying. If he wanted to become a Yonko and be better than all the other Yonko and take them all out and kill them all, then why the hell is he just sitting around on an island partying? Why is he just doing casual sword duels with Mihawk? Why is he just chilling?
Because he's not the
Just on parties.
Because they
He's
can't
literally
beat
just
each
chilling
other.
on an
So what's
island
the point?
drinking.
because he's not the strongest Yonko. And if he's taking a bet on the new era, he's like, this guy will be stronger than me. Luffy will be stronger than me.
Okay.
And the second,
Mate's whole career. No. Mate's whole
No.
career.
Same thing. If Kaido is literally number one in the verse as you put him,
Yep.
right? If Kaido is number one in the verse, why hasn't he just taken everybody out? Why is it that
he's trying to.
tried to go to Marineford and failed and got sent back by Shanks?
He didn't fail though. He didn't fail. We don't know what happened there. We didn't know what happened there. As far as we know, they talked and had a conversation.
Because they did say they had an altercation, but Kaido's not.
Wanted something, and Shanks cockblocked him, and he couldn't go. And then Shanks went instead. Shanks literally said to him, "Nah, I'm going."
But we don't know what the circumstance of that is at all. Like Shanks didn't beat
Neither one
Kaido
of them are
there.
injured.
Kaido,
One of them are injured.
Kaido
But
looked.
we don't know how strong Shanks is. We don't know the circumstances.
Yeah,
of Shanks' strength,
yeah.
so why are you
But are we
putting
just
Because
developing
Shanks directly doesn't have other things that every other people in this top tier section of the list have. He has the same things that they have, but they all have more on top of that. He doesn't even have the ability to turn around and be like he's a better swordsman than him because he's not the best swordsman on the list.
He's not the best swordsman on the list because he doesn't want to be the best swordsman.
But he did. He went out. He seeked Mihawk to duel Mihawk and never beat him.
Okay, it was
The
said
inhale.
that they had tons.
No. That's translation issues there. As far as we know, technically, officially, they had one duel. It shook the whole new world, and Shanks didn't beat Mihawk. Mihawk didn't necessarily beat Shanks. We don't know the result, but we know that Mihawk is still the world's greatest swordsman. All we know is
It has to
Shanks
be
challenging
for an
Mihawk.
achievement.
All we know is Shanks challenging Mihawk resulted in Shanks not winning.
Okay. Well, yeah, I guess that's true.
And then on top of that, right?
At least a stalemate.
Shanks, the whole premise of the story,
Manga, they have multiple fights.
it's not.
But I don't understand.
Get the
why-
viz, get the official translation.
He's, no.
You can get the
No
official
attack,
translation
but
of
he
the
has
manga, but
he has
why
the
is it in
lowest
anime?
bounty.
Why is it in all these other things?
Because there's mistranslations all the time. They literally say Sanji is... All the Vinsmoke are faster than light speed in the anime. Based on translation.
Oh, that's whack.
Yes! The German tech means all of them move faster than the speed of light. That's in the anime. Are you going to take that and say all the Vinsmoke are faster than the speed of light right now?
But okay, first of all, don't do power scaling like that, and also when do they say that in the anime?
Okay, they literally say... Go to the Sanji vs. Page 1 fight. Go to the Germa and Whole Cake Island. Every time the raid suit's used, it is propellers that make them move faster than the speed of light and a cape that stops all force.
That's just talking it up because they're like superheroes.
No, they literally say that's what he does. They say that's one of the abilities of the raid suit in the anime. I don't take credit in that because the anime is sometimes useful for depicting stuff, but a lot of the time it's full of shit.
Okay, then answer me this,
I
because
guess we're just gonna
it might
have to
help me
find out.
understand. It might help me understand. Why if Shanks is that high, because I am open to having my mind changed, why is his bounty so low in
Because
comparison?
he's the youngest, and he doesn't have a poneglyph, and he also has good ties with the Gorosei. They know that he doesn't want to take over the world and all that crap.
Okay.
Or they give him a bounty higher than that.
So if he's not as... If he hasn't fought as strong people and isn't as go-getter, why do you assume he's got better haki? Why do you assume his willpower has been so much better than all the other people that are out there actively doing it?
Why is it that when Kaido thought of the top 5 strongest people in the world, it was Rox, Roger, Whitebeard, Odin, and Shanks?
Easy. Because Shanks is damn well impressive with haki and is a master of haki, all 3 types. As far as we know, he's got better observation than the other Yonko. But just because he's got better observation, right, doesn't mean that Kaido isn't the world's strongest creature currently. And pre-time skip doesn't mean that Whitebeard wasn't the world's strongest man and the Big Mum hasn't got the title of the world's strongest old hag. Mihawk has the title of the world's strongest swordsman. Shanks is just some red-haired dude that hangs with him.
Kaido doesn't consider Big Mom a threat. Kaido doesn't consider Mihawk a threat. He only considers Shanks, Odin. So the weakest person on that list is Odin, who almost killed Kaido.
20 years ago, when Kaido was so much weaker than he is now.
Yeah, I know. And then now he considers Shanks on that list. Why does he consider Shanks on that list?
Because Shanks is an up-and-coming rookie. and impressive.
Okay, then why doesn't he consider Big
Because-
Mom on that list? Why
Because
doesn't
Okay.
he
for so
consider
long,
Mihawk?
Big
Why-
Mom stayed. No. I've got a calm reason for that. At least in my mind, Big Mom and Kaido's reunion on Wano is arguably based on their reactions and some of their statements the first time they've interacted with each other in decades. Shanks is young. He steps to Kaido. Big Mom hasn't. And that's not because Big Mom's not fucking stronger than Shanks. It's simply because she hasn't felt the need to leave the sanctity of her island. It's a makeshift island that functions on its own. She barely needs to, no different. The only reason Kaido fucking leaves Wano is because man's thirsty for a fight. Shanks is quite happy to provide that. That doesn't make him stronger than him. I also should probably point out Shanks' idea of a good time is not necessarily fighting other Yonko. It's fucking waiting at the Grand Line like a fucking predator for rookies to come over the line to beat up them.
And then get pissed.
That's it. And
Shanks doesn't go hunting anyone. He just chills.
yes, he does. He goes after rookies.
In his Viva card, it was stated that he actively goes rookie crushing.
It's his favourite thing to do. He just sits with the Grand Line and waits for pirate crews of young kids of the worst generation to cross over, and then he crushes them. It's one of his favourite pastimes.
He's a predator, man. He's a Orochimaru into this shit.
In fairness, though, Shanks is like an actually good guy, and almost every pirate is an
Yeah.
evil.
Yeah, no,
I mean,
100%.
the benchmark's
Yeah.
benchmark's very low.
But
Obviously,
do you
Shanks
want to
is a
know?
great guy.
Do you want to know something fucked here? Nice guys finish last. All right.
Here's the thing. Easy way to sum up my points, okay? Kaido pictured 5 people in his head.
Mhm.
The weakest person that I consider out of those 5 people almost killed him. To me, Kaido is picturing 5 people who can kill him. Notice when he pictures Whitebeard and Roger, it's prime Whitebeard and Roger. And then not old Whitebeard either. Then yeah, so in my mind, he's basically
Okay.
assuming
That's-
that Shanks is stronger. Also,
That's perfectly
he tried
fair.
to go to Marineford, Shanks stopped him. I think I have enough evidence to put Shanks over Kaido.
Okay, but Shanks showed up
I have
with
enough evidence in my mind to put Shanks.
Shanks showed up with no injury, and Kaido showed up with no scars. There's no Kaido going, "Oh my god, this scar that I got from Shanks hurts. Oh, it burns." No, it's Odin.
They didn't fight. Yeah, they didn't fight to the death. Obviously, if they fought to the death,
But you're giving it to Shanks like he kicked Kaido's ass and made it to Marineford.
No. I'm not saying he kicked Kaido's ass. I'm saying he stopped Kaido from going to Marineford. So Kaido probably looked at it and went, "I don't want no smoke." Even if Kaido thinks I might be able to beat him, he doesn't want no smoke.
For all we know, Shanks comes up to him with like a fucking heap of gifts and is like, "Please don't go to the war, Mr. Kaido. You're going to hurt too many people." You know what I mean?
Sure. But it could also be that Shanks goes up to him and just like absolutely mollywhops him, but intentionally doesn't leave a scar, or, some bullshit. Like we're just
But
saying random.
but we know to mollywop him.
Random stuff.
We know what type of person he
Kaido
is.
very arrogant, and when he wants something, he gets it. And he tried to go there, and he didn't.
Yeah, we do, but we also know, right, that some of these Yonkos have conversations. They can they can be reasoned with, bargained with between each other,
Sure.
right? All I'm saying, right, is if we look at Shanks, he's got all the Yonko have 3 types of Haki, and all of them are seemingly showing all the advanced forms of Haki at this point in time. But everyone other than Shanks has a Devil Fruit. Then on top of that, Shanks doesn't have the backing of being the world's greatest swordsman, because that goes to Mihawk. At this point in time, despite how you feel about swordsmen not using Rio and advanced conquerors and that, at this point in time, what we've seen, what we've been told, is the world's greatest swordsman beats everyone at sword combat. As far as we know, that's the only way Shanks fights at this point in time, and Mihawk has that role. Shanks has never been stated to be the world's greatest Haki user, right? And it's interesting that we've never had someone be directly stated to be the world's strongest Haki user when we've got people all tied in those spots with the Yonko where their Haki hasn't been able to surpass each other's. If it was solely about Haki, right, then Mihawk being the world's strongest swordsman, like we were saying earlier today, would have to be the strongest, because if you can make Rio sharp, advanced Rio Haki sharp, and it can pierce people blocking with advanced Rio, Mihawk would just beat everyone. But he doesn't, right?
What constitutes someone who's in the running to be a world's strongest swordsman? Do people call Roger the world's strongest swordsman? Do
No.
people call Odin the world's strongest swordsman? Do people call Rayleigh the world's
But
strongest
they're in the conversation for it.
So Mihawk was stronger than Roger?
He wasn't a swordsman, I would argue. He wasn't a swordsman.
I mean,
Roger wasn't?
we know Roger
Roger
used.
used the sword, if anything, more than Shanks.
We know. No. Shanks has got one arm. The only thing he carries is a sword.
Is Roger
Sure.
gonna stab him and punch? Like,
A punch?
that's what I'm saying.
Do you
Like, Roger
see-
is-
Shanks can't punch someone while he's holding his sword because he's holding a sword.
I said Roger.
I mean, he could put it.
Roger might punch, yeah. For all we know, Roger punches and kicks and bites.
Yeah, sure. And
He
so,
would.
as
He's
far
a
as
little
we know-
shit.
As far as we know, Shanks can.
Except Oda has said that Shanks is specifically a swordsman. And he always...
Of course, Shanks uses a sword primarily, but has Roger ever been shown doing something that isn't using a sword? He always uses his sword. Roger is as much of a sword.
We've only seen Roger do 1 or 2 attacks in the entire series.
And the only
And he's using a
second
sword.
time.
But he
we've
was
seen
never
him-
stated to be only a swordsman. Right?
My only beef with that is the only time. This is a bit of
You
shade. The
cannot-
only second time we've seen Roger around blades is when he's executed.
Oof.
Like,
Hot.
his
If you wanna make-
experience.
If you want to make the argument that Shanks is a swordsman because he has a sword, but Roger isn't a swordsman because he has a sword.
Roger is a
you're-
swordsman.
And you're using that argument. to say
No,
that
I'm
Mihawk
not-
must be
I'm-
stronger than Shanks.
I'm-
You're stretching so far.
Okay, Mihawk is
Must
stronger.
be-
Mihawk is stronger than Roger at swordsmanship, but Roger can fight with more than just a sword. Shanks, we've been told through data books and other information that he just fights using a sword. The ship has sailed. I used to hold out hope that he was going to have some advanced technique over other people and maybe, have guns or punch or whatever he needs to win a fight, right? But at this point in time, Oda's going, nah, he's a swordsman.
So if the Pirate King Roger had fought Mihawk, he would have to use something that is other than his sword, otherwise he would lose.
No. He could just tie with him. Because, like I was saying earlier, everyone with advanced Rio essentially just ties at that level.
Mate, you need the gum fruit because you're gonna rip soon. You're stretching.
Mate, I'm telling you though.
Mihawk and Roger are in no way compatible. In no way comparable.
In swordsmanship,
Shanks and Roger are.
I'm saying in swordsmanship, Roger and Mihawk clash. They're doing a no touching Conqueror's Rio clash. No touching, right? That's their swordsmanship. The difference is who's gonna win in a fight when Roger's standing there clashing and then kicks Mihawk in the balls with Rio. Mihawk's going down. Shanks though, we've been told doesn't do that. He fights as a swordsman. That's the difference. Oda can say that Oda can say that Roger is a swordsman, right? That he uses swordsmanship, but he can also use more than that. But Oda's specifically saying at this point in time that Shanks just uses swordsmanship. That's the data we're getting.
Admirals before they got their fruit all used swords. Roger used a sword. Shanks used a sword.
And guess what?
Doesn't have a
All of these
brute
people-
weird ability, uses a sword.
All of these people clash equally when we see them clash. We don't see them just like, I have better swordsmanship than you and then I automatically win in the first clash. No, it's they just clash, the skies split or their swords don't touch and they just hover and then it's just a back and forth. There's a reason none of these people have surpassed each other in the last 20 to 40 years.
I think overall strength, it goes to Shanks. In terms of swordsmanship, it goes to Mihawk.
Easy. I'm fine with that.
But the problem is, we're being told that Shanks' entire skill set at the moment, from Oda's saying these things. Oda's saying,
Jade is trying to argue that Shanks is a pure swordsman, and because Mihawk holds the title of the world's strongest swordsman, he must be over Shanks.
Okay.
I mean,
Well,
okay, let me clarify
No,
this.
no. You've spoke. I've listened to both of you, and let me hear what I'm saying. So basically, what he's trying to argue that you disagree with is that he's saying that he's claiming that Shanks is purely a swordsman, and that's something you disagree with.
Yeah.
So I would have to say then, because I think he has a tendency to make things sound stretchy. But our problem is that, okay, so Shanks has one arm, but that hasn't really held him back because he's
Nope.
become a Yonko in this span of time. But it does leave you to question, okay, if he doesn't fight primarily with a sword, what else is he doing? Because you can hardly say he's probably a hand-to-hand combatant, which you could give Roger, and not Shanks.
Okay, so that's my point, is that Roger has never shown to be a hand-to-hand combatant. He's always used a sword in the same way that all of the admirals before they got the fruit always used a sword. But the thing is that the admirals before they got a fruit, I wouldn't consider them quote-unquote swordsmen, and neither would I consider Roger a quote-unquote swordsman. To me, the whole world's strongest swordsman thing is like someone who's like, I study the blade. Someone who's like really hard.
Someone that follows the way of Bushido, like Zoro.
Yes, someone like Zoro.
Yes, we're told that Shanks follows the way of Bushido though.
Shanks isn't a swordsman in my mind, and he's not. He's not. And then as well, even if you're gonna say like, yeah, I don't know, he's just not.
All
Supernova, while I listen to Daniel's argument, because he's making
Yep.
some good points, could you go find whatever proof you're saying
Ugh.
that Shanks is a disciple? Because then that's some evidence that's really important. But
The other thing that I wanted to state is it's been said that Mihawk has been holding the world's strongest swordsman title for a very, very, very long time.
He's
Right?
been holding
Before
it
this-
since the era of Roger, and he's waiting for someone to surpass Shanks to be a worthy rival.
Mhm.
So he's waiting for someone to get
that would
stronger
imply
than Shanks.
Mihawk's over Shanks. So that would probably imply Mihawk's over Shanks if he considers Shanks
strength, in
nearly there. Not in
swordsmanship.
strength. Oh, no. That's hard. Because without knowing what Shanks alternatively does, you have no choice but to consider him a swordsman. Unfortunately, because we don't know. We don't know if he fucking
Okay.
keeps his arm around, imbues it with haki, and then slaps people across the face. Until then, we just don't know. So until we get anything definitive, he'd have to be considered a swordsman. I personally, it doesn't sit well with me thinking that Mihawk's over Shanks. But I don't necessarily have any choice for two reasons.
In
One
One
is
Piece,
the argument,
sorry,
Oi,
sorry.
that that I don't know what else Shanks does, because it's hard for me to imagine him fighting any other way in his current condition. So part of me goes, well, for the time being, until maybe we get something that's exciting in Film Red, when we see a Shanks maybe up against the wall and we get to see that side of him, I can't assume that he fights with another way. He seems quite comfortable with his sword. In fact, he leans on it more than when we first met him when Luffy was little. He
Okay.
keeps it very close to him. The second reason I would have to say that is that Zoro on his own, Luffy is pretty much, I think we all agree, because we all love Luffy, he will surpass Roger's legacy in infamy, which will mean that Zoro will have to surpass Rayleigh in infamy, which King of Hell will happen. But in terms of power level, we will assume, and I can't speak on behalf, and this is a bit headcanony, Zoro and Sanji will be Yonkos of their own accord. In a very perfect world, he will leave Sanji to govern the places of Whole Cake, and he will leave Zoro to govern Wano. In a perfect world. But in order to do that, he needs to beat somebody who has the status of somebody that matters. If Mihawk is lower on our list than Shanks, beating Mihawk is not an accomplishment. For Zoro to encounter somebody who is in the top percent but not Pirate King, the world's greatest swordsmen have to go to Mihawk over Shanks in terms of on our list. For the sheer fact that Zoro's end goal has to be so significant, but it's not Pirate King. In order for that to be a weapon of an existence, the fact that Mihawk has been waiting for somebody for that long that nobody's matched up, not even Shanks in his mind, for Zoro to come along and fulfill that destiny is what this is about. So he has to be over Shanks in order for this narrative to pan out. That's like if Naruto wanted to become Hokage, but he ends up being the Shadow Hokage. You need your benchmark of where you need to be significant. You have to get to that top percent.
Is that in your mind, Shanks is the weakest Yonko, and in my mind,
No,
Shanks is
okay.
the strongest Yonko outside of
Let me
Blackbeard. So
specify.
he doesn't need to beat Shanks to be Yonko level. To me, Hawkeye essentially is Yonko level.
Cannot.
So if he beats Hawkeye, he is Yonko level.
Can I remind everyone of something that I said at the beginning of my top 12 section? I said everyone in the top 12 is interchangeable. This is where I think they sort of shuffle in, but they're all on the same tier. I did preface that. Just because I think Mihawk has the edge over Shanks doesn't mean
Doesn't
that...
mean I think there's a huge gap.
Yes, I think it is literally only
Understand.
because he has the title that Shanks hasn't surpassed, and we're told that Mihawk's waiting for someone to surpass Shanks. It's that level. I'm looking for the official...
I'm the same, only in that Shanks doesn't have a title as well. That's me. I think they're so close that it's hit or miss with me. I don't care that much. I think I'm one of those people that personally really enjoy the idea that Mihawk was maybe once his right-hand man of Shanks. That's just one of my personal... I know a lot of people don't agree with that. But for me, the only reason I'm giving the slight slight edge to Mihawk is for the purpose of where Zoro's arc's supposed to be, and that Shanks is the weakest Yonko in terms of just a personal opinion, in terms of bounty, and that he's the only one that doesn't have a title. Mihawk is the world's greatest swordsman. Shanks is just Shanks, the redhead pirate, and he's still important. But he hasn't done anything significant yet to garner one. He's still young, as you've said. That's a great point. But he hasn't done something to give him that infamy name yet. He's got the mythos, but he hasn't got the name, and therefore I can't put him over somebody that has a name.
I have
What I would argue
I have a
is
link
that
here for
he
you guys.
stole the gum fruit.
From who's who?
He. No, but what I mean is his infamy isn't like he's not out there trying to take down Yonko, but like the stuff that he's done, and he's talking to the Gorosei. Like, why would the world government give him?
His infamy
higher
comes
bounty
from
when he's
having
literally in the
challenged
Gorosei's
Mihawk.
back pocket?
I think
It's
his
not where
infamy
his
comes from
infamy
being
comes
on the
from.
pirate
No,
king's crew. Actually,
no,
personally, I
because
disagree
it
with you
wasn't super common knowledge that he was on the Pirate King's crew. His infamy, he got famous, and even Whitebeard like talks about this. It's like, yo, your duels with Mihawk have become legend now, but they're still fresh to my ears. Right? I'm trying to send you guys a link here.
I forgot that.
Yeah, but here's the thing: it's two top tiers fighting. I put Hawkeye very
Okay,
high on the list.
so
It's two top tiers.
here's the
If
first
Mihawk and
link.
Kaido fought each other, it would be huge news.
Here's the first link, right? Where it specifies in the One Piece visual dictionary, Ichiro Oda describes Shanks as a swords master in the data books. Furthermore, Shanks was Mihawk's rival, the world's strongest swordsman. It's stated in the Viva card, Mihawk looks forward to the day a sword master will emerge to surpass even his rival, Red Hair Shanks. That's one link there. I'm looking for other links in like more detail and stuff like that, but there's just one off the cuff. You know what I mean?
So that means that if they're rivals, if I just have a look at the list, does that mean if I give it to you, and I leave Shanks at under Blackbeard, would you then have to concede that Mihawk you've lowballed Mihawk then?
Me.
Yeah.
I have.
If I give it to you, if I give Shanks that for some reason Shanks is where you've put in 1, 2, 3, 4. If I say, you know what, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, and you're just predicting something that I can't see yet, like maybe he does have something in with the Gorosei, like who knows?
Yep.
Do you think then, based on the fact that they are rivals, that you've lowballed Mihawk then for that to make sense, that they're rivals?
Are you
talking to me?
Are you talking to Eggs
Yeah.
or me? Okay.
I'm talking X.
Well,
Because
I
there
think
might be too big
Hawkeye-
of a gap then.
I don't think there is much of a gap is the thing there. Like, I think they're all pretty, like Jade was saying, like they're all pretty interchangeable. Like, to me, that whole like section is essentially just like Yonko level.
I agree.
And then I'm just kind of going by like,
Okay.
or if there were like, to be honest, I would kind of put Hawkeye above Big Mom because I'd imagine Hawkeye has a lot more. The problem that I have with Big Mom is like her biggest, like, sure she has the homies and stuff, but her biggest thing is the Elbaf spear, and she's not a swordsman. Hawkeye absolutely annihilates her in swordsmanship.
Yeah.
So it's like, honestly, I'd probably put Hawkeye above Big Mom, but like, we're arguing like tiny little, fractions of percentages of like strength kind of thing between these ranks. So like, if Hawkeye beat Kaido, I would be like, oh damn shit, he beat Kaido. I wouldn't be like, that's ridiculous. I must have undervalued Hawkeye. Because I kind of put them
that's
pretty
fair.
similar.
So
Okay.
can I run through a
Can I
thought
ask-
process here, just for my
I'm
list?
I'm asking just Brecky some questions. I'll get to your list. Because I think that one of the other things I thought was really fascinating is you said Akainu was overhyped, and you've put him probably lower on the list than I think I've seen. I think most people I think putting Shanks either at the top of the Yonko or the bottom is no new debate. Yeah, no new debate. But I think it's fascinating that I think when you that Akainu's so low. I'd love to hear. I'd love to hear that one.
My thing with Akainu is, Akainu goes down one of two ways. Either Sabo beats him, which means he can't be like top 2 in the verse, unless Sabo becomes top 2 in the verse, which I don't think will happen necessarily. Or Luffy beats him, but I think if Luffy, and I don't know if that will happen, but I think if Luffy does fight him after Kaido might be high diff, but Luffy just beats him. He doesn't need a power up. He just fights him and beats him.
Okay.
And so in my mind, like I was saying, like I'm trying to place them as accurately as possible. I
Yeah,
think if that happens and Luffy fights Akainu and beats him and doesn't get any help and doesn't have to have a power up to beat him, then I think obviously it'll be high diff. It won't be easy. It'll be very, very hard. But I think then in that case, most people will consider Akainu lower than Kaido because people will be arguing like, oh, but Luffy had help against Kaido and all that stuff. And then people's lists in a couple of years, once all that stuff has gone down, will essentially be what I have mine as right now, which is Luffy, Kaido, Akainu. And I think at the end of the day, if right now the list that I make is the list that I have at the end of the series, then that means I've done a really good job with my list, right?
I would
the
say
exception of,
yes,
like,
but
Luffy
I
getting
would
power up.
say this
the
is my
exception
list
of
for
getting power up.
2022. You know what I mean? This is me
I
updating
get
it from
that,
last year, shifting and being like, for 2022, this is where I see
Yeah.
it at the moment.
See, that's
But
not
that's
my,
what I mean,
that's
yeah,
not mine.
but
My
yeah.
my list is beginning 2022, and then I would make a list at the end of the.
Yeah.
So I think that's the only reason why Daniel and I differ, because I feel like, and that's what I realized why we were discussing it, because Daniel's points are completely valid. He's like, if I want to see a prediction into the future, I want this. I can say, my list was accurate or it's not. Whereas in my mind, I was seeing the list as a current reflection of where we are in the story, and that's probably where we differ in that regard. And I think that's why I was having such a tough time, because I was like, we're assuming stuff we don't know, but whereas Daniel thinks that that's the point of this, and I guess that's just the semantics
Okay.
about whether or not we think we're going to make a list again in this year.
I think we'll make
Yeah.
one at the beginning of next year, won't we?
I guess
It's an annual thing.
I guess what I would say
I
with
would
like
almost say
Blackbeard, for example, is if, for example, we hear that he's gotten a third fruit and he's gotten a lot stronger, and then we hear that he beat Shanks, I would say that my list is wrong, because I would say that I put Blackbeard too high, right? Because I put Blackbeard just above Shanks, and if he needs to get a power up and then he beats Shanks, then I would consider myself wrong. But if next time we hear from Blackbeard it's just he beat Shanks, then I would consider myself right. Even if you would say, oh, but it's been a couple of months, so he's probably gotten stronger, but we haven't really necessarily heard of him getting stronger. You can assume that he did, but
Yeah.
as far as I'm concerned, I'm right in that case.
Can I
it's
put
a red hot take, but I think because we're reaching the close of the series, I'm one of those people that's like, I would be very fascinated every 6 months to do a revision of the top 20.
I mean,
Because
maybe top 10.
I think now,
Top
even
12.
15. Like,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
gotta
yeah.
add, because the thing about it is, by the next time, the reason I'm saying 6 months is because the capture of the warlords is about to exist, and I don't know if I can speak for anybody or anybody that is gonna listen. But if Kobe doesn't even crack my top 50, if that man comes out of nowhere
And
with
beats
no
Boa.
assistance, and Boa doesn't cave because she finds out he's Luffy's friend, or the Marines threaten her sisters, like if it's just a one-on-one and she loses, it's a sheer plot, and I will be furious. So I
Yeah.
feel like so much is happening in the story that a refresh in 6 months to make Daniel feel like his opinions are definitely being valued, because his is predictive, mine is current.
Okay.
Then that's probably the best course of action for everyone.
I think it'll really depend on how much
Can-
the story progresses in the next 6 months.
Can I-
Because, like, if all we
Yeah.
get is like more fights at Wano, it's like not much has changed.
Okay, I'm going to put a thought into your minds, right? Because we're talking about Blackbeard and whether or not we're lowballing or highballing him at this point in time in the story, right? I explained this to Glitter off stream, right? But you know how I've been saying, as far as we're aware, the Tremor no Mi, it's like the perfect offense and defense, right? So we've seen it clash with things like Advanced Conquerors and Rio, right? So does Blackbeard really need to get any stronger if he can just stand still in a fight against anyone, right? Any attack that comes at him, he blocks it with the Guru no Mi. Anyone he wants to damage, he hits with it, while in the meantime, he literally just does his vortex, where he just turns a whole island into darkness. All he's got to do is stand still, and eventually he wins.
I think it's as simple as he could just be written to be
that strong.
Really, really strong. But at the same time, I would need an explanation as to why he has 3 skulls in the flag.
I mean,
be like a problem.
it could be
Not just, like,
2 devil fruits, and he's really good at haki as well. He just doesn't look like it.
Yeah, see, if it was something like that and they didn't explain it and we just kind of assume, I would be like, I don't know.
No matter what it is, I know they will
It needs to be
explain
something
it.
where they're like, the reason there's 3, yeah, exactly.
I know they
If
will
it's
explain it.
explained, the only thing that I would accept if it's not explained is if he had 3 fruits, and then that's pretty like straight up.
Yeah. Like I said, I reckon it's going to be explained in some capacity. But at this point in time, if he gets stronger, he gets stronger. Good on him. But if he gets stronger, I think at this point in time he's probably already got the ability and we don't know it. Whereas, or is going after dragon's fruit. Who fucking knows there? But if not,
Okay, well,
he is where he is right now. And I mean, at that point in time, like, whatever Whitebeard did in Marineford and how effective he was against everyone in Marineford with that quake, you have to give that to Blackbeard at this point in time. Plus the fact that without that fruit, he was still taking on, you know, second division commanders, the best second division commanders, right? And destroying entire islands casually with his darkness. And then before that, was taking out 4th division commanders and scarring Shanks.
I guess
Even
my
argue
question
Ace probably
is,
sits between-
what do you believe, just out of curiosity, because I think the reason I enjoy these so much is because I think you're in my real life experience, that you're 2 of the most intelligent people I know, in general. And I find,
Jade, pat yourself on the shoulder.
and I think that I always enjoy listening to you both because you're both so intelligent, but you have so many varying opinions, and I find that fascinating. So I have to ask, just so I can hear theories myself, because I think it'd also probably be interesting to other people. On the topic of Blackbeard, because obviously we've all power scaled him around the same, but for different reasons.
I mean,
which
exactly the same.
What is what is he after? What's he going after?
So this comes
In each of your opinions.
this comes down to whether or not he's seeking individual power or organized power for his group, right? Because he could be going to hunt down, because in that context, when he said he was if the Navy's just going to take it, I might as well claim the prize. 2 things of note were sort of mentioned: the warlords being abolished, and the revolutionaries had already clashed with the with the admirals in the world government, right? So it could be, I'm going to go third party the revolutionaries and take their abilities. It could be, I'm going to go recruit the warlords or steal their fruits. Or it could be a third thing that has nothing to do with anything that was set up, and it was just a mad red herring that we're not going to know until all of a sudden it's just like, ha, guess what, left turn.
Yeah. But you didn't actually give me a straight answer. You gave me a lot of possibilities.
I gave you a lot of
Like,
possibilities.
that you believe.
I gave you a lot of
Chat.
possibilities because I don't necessarily know what it is. Because like I said, at this point in time, if he was going to get a new fruit, the only fruit he would get is one from someone that we don't know yet. So he's not taking Kaido's fruit or anything like that, right?
What I'm saying is your best guess. So if you said,
Yeah, no,
let's
no,
just go with the first thing you said. If you said that he's going to take something from the warlords, a fruit from the warlords, let's just
He's
go
either
with
taking
the
Weevil or Dragon's
first-
fruit.
Is he taking? Okay. Okay.
I think his goal is what Rox's goal was, which is just essentially world domination. But I think he has a plan to get there. So I think his main, like, he has certain objectives. So there would be take all of the weapons, the Poseidon and all that. And it would be, if he can get a third fruit, obviously it's like he would have a specific fruit in mind. Because if his goal is to take over the entire world, I think he would be very patient to wait for the exact fruit that he wants, that he knows that exists.
I mean, he's a very patient man, from what we've seen.
Yeah.
Like, people can joke about him being like a weird character, but he's
So
horrendously patient.
this is why I was setting up the way I was,
possible.
because what if he's just, what if the thing if the Navy's just going to get it, I might as well climb the prize. What if by that he just means I might as well go get this person's fruit to give it to Burgess? Bolstered my own troops.
I think it's possible that he would want to be Pirate King, but I don't think it's necessarily for the ideal of being Pirate King. I think it's more, I'm going to like, in order to take over the world, I'll become Pirate King, force all the pirates to be a part of my one giant fleet,
and then basically use a pirate army to take over the world.
I kind of think like he wants to know the Void Century, considering his hobbies to be a historian.
Yeah, I could see that. I honestly just think whatever his motivations are what Rox's motivations were. And I believe, I could be wrong, I think it was just said that he just wanted to take over the world, right?
He wanted to be the ruler of the world, yeah.
Yeah.
The
So
freest
I
alive.
just think, like, that's his, yeah, I just think that's, like, his plan, but he has, like, specific steps. Like, you know, he knows that he needs this specific fruit, he knows that he needs these weapons, and he knows generally about where they are because of the historian stuff. He probably would definitely want to know of the Void Center,
Okay.
just because knowledge is power.
I've got a question for you then.
And then, you know, if he can find Raftel, he may as well, because he may as well see what's on it.
I've-
I don't necessarily know if he's got, like, a Luffy-esque dream of being pirate.
I've got a question for the both of you then, at this point. Who is Luffy more likely to match up against? The Blackbeard Pirates? Sorry, Blackbeard or Akainu? And before you jump straight into your answer, like, okay, so Blackbeard? I take it both of you just go straight for Blackbeard?
Blackbeard.
Okay,
I
so...
say that because Ace's death, the thing is, he's furious at Akainu. In fact, we know for a fact that Luffy places the blame on Ace's death, not at all on Blackbeard, but on Katakuri.
No, on Akainu.
So I could understand on Akainu. Sorry, my bad. And so I can understand the argument for people being like, "Nah, there's plenty of beef." But what I actually think is going to happen is he's going to go do it, and then Sabo's going to stop him. And Luffy is going to have to decide and put faith in the fact that Sabo's got it. Because that's Sabo's fight. The poeticness of Akainu being defeated by the same fruit of the kid he killed is poetic. Luffy will not have time to succinctly fight both, finish off Kaido for starters, and this is just my personal opinion because I know Daniel and I do have differing. But in personal opinion, to come off an assisted fight with Kaido, it depends if Big Mum goes down here for me, because if she doesn't and she like escapes to Elbath, you know, that kind of throw a wrench a little bit in my story. But then he's gonna have to solo Blackbeard, and then he's gonna have to deal with Im. So I don't see why he would be fighting Im and Akainu, because by that point Akainu is a bit of a knockoff, but from the top. The Fleet Admiral's not the top spot anymore. It's Im's spot, you know. So there's no logical reason, if we've watched Luffy for the last 22 years go up, you know, we hit Smoker, we're going to fight a warlord now. And you know, Daniel pointed that out brilliantly. Luffy skips up the ladder. There would be no reason for him to go from Kaido to Blackbeard to Im. And
You mean Kaido to Akainu to him?
yeah, sorry. And to then fight, you know what I mean? Like, there's no reason why he'd go down a step again. He's gone up this whole time. But that's a Sabo fight. Like, I think Luffy's over Sabo, but that's a fight that Sabo can have to inherit Ace's legacy, which is the whole thing that Sabo wants, is to protect and continue Ace's legacy. You know, I've got it now. I've got the fruit. I'm going to protect Luffy. So by beating Akainu, not only is it the sadness that Ace's legacy is now closed, because the Meramera no Mi did, you know, come back up against the person who killed Ace, but it's also a rest in peace moment for the fact that comfortably closes Sabo's arc of that narrative, and it's a spot where he can go to. For Sabo to end up at Fleet Admiral level at the end of the series is okay, because at the end of the day, Zoro, Sanji, and everyone's going to be Yonko level, and Luffy's going to be Pirate King. I've got no problem with that. So for Luffy to fight a Fleet Admiral after facing off against a Yonko hybrid, if you want to call Blackbeard something even special than that, and then Im, would make no flowing narrative sense for me for him to go against Akainu.
Could I interject with a thought? This might annoy a few people, though, in a weird way.
You may.
So Luffy has not taken down the big bad of an organization post time skip one-on-one. He may have had one-on-ones in arcs, but he has not he hasn't defeated.
That's why I'm saying. Sorry, but that's why I was saying that
Yep,
yet.
I agree.
Because I think when he beats Blackbeard on his own, and then he beats Im on his own, he's therefore beat the leader of the Marines hands down on
I
his own, and he's beaten the strongest.
agree.
Can I just
Can I just
put the point forward?
Mhm.
I don't think Luffy is beating Kaido without any help. I just think that as like a utilitarian kind of
Yes.
thought process towards it, that once Luffy beats Kaido, you shouldn't consider him weaker than Kaido because anytime
Okay.
he fights in the future, he's not going to lose against anyone.
okay.
It's just, there's no
Yeah.
utility in thinking that way. It's
Okay.
the same thing with like Luffy versus Katakuri. Even if I were to give you that Luffy after he beat Katakuri was still weaker than Katakuri, there's not really any utility in thinking that way because he's not going to fight someone Katakuri level and lose.
That is a big difference
Yeah.
than saying he's over them, though. You know what I mean? Like,
What I'm
you-
saying is like he effectively is if he's never going to lose to someone that level, right? It's like he will win to someone. He will beat someone that's even stronger. Because if you think that way, if you think like, oh, Luffy is weaker than Katakuri, and then Luffy beats Kaido, it's like, oh, that means Katakuri could possibly get stronger. And it's like, no, he's not Joy Boy. He's not.
you know, I get that, but it's like at the same point in time, right? It's like if you give Katakuri 2 more advanced Hakis, then give him 16 allies to help fight one individual. Could he go as well as Luffy? If fate ordained it, yeah, but fate doesn't ordain it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like to me
I
though,
agree with that.
it's like if we're taking a snapshot right now of how strong they are in the moment, which is kind of what the top 30 stream is. You know what I mean? And
Yeah, I get that, but like what I mean is like Luffy's crew, for example, aren't going to look at Luffy. Like if they saw immediately post time skip Luffy went up against Katakuri, they would be like, oh no, you can't win. But if they saw Luffy fight Katakuri as he did, they have faith in him and they believe. And I guess like I look at Luffy the same way that his crew would look at him. Where it's like, I know you've beaten that person. Now I know you can be the Yonko.
so
Even if he's might be still weaker than Katakuri, I'm like, no, you've beaten Katakuri now. Now you can be the Yonko.
I agree with that thinking, right? It's just I didn't agree with the way you were wording it, I should say, because it sounded like you were, because it's like being able to be equal with someone or relative to someone, but you've got a much better growth rate is very different to being over them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But what I was gonna preface here, because I'm gonna ramble for a few minutes here, but looking at everyone's list, like look, the top 12, it's all, like I said, everyone here, it's all interchangeable, really. Like you can put people narratively wherever you want. Like I said, I only put Dragon near the bottom because I haven't got any feats from him to specifically say he's over people. But if I was going to put him, he was going to be top 3. You know what I mean? Same with like Imu. I didn't put Imu on the list, even though he's most likely the final villain of the story. First things first, just for you guys to think about in the back of your mind, right? The possibility of it's Luffy in a group beats Kaido, and like I said, there's a lot of group fights that have been happening post time skip. Luffy hasn't beaten anyone in a one-on-one. For all we know, the part of the story is that Luffy gains allies. There's nothing to necessarily say that it's not going to be Luffy, Blackbeard, and Akainu fighting each other, but also while squabbling against each other, teaming up to take on Im when they discover his existence as an entity. You know what I mean? So it's like, we don't, at this point in time, we want to assume that Luffy's going to beat these people one-on-one, because to be the freest person in the world, you kind of want to be the strongest person in the world so no one can dominate their will over you, right? But at this point in time, there's no guarantee that that's the narrative that Oda's spinning. We just look at other shonen and go, that's what we want. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We assume that, right? Because if we're
Night, Kuma.
catch you, Kuma.
Hanging
No,
in
Kuma.
Cheers for hanging with us for 5.5 hours. Much love. By the way, if you didn't notice, I got your list up on here, so you are in the stream, my guy. But yo, rewinding it, right? The entire premise of the entire story of One Piece is Luffy saying to Shanks, "I'm going to surpass you. One day, I will form a crew that will be better than your crew, and I will surpass you." And then Shanks goes, "Oh, really? Well, if that's the case," does the whole hat thing, right? So the entire story of One Piece is about not just Luffy, but Luffy and the Straw Hats surpassing the Red Hair Pirates. Which narratively, the Red Hair Pirates are always elevated crew-wise above every other Yonko crew. Right?
Gotta take a pause here. Kuma, who's been a G before he goes to bed, has asked us a question.
Oh, his night question?
I feel like he deserves an answer to.
Stream question for the day. Where are your top 5 Luffy designs from the One Piece arcs?
Number 1, Afro Luffy.
Oh my core.
Okay. Onigashima Luffy is up there with the drip. He's got that Pirate King cloak. Pirate King cloak Luffy at the end of Whole Cake Island, where he's like, Jinbei, you're on my crew now. Come back to me alive. Right? Afro Luffy, because my dude is a dude. Then I would
Phil
also...
Z had the Pirate King cloak.
Yeah, that was drippy AF. Then I would argue Skypiea. The whole crew looked fly as fuck at Skypiea.
I don't remember what they looked like there.
I think, maybe it's just his normal outfit though. Maybe I'm remembering it wrong.
Well, I actually would argue, and this is funny. I really love when Luffy returns from the 2-year time skip.
Yeah, actually, his floral print, he's pretty chill.
But that's also mainly because if you have a look at it, and this is just me for the shipping, Boa wears an identical shirt during the 2-year skip, and then Luffy's wearing a red shirt that's got frilly bits and an open V. And I was like, basically stole Boa's shirt.
Okay.
And I was like, that's cool.
So, sorry to interrupt. I'm going back to the point here, right? So, narratively, the entire story of One Piece is setting up for Luffy to raise himself and a crew to surpass Shanks, right? So, to surpass means to be better than, right? Shanks' crew, we're told, is the strongest Yonko crew, right? It's always like... no other crew gets the End Yasop and Ben Beckman and Lucky Roo treatment from the world government, right?
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So, Luffy, with a team, beats the Beast Pirates, but Luffy's crew has beaten the Beast Pirates crew in one-on-one combat, right? Shanks says it's almost time for us to meet. But do you know what we've got to look at here? Luffy having beaten a Yonko, even if he's not individually one-on-one stronger than a Yonko, right? All the Yonko have been tied for the last 20 years. So the second Luffy beats a Yonko, Luffy is over Shanks because technically, right? He has surpassed what Shanks' legacy was. Shanks has never beaten another Yonko. He never beat Mihawk, he never beat another Yonko. This would be the feat that Luffy has, that Shanks is talking about. But the difference is, they still won't meet up until Luffy's crew surpasses Shanks' crew. Shanks' crew is still put over the Beast Pirates. They're not going to meet until Luffy's crew elevates again and Luffy gets to flex the fact that his crew is better, right? So what's the next step in that? If Luffy's first mate is equal to or greater than Shanks on his own anyway. You know what I mean? To be the world's greatest swordsman, to have a right hand of someone that is paralleled with or better than Shanks. You know what I mean? To then have the rest of his crew have that same level of ridiculous infamy going above them. Right? Like, you've got the Demon Child, you've got the strongest fishman in the world. If Yamato joins, you've got the child of a Yonko on your crew as a random subordinate. You know what I mean? We rewind it back, right? All the way to the beginning of the story. That same story about Luffy surpassing Shanks is tied directly with becoming Pirate King, right? But every time we hear the story and legacy of the Pirate King, it's not a strength feat necessarily. It's about finding One Piece, but the strength comes with it. But then we get to the New World, and we are always told to be the Pirate King, you're going to have to surpass the Yonko and Admirals. Those same phrases said over and over. Don Jinjiao, literally quoting Don Jinjiao here, right? In the seas ahead for the fight for Pirate King, all those who are worthwhile have Conqueror's Haki. Do you plan to surpass the Yonko and... Sorry, do you plan to surpass the Admirals and Yonko? That is a panel from the official Viz. You know what I mean? All this is building up to say, and like I've said, I gave Mihawk the edge here, right? But Mihawk and everyone in that range, they're tied, right? The only person in the entire series at that level that has an actual feat of victory is Akainu against Aokiji. And instead of me just giving Akainu the feat and saying he's definitively above everyone, I drop Aokiji saying he gets weaker later on because of it. You know what I mean? But you look at that. You look at that feat, you look at that betrayal, and it's all 4 Yonko haven't beaten each other in the last 20 years. The Admirals haven't necessarily gone out and beaten the Yonko in that time. There is a clash of 8 people there. Neither one, they may get the better of each other from time to time, but they've never taken each other out. And then the same thing with Mihawk, sitting as the 9th man, right? As the world's greatest swordsman. The only people arguably above that is potentially the Gorosei or Im. And I think we all lean towards Im more than the Gorosei because it's more of like the stereotypical villain there. You know what I mean? So at this point in time, right, if beating a Yonko puts Luffy narratively over Shanks as having more feats, right, I put Luffy at the moment where I think he's going to beat Kaido over Shanks, regardless of if I think overall Kaido probably has the best feats we've seen on screen. At least post-time skip of anyone alive. You know what I'm saying? It's that natural progression where it's like...
My hard thing with Zoro beating Mihawk before they meet Shanks is I can't see Zoro after this arc immediately beating Mihawk. I think he needs like another kind of fight before that to say at least that he's like fully mastered Enma.
Yep.
Maybe he gets Black Blades or something. So I think the problem with that is that they have to do something else and get another fight.
And that could be Shanks' death,
they
though.
meet Shanks.
That could be Shanks' death, though. That's why we're getting a movie of him.
What do you mean?
I mean, Luffy's interpretation is I am going to beat you up, I'm going to be stronger than you, and I'm going to have a crew that 1 for 1 is better than all of your guys, right? Even Ben Beckman from time to time gets called the Moon to Shanks' son, right?
Yeah.
Luffy's saying, I'm gonna raise a crew that's gonna beat you guys, right? If Luffy never gets the opportunity to actually meet Shanks again, Shanks gets beaten by Blackbeard or whatever, killed, right? The only way for Luffy to actually have achieved that and acknowledge that to himself is go, well, you know what? I'm the Pirate King now. I beat all the Yonko. Something that Shanks didn't do, right? My swordsman, my right-hand man, is the world's best swordsman after beating Mihawk. A guy that was a rival to my idol. We surpassed him.
Talking about like Endgame.
Yeah. So it's like
Okay,
the entire point of the story is this
So you're
Luffy
saying
and
like
this.
this has to happen before they meet Shanks.
Well, I was saying, right, if Shanks is going to meet them, it has to happen before they meet Shanks. Whether or not you see Shanks ever meeting Luffy is a different story, because Luffy and Shanks are going to be in film red, right? So does that mean by that point in time in the manga they've already going to have met up, or does that mean we're never actually going to see them in the canon story meet? You get what I mean? Why would that be delegated to a movie if it doesn't happen before, or if it's never going to happen?
Yeah, I think it's real dumb. I don't like the fact that Shanks is in a movie.
The reason why I don't think it's going to happen is because I think last time we had anything set up for Shanks is he was teaming up with the government to go take on someone, and it's going to backfire. Like it did pre-time skip. He failed to stop Blackbeard pre-time skip. You know what I mean? So, like, I genuinely am sitting here at this point in time, right? And I go, Luffy, I think, is surpassed Shanks now. But the next step, well, like, after Wano, Luffy surpassed Shanks. But the next step is for his crew to surpass Shanks. Because Shanks' crew wasn't just any Yonko crew. It was the best Yonko crew. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's why Whitebeard and the Whitebeard Pirates had to go down first. Because if they were a better crew, right? We had to remove that from the power threshold. Move them, dissolve them, right? Then we have Kaido as the number 1 Yonko, arguably, right? According to the narrative. But you have Shanks with the number 1 crew. The whole point is for Luffy to surpass Shanks by beating all the Yonko. And for his crew to be the best crew by showcasing somehow that they've beat the other crews. Unless Luffy fights the Red Hair Pirates and they actually have a fight, that's never going to be proven unless they beat people that the Red Hair Pirates couldn't. So either Blackbeard kills Shanks and his crew fuck them up and then the Straw Hats beat them, or they beat other people comparable to, and Luffy gets to catch up with the remnants of the Red Hair Pirates and is like, I know I never got to return the hat to Shanks, I know the promise never got to be fulfilled, but guys, look at me, I made it. I kept the promise. You know what I mean? It depends on how you see the narrative dissolving, but at the end of the day, that's the goal. And we've got less than 5 years for that to happen on screen. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like, within the next little... And look, 5 years is a long time, but like, that's only...
Here's a question for you.
Yep.
Do you think Zoro is going to become World's Strongest Swordsman before he becomes Pirate King? If he becomes Pirate King?
It depends on how the end of the story goes. It depends on when we meet the Red Hair Pirates. And if we meet the Red Hair Pirates.
Yeah.
Because if the Red Hair... If the Red Hair... Okay, it's hard, because I want it to happen before or right near the end. But then, am I ever going to get to see Zoro versus Mihawk? Or is Mihawk going to go down to someone else? You know what I mean?
We have to. I think it'll be such a massive upset. Like, I mean, Mihawk is still so high in the popularity points.
Exactly. Right?
I think,
but then,
like just to keep the fan base happy, Oda can't.
But then, what's to stop Oda having them start to clash and then off-screening it, and then all of a sudden we get a newspaper of the New World's Strongest? You know what I mean?
I mean, the fan base is what could stop him.
No, but we haven't stopped him yet. We let him get away with this shit all the time. Everything's off-screened.
Yeah, I think especially like the Japanese fan base would lose their shit if the whole Mihawk thing just fell apart and you didn't get to see it. It would be so.
I do not disagree because I want it more than anything.
You would at least have to see one of those like samurai run through slash one person falls down thing.
I do. I mean, or do we get to see a no touching Conqueror's Haki Rio clash, then cut to black? We find out other stuff. You know what I mean? It's not what I want.
If that happens, though, I'd riot.
It's not what I want at all, right? But Oda did it with Akainu versus Akiji. Oda did it with the Revs versus Fuji and Green Bull, right? Even in Wano, he hasn't off-screened fights per se, but he's definitely ignored certain people's fights and completely ignored certain characters. So
like what I see happening is they go to Elbaf, have a little mini arc there, and you know, like Zoro works on his Enma stuff. Then they go fight Blackbeard, then they become Pirate King, and then it's the final war against the Lord God. It's kind of what I see. Oh, sorry. After Blackbeard, then Zoro fights Mihawk as they're kind of going to the Pirate King place. So he becomes like right before. But I don't, because the thing is I don't see him beating Mihawk and then fighting Shiryu.
No.
Maybe it'd be like a bit of a joke. It would be like watching Jinbei versus Usu.
I don't see it happening in that order, but then the question becomes, does Shiryu kill Mihawk? Right? And then that's how we get a serious Zoro. Because it's like, Zoro has always wanted to take down Mihawk, and we've always been keen for it, right? But at the same point in time, we like Mihawk so much, like, how does that fight end? Because can you really say someone beat the other if they're still alive and standing? You know what I mean? Did they really give it their all?
I honestly think, like, for Oda's perspective, like, it would alienate so much of the fan base for him to kill Mihawk.
Yeah.
For Zoro to not have a fight against
But then, is that better for him narratively?
That's the thing. I think he's dug himself into a hole now where if he doesn't do that, a lot of people are going to drop the series and there's going to be a lot of criticism.
Yep.
So I think he sort of has to. It would be a really big ball play if he didn't.
Like I said, it might get mostly off-screened. We might get to see a little bit of a clash, a little bit of a... and then get the results.
I think like half the fan base is expecting not to make Shanks, and even then, if we don't make Shanks, I think people are going to get mad.
It depends.
Even though like half the fan base is already expecting it, I think that he's still going to cop a lot of criticism for it. Because we're at that end period now, right? Like a lot of people talk smack about like Naruto's
ending
getting a bit weird with the final war and stuff. But add that kind of thing where it's like the fan base is like, better not screw this up, Oda. Like this is our life. Like.
No, I fully understand, but like it's gonna come down to I mean shit. We're assuming that we're not gonna get something ridiculous like Green Bull's a samurai, and Green Bull kills bloody Mihawk. You know what I mean? Since the world government went after went after the warlords, and it's like all the other warlords got beaten by SSG except for Mihawk because he's Yonko level. But don't worry, we sent an admiral. And then when we have a fight against the world government at the end, it's like Sanji versus Kizaru, Zoro versus Green Bull, and, you know, Fujitori's off doing Fujitora shit because he's not too bad of a guy. Meanwhile, like, Luffy goes to clash with Akainu, but then it's like, hey, Sabo, tag him, brother. I'm going to go fight him. You know what I mean? Because it's like, I mean, what are the alternatives, right? The alternatives is Zoro fights Shiryu, gets observation haki boosted, right? So then he's got armament conquerors and observation haki through the roof, right? But he's still not Yonko level then. So is his first fight at Yonko level going to be Mihawk? Or is it going to be someone again in between those levels? Does he fight an admiral? Does he fight a Gorosei member? For all we know, like, and I know this seems like a mad cheap thing, right? For all we know, Mihawk isn't the world's strongest swordsman, and it's that Gorosei member, and we find that out in the 11th hour, and it's like, that's bullshit.
I can actually see happening.
What?
Could see the Straw Hats go to Elbaf, and then Akainu goes, this is it, we're finally going to take over Elbaf. We've been too scared of them for ages, but we're taking them out. And then it's like Akainu, Fuji, and Kizaru all go to Elbaf as like a three-man hit. Saying they're like equivalent to like a Yonko crew. They go as like a 3-admiral crew to be like, we are absolutely winning this. And then it's like Luffy versus Akainu, Sanji versus Kizaru, Zoro versus Fuji, like that kind of clash. And then it would probably be if that happens, I would imagine it would be the first time that we ever see Zoro having a lower diff fight than Sanji does. I think Sanji versus Kizaru would be a lot harder than Zoro versus Fuji. Like they'd both be hard, very hard.
Would it be though?
You know what I mean? Because it's always like Zoro has a really hard time against the right hand, and then Sanji doesn't have as hard of a time against the next.
I mean,
right? And this would be the only time where they're fighting people who are, let's just say this, like Fuji and Kizaru were equal. It's like the only time where Sanji has a harder time than Zoro does because they're actually like. Yeah.
I mean, can I put a thought into your head here that's going to piss you off in a little way because it might not be something you thought of? Sanji is now a lot faster than he's ever been in the series.
Yep.
Sanji still nerfed himself by getting rid of the raid suit. He specifically said with the raid suit on, he's multitudes better than what he is now.
Yeah.
What's to stop the fact that we already had set up that Frankie and Usopp were going to tamper with the raid suit and do it up, right? What's to stop Frankie having made his own raid suit, giving it to Sanji, and we have Zoro having a harder fight against Fujitora because, I mean, Fujitoria's Devil Fruit is essentially like a more versatile version of the Quake Fruit, arguably, right? Meanwhile, Sanji's having an easier time because he literally has fucking padding. He's got his pool floaties on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You still
kind of see it, but then like at the end of the fight, like Zoro gets like all 3 blades black or some
yeah.
crazy shit.
It's like at the end of it,
for Mihawk.
at the end of it, Zoro's got all 3 blades black, but like Sanji's there and he's like, I needed, to put a fucking can of soup on to win. I won easier than you, yeah, but fuck, I didn't do it just on my own. You know what I mean? That's the caveat.
Yeah, and that's the thing is like, the reason that Sanji does so well is because he gets the power up in the form of the suit and then fights. Like, or he gets like near the start of the fight. Whereas Zoro gets his power up at the very end right before he wins. And so they both end up kind of on even footing, even though Sanji has like an easier time because Sanji gets the power up essentially earlier on in the fight.
Yeah.
So
because it doesn't get considered enough the fact that like people might just look at it and go, oh well, the raid suit's only as strong as the raid suit is, right? But Sanji has gotten stronger without the raid suit. The raid suit is still like, if Sanji can move faster now without the raid suit. When he's got the raid suit on, he can move faster than he did when he had the raid suit before, plus the boost of the raid suit on top of that.
Yes. Also, it should be noted with Sanji, one thing that I kind of glossed over is like he did low diff Queen, like pretty embarrassingly for Queen. However, he did say that him moving that fast is really, really taxing, and he also mentioned that him going into the white flame or whatever, the
Ifrit
Jambe, is like really hard on his leg, and he said that the only reason he can do it is because he's stronger now, right?
I mean,
but that also kind of implies that he was sort of pushing himself. So it's potential that like what he was doing at the end against Queen was like his equivalent of having Enma, if you get what I mean. Like it takes a lot of his
I mean,
stamina.
I understand that,
So
but
he can't do that for a really long time.
the way I looked at it was he could do it now, but he couldn't do it before because without the exoskeleton strength boost, with his Haki just alone, he wasn't strong enough to deal with those heats. Because guess what? The Germa aren't immune to their own abilities.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Glitter, you still hanging around?
It's not a drummer ability. It's a
Alright. Well, look, I think that's pretty good there to wrap up the stream. It's past midnight where I am. I got work tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm happy.
Alright, I'm happy. Peace, nothing but love, nothing but respect. Sound off. X for Brecky, say goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Glitter, you saying goodbye? You're mute. Glitter, you're mute.
Not?
Yeah, you are.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Alright. Yo, cheers for anyone coming by. It's much appreciated. Nothing but love, nothing but respect. If you wanted to include your top 30 or top 50 list and you didn't get to drop it before we streamed, alright, drop it in the Discord. We you know us, you saw how much shit we talked about this list and that, alright? I'm sure we will look over it and go, haha, that's so wrong. Or so right.
Yeah, I'm fully happy to roast anyone upon request. So
I mean,
hit me
I'm
up.
not gonna lie, Kuma, I love you, my guy. You had Garp at number 1, but you said Garp in his prime, fair enough. But you also had Hawkins on the list.
Okay.
Credit
I was
list.
like, am I looking at Cap right now?
Yeah, I know, right?
Someone put his Cap on.
Yo, do you know what hurt me so bad?
Hmm?
Getting down to 50, right? And I had a batch of the Revolutionary 4C captains, Apu and Drake, the Scabbards, Reiju and Ichiji, and I was looking at all of them and I'm like, they're so relative to each other, who the fuck do I pick? Like, I almost wanted to drop it to top 60 just to make it easier on myself to just be like, yeah, they're all there.
I think a big thing with me was like, I was really trying as hard as I can to not put any like, I was trying to make my list as like the bottom is still above 3rd division. Like, I was trying to make it like that. And so when I was doing it, I was just like, I wasn't thinking about the Scabbards and things like that. I was just trying to think of really strong people. And I was like, trying to just invent these really strong people in my mind. And I'm like, yes, Dory and Broggy, they're good.
I see.
And then I ended up having to include Cracker in that, which is kind of annoying. But I at least got away without Jack.
I went from the top down when I was making my list. You know what I mean? Which is why I kind of like... Originally, I had Kid over Zoro, but it's like low-key. It's like, do you know what? Fuck it. Even if he's got stuff up his sleeve, like really, he's had a terrible showcasing so far.
Yeah.
Like, just having Awakening isn't super special at this point. It's kind of depressing. But, yeah, no, I fully get what you guys mean and where you guys are coming from. Alright, so, wrap the stream up there. Yo, if you haven't done so already, you know what to do, you know it's appreciated. Subscribe to the channel, help us hit 100 subscribers. We're currently at 94, okay, it is appreciated. Like the stream if you haven't liked the stream already, and you know what, all the social media stuff is down there, you've seen it the whole stream. But if you're too lazy to type that shit up, the link to the Discord is in the description down below, and in the Discord is links to all the other stuff, so click on that stuff. Peace, nothing but love, nothing but respect. Have a good day. Say goodbye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Glitter's gone mute again. Love it.
See ya.
See ya. Alright, there we go. Alright, bye.